The opinions expressed of this show are for entertainment purposes and should not be misconstrued or interpreted as fact. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? We are not going to start with our regular intro on this great Friday, August 8th. We are going to start by giving you a sneak peek of our brand new show on Pop Culture TV, starring our guy, Von Polo. Sneak peek. Charm City in the house.
What's up, guys? This your boy KV Smell Good, aka VP, or better known as Von Polo, you know what I mean, in the sports betting, pub culture TV universe. We got a new show coming to you guys here on Pub Culture TV, you know, starring me, Von Polo. But look, this is what I want to do. I want to introduce you guys to fragrances, colognes, perfumes, the best fragrances, designers, niche, Middle Easterns, Arabians, inspired bys, clones, dupes, all of that, guys. I want to educate you on, you know, the best fragrances to buy for the best prices. You know, on this journey, I'm going to show you guys where to shop, where to get the best colognes for the best occasions from the best places, guys. One tip I want to give you right now off the bat: never buy your colognes or perfumes retail. I'm telling you, something in the store that costs you $100 or $200, online you can get it for at least 75% of that price. I'm just saying. Be sure to subscribe to Pub Culture TV, guys. This is a new show, and we try to see how it go, guys. Hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you take the advice that I give you. Hopefully you take the fragrances I show you, and you go get these joints, and you be smelling good yourself for a very affordable price, guys. Big shout out to Victor, you know what I mean, the producer. Shout out Big Vic. And shout out to my man Jimmy the Bag, man, for even, you know, vouching for me and giving me this opportunity to introduce these people to, you know, colognes and fragrances, man. We just gonna have fun with it.
Von Polo. Show pops off next week. It starts next week over at Pub Culture TV. Our guy Von Polo in the house. Huge Friday of sports ahead of us. Big winning day yesterday. 9-4 plus 4.99 units. We're in week 3 of running hot, and we must keep stacking. It feels good. 4-1 yesterday in NFL preseason plus 2.9 units. 3-1 in CFL plus 1.9 units. 1-0 plus 1.54 units in MLB. Very, very easy. No sweater. Pirates first 5, Marlins first 5. Now, it was such no sweater that I probably should have made more money off of it, but it's what it is. And then 1-2 in WNBA. So, look, it's not all glorious, but glorious enough. I'm locked in. I'm pumped up, and I'm so thankful for this squad that I cap with. Yesterday was the perfect example of how we're succeeding. I was just lecheing every single great capper in the chat. I was listening to every great capper on screen. I was trying to milk as much information as I could so that I could take that information and go leche the goddamn books. And that's what we have been doing. We swept 2 straight weeks the last 2 weeks. I had one losing day this week. That wasn't that bad losing day, but it was a little bit of vig. And now we're right back where we belong, making money. Thank you guys for joining us. Happy Friday, August 8th to all of you. We got slow jams in the house. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play of the day is in. Gavin Lux over 1.5 bases. Let's get this all set up here so we can. It's actually my favorite part of the day is the Pig Milk video. And that will start off MLB. We got Wine Time Sports rocking with us for MLB. And of course, Jose Snips Bouquett as well. Pig Milk play of the day. Gavin Lux set up right there. Says, sick as a dog today, heading back to bed. Best of luck. Get better, Billy Friedrich. By the way, our guy Robert Cherry was in the car accident a couple of days ago, broken nose, neck. So some issues can be, if we could send as much love to our guy Robert Cherry to heal as fast as possible, because we need you cabbing. Slow Jam says, BC Lions, what a beautiful thing. That was not fun. That was tough to watch, man. But we got the job done. Oh, that was. I had 10 straight winners in CFL before losing that full game under. Cashed the first half under. That was wild, but we got the bag. First half and full game. Got it. Free bands play today is in from our guy Dougie Wise. Is the Padres -1 at -135. Padres -1 at 135. Let me get that all set up. We have a pitching battle that's everybody in their 40s greatest dream. I cannot believe that Kershaw is going up against Scherzer. It is glorious, absolutely glorious that we get to watch that. God, sorry, I'm missing the Padres game here, so I can have Dougie Wise's action set up before the game pops off, and I guess that's just going to be an issue for me. So I will just pop it here before the game start, and I will find the right time to talk about our guy Dougie Wise. Stacks play today. Number 1 is Kyle Stowers. Stowers. The young phenom on the Marlins. I should be able to pronounce his last name. And Stowers. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Kyle. We'll call him Kyle. Over 1.5 bases at +128. Stacks play today. Number 2 is Diamondbacks Rockies over 9. Diamondbacks Rockies over 9 at -125. Copy and pasting all of this action. Slow Jams says Thursday night dogs 4-0 to start the year. Knew that was going to make us cash this year. Troy Torrance, giving us an idea of what is ahead of us, and that is cash cow. Cash cow in that one. Look at that. Let's get this all copied and pasted. We're going to go into NFL first. I'm going to hammer NFL, then Wine Time's going to join us here. Let's get this. And we got NASCAR action. Michael Johnson says, will the over trend continue in NFL preseason? I don't remember ever betting it over in NFL preseason, honestly. Now, this is only, in fairness, this is only my 3rd year of fully capping the preseason. And then even last year, it wasn't a full cap, as I kind of took the weekends off a little bit and just hammered those Thursdays and Fridays with you. But the first half over in the Colts game and the full game over in the Seahawks game, that was just a rarity for me. But, you take what the league gives you. We got Kong Smash Play of the Week, Julius Walker, Christian Rodriguez, and Jean Matsumoto. Money line here, looking at 6 straight. Bob Harvard in the house, coin dropping his action. Let's get this all locked and loaded so we can attack the board. And Wally, thank you so much for your NASCAR action. Must know material here on the show. Let's get coins action here for us. Get this all locked and loaded. All right. Thank you guys for joining us. We got the nuke worker, Gorki. Gorki be rocking with us in CFL. We're going to close the show on CFL. Justin McKelvey, 3 plays in WNBA today. We got Beavis ready to eat. And Swiggy says tons of UFC parlay spots if anyone needs to knock a -150 down to -100. Speaking of all of that, all of our new membership opportunities are starting next week. So we are going to, everything is being confirmed with Mr. Jeff Slaughter of how we're doing things for the races. The races start next Friday. And for 4 Fridays in a row, our silver and gold members will be in a race. The winner of that race can choose between a $100 entry of the Cappers contest or a $100 entry into the Survivor contest. We're going to be doing that for 4 weeks in a row, starting next Friday for our silver and gold members. And we thank you guys so much for your support of the channel. There's my guy Von Polo in the house. Jermaine ready to get to work. Big Daddy Boom. Deacon Mike says, will this new show help me get a date of the seniors bingo night? You're damn right it will, Deacon. You're damn right. Your name came up in the pitch. Von Polo said, this is the kind of show that will get Deacon Mike laid. And we bought in immediately. You telling me this show will get Deacon laid? Well, we're in. We're in. JT ready to get to work. Irish King, Jim Dewigger in the house. Great to see all of you guys. T. Moss, Mike Wilkerson, Occupancy, Christopher Carter, Ronnie Lofton moving in the ATP. Talk Sports with JT with his action there is Spooner. Turnbuckle Tommy with his action. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. Spooner, if you could put your action here in the chat so I could copy and paste it as well. Very, very helpful information. Turnbuckle Tommy, easy cash play today is the Cubbies first 5 minus a half. Hard to believe that when the Cubbies and Cardinals play each other, and I said this last week with the Dodgers, is, things change from week to week, but it's hard to believe that when those two teams play each other, that they're the weakest hitting teams against right-handed pitching in the last 30 days. Who would have thought the Cubs would be that kind of a team right now? DC Capper into the house, ready to get to work. Serious business. We got Jim Dewigger with a 3-leg parlay. Wager Detective in the house, ready to get on the beat and get that cash. I love it. Wager Detective says BC Lions. Gorki ready to get to work. TJ says let's have another winning day. We have action here. Sorry, let me get this all set up here. We have action coming in fast and furious. We have Atlanta plus 3.5. Carolina first quarter, first half. That's very interesting, Irish King, because, and we're going to get into this heavy here in seconds, but the every single person that I've read is backing Shedeur, and yet this line is moving away from young Shedeur. So you're the first person to see an actual fade of young Shedeur Sanders. You're the first person I've seen at Irish King. And although we talked about, wanting to be on the other side of the articles were all right about the Phoenix Mercury last night. I really do think that you have to fade the team ending a road trip in the WNBA, a long road trip, but we'll get more into that. Falcons, Lions, over 33.5. That means that Blackthorn Kings play of the day is going up against my action here in NFL. I am on the under, and I got 33 too. I didn't even get the hook. I wish we could trade numbers. I can't stop AC cash big on the Braves yesterday. Nice job, can't stop. Lucas Ryan ready to get to work. Fernando Mendoza. It's great to see all of you guys. Yes, Andrew G. I don't know how long Bryce Young will start. It's possible that he just gets one series. He's not going to have his playmakers out there. It's a very interesting cap, and let's get right into it right now. Robert McCormack, DC Capper coming off another good day. Great work, DC. Let's get to work here in the NFL. 4-1 day in the NFL. I tell you what, it pumps me up enormously. I opened with that loss in the Hall of Fame game, so I'm very pleased to get rolling. Oh, thank you. Jose doing double duty, but he's on the ones and twos here. Von Polo cashing big on the Ravens plus 250. Gorky moving on Lulu Son Marcos Giron money line. Let's get to work in the NFL. Yesterday was all you guys and our guest Bobano. We quickly figured out that the first quarter Bengals was the bet. Now we probably should have bet a first half over on that one as well. We worked together and found all of the angles. There is a belief in the preseason that you beat these lines. Well, the Steam chasers got their asses kicked yesterday. And, there's different sides of looking at it. You're going to deal with pros that always talk about how you got to beat the line. You're going to deal with other pros like Razor Sharp Picks who says you need as much time as possible to sit with this market. Let it marinate completely. And it is the yes, Justin. We're going to have to deal with that. In fact, it's year 4 of spelling the Falcons that way. It's my fault. If I ask someone in Canada, what is Atlanta's team name, they'll say they're the Falcons. Now, I know it's Falcons. I know Americans call it Falcons. Now, I've changed it too. We should change it. I do take a lot of heat. A lot of people watch the show and go, this guy can't even spell the team from Atlanta. And Jose loves it. Jose gets great joy out of it for whatever reason. Let's get to work here. Detroit Lions and Atlanta Falcons. You got me.
Oh my God.
The Atlanta Falcons. See, all this Falcons talk is the reason why this was gifted to me. This hat was gifted. Just because of all the Falcons talk. And I missed the capper that gave to him. He's not rocking with us. And he's taking a break from sports gambling. I don't want to call him out, but taking a break from sports gambling for the time being. He's going to come back to us. I know he's going to come back, but sometimes you need a break. Let's roll. Dan Campbell versus Raheem Morris. So I do not like being against Black Thor's play of the day, but I am against Black Thor's play of the day here. And I think that this run of overs is going to help under bettors. I think we're going to make a lot of money on unders now over the next little while, but we have to pick the right spots. Is this the right spot? I ask you. Tariq B says, what happened to the Fever yesterday? Tariq B, if you never bet a team at the end of a successful road trip, only fade teams at the very end of a road trip, you're going to have a positive ROI in that situation. I think that is more of the piece there. Kong says, couldn't imagine taking a break for longer than 24 hours. Sometimes, look, the fear that I get is after a little bit of 20, 48 hours off, that edge goes away. You need to have that edge. You need to be able to attack the spots on the board, and you can lose that edge. Gamblers have an edge to them. If you took, let's say 3 months off of sports gambling, you'd become probably a nicer person. You would be boring as fuck. Just so goddamn boring. I don't know anybody who'd want to have a conversation with you, but you'd probably be a nicer person. You'd lose some of that edge. That edge is what makes us, dangerous sports gamblers, and dangerous can be good. It can also be bad. It's like the Spider-Man line, the great responsibility, which I'm not going to quote here because it doesn't work perfectly, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's get to work here. Okay, so we have Dan Campbell 5-8, Raheem Morris 5-10. These are both defensive-minded coaches. Defensive-minded coaches, right? We know that. We know that about these two guys. Now, Dan Campbell is a wild man who loves offense and loves wild. So maybe you couldn't call Dan Campbell a defensive-minded coach, but I still kind of think of him as someone who cares about a very strong defense. There's Big Show picks in the house. Mike Rocock ready to get to work. Lucky Power. So maybe that isn't right for Dan Campbell. We know it's right for Raheem Morris. Let's talk about this line history here. Now, I have moved on the under in this one. This under right now, as we speak, is under 33 at -111. I got the 33 at -110 at 365 sent it in. If I had to bet this earlier this morning, there was, I guess not really. I guess maybe at 9. There was a big move to the under at 10:23 a.m. A 15-cent move to the under. That was when it was 33.5, and it moved to 33 at a bunch of different books. So, Chris Warren said the Detroit Lions second and third string players looked horrible along with their special teams. There's no way I can back the Lions. Now, I think when you have those kind of extreme feelings over one game, especially a preseason game, but over one game in general, it's dangerous. It's not helpful. Let's talk about the Detroit Lions here. They were favorites against the Chargers. Tiny bit. By the 1.5 to 2.5, back to 1.5, whatever. And they got stomped on. The last time we saw them in the playoffs, it was a huge football game. Goff committed 4 turnovers. Lions gave up a ton of points in the second half, and we're embarrassed. So now we have Dan Campbell getting embarrassed at the end of the season, dealing with that embarrassment all offseason, and then getting embarrassed again to start the year. He's not happy. This guy is very, very, very angry. In that football game, the Hall of Fame game, we saw 5 more turnovers. He's watched Goff turn the ball over 4 times in the playoffs. He's watched Kyle Allen, the Hendon Hooker, look horrible. And he's angry. He's very, very angry. Allen was 9 of 14 for 91 yards and 2 interceptions. Trash. Hooker was picked off and was 3 for 6 for 18 yards. He was horrible. Now Hooker will start this time. They're flipping. So Allen is going to come in at halftime. Last year, Hooker looked horrible in that first preseason game and then looked quite a bit better. So we have Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen who can't make the egregious mistakes that they made last week. That will be the key. We can't turn the ball over. That's what he's going to say over and over and over and over and over again. We can't turn the ball over. Now let's talk about Raheem Morris. So we have Dan Campbell's record in the preseason 5-8. Raheem Morris 5-10. Now he went into last year as his first year as head coach of the Falcons, and he was 5-7. He lost all 3 of those games. Now, yes, I'm using win losses for the records, and I care about win losses a little bit more than the spread. And you in preseason, and you might think that makes no sense. I can figure out the spread. I just want to know: do these guys want to win the football game? Do they try to win the football game? Because I know they don't care about the preseason spread. Are they trying to win the football game? Now, in the regular season, it's different. I want to know if they're covering whatever the market sets up. But here, I just want to know, are you trying to win the game? That's what I want to know. And Morris has already said that Cousins and Penix are not going to play. They will not see the field. And the, guys we want to see, the playmakers aren't going to see the field. Who is going to see the field is Easton Stick. We've seen enough of Easton Stick to know that he's not capable of putting up a ton of offense. And he's just going to want to play clean. He's going to want to show Raheem Morris that he can be accountable and counted on. Chris Warren's on the Falcons money line at plus 163 and a plus 4 at minus 110. So I am on the under. Full game under. This is not the first half full game. It's just a full game. Let's get to the side here. The Detroit Lions are now minus 3.5 at minus 104. Now, it doesn't quite tell the whole story here because this line opened up back on Monday at 4:43 p.m. But if we go a day before that, we know, and even earlier, we know that this opened very differently. This opened up with the Falcons, and now we're going back to last Friday. This opened up last Friday at 3:30 p.m., and then now that's with limits, of course, but there's always limits in preseason. And then on Monday, it opened up at other books at 4.5. This opened up with the Lions minus 1.5, and it went to minus 2, and it went to minus 3.5, and went to minus 4.5. That tells me that this is an angry Lions group that's going to win this football game, and that Dan Campbell is going to accept nothing less, and that we're going to be able to use what we saw in the Hall of Fame game to our advantage, because everybody is going to be thinking that the Lions are just trash. High Owl says 32 is ridiculous. Why would you bet on that? Serious question. I didn't bet that. I bet the under 33. High Owl, I'm glad. I was on 2 overs yesterday and cashed them both. High Owl, if it's just that easy, then go get paid in full, my friend. Go get that cash. Have another very easy day of overs, and I will cheer you on. I am on the under 33 in this game because Easton Stick is not going to be able to move the ball easily, and the Detroit Lions are going to play a much more concerted effort than we saw in the Hall of Fame game. I am on the under because Dan Campbell is sick of the turnovers that he watched in that final game of last season and in the Hall of Fame game, and he's going to hammer home to both Hooker and Allen that they cannot turn the ball over, that they must play clean football, accountable football. And High Owl, you can grab and hammer your overs. Go out and get paid in full. We are not betting against each other, but I am confident on the under 33 in the Detroit Lions and Atlanta Falcons. If this line continues to move towards the Falcons and a 3 becomes available, I will very likely bet the Detroit Lions. And that's our situation. Okay. High Owl going to be betting overs on all of these games. Says the 32 is hilarious. I love it. Did it go down to 32? Okay, there are no 32s here. Maybe that's why you find it so funny, because you're talking about a number that doesn't exist. High Owl says implies only one touchdown per quarter. Thank you for the spectacular math. Okay, let's roll on. And High Owl, I'll cheer for you, man. High Owl hammering the overs here, and I will cheer for you. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. 7 p.m. Eastern, the Cleveland Browns at Carolina Panthers. We're at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. 77 Fahrenheit, sunny, 6-mile-per-hour winds. We have Kevin Stefanski, 5-7 in the preseason, versus David Canales, 1-2. Let's take a look at the lines here for this one. And I do, like I said right off the hop here, again, all these games going over so far in the preseason is very, very helpful for underbettors. And now High Owl could very easily be right. Creekman says, would you play the under 32.5 in the Lions game? If I couldn't get a 33, I mean, we're not talking about an enormously key number. Why don't we circle back, Creekman, and see if that will go back up? Why don't we? Let's not. You don't need to move on it right this minute. If we have enough people thinking that this could easily be, that if just that this is very easy and all the overs, are going to hit again, then it could go back up. So I would just keep an eye on it and refresh it here. I don't think it's that crucial, but let's just wait on it. But the 32.5 is obviously very telling with all the overs that we saw yesterday. So let's roll on to, and we'll circle back. We'll take another look. Let's circle back and hammer the Browns-Panthers game. So Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina, 77 Fahrenheit, 76 miles per hour. We talked about Stefanski 5-7. We talked about Canales 1-2. Drewski says the Panthers smash. This is the game where I'm really interested in everybody's action here in the chat. Very, very, very interested. Irish King has already told us that he is fading Shedeur Sanders. Every single article that you'll read is backing the Browns at this price. This is very interesting. This total is a 33. This one's juiced to the over. It opened up at 35.5. This got down to 32.5. This whole game revolves around what you think of Shedeur Sanders. And I'm so interested to see what happens with this market. Do I really think that that Canales saying that, offensive starters are going to play, Bryce Young is going to play, we're not going to see much of Andy Dalton, if anything, today. So as soon as we've seen enough of Bryce Young, we're going to move to Jake Plummer. Sorry, I've got fucking Jack. We're going to move to Plummer. And if you cut Andy Dalton from this game and expect it just to be, let's say, 2 series from Bryce Young and immediately to Jack Plummer, it does change. I think this is too many points, but the books know that there's a lot of love for Shedeur Sanders, and why would they hang a 6? So that the first thing is, we know that we expect Shedeur Sanders to play all of this game. We know that Flacco is not going to play at all. We know that Pickett and Gabriel are hurt, and they just signed Tyler Huntley on Friday. Do they give Tyler Huntley the fourth quarter? I mean, that's possible. It's possible that they do that. Dougie Wise says, I see the Panthers winning, but I think the Browns can cover. We got Dabby Cab in the house. We also know that if the Browns give Shedeur any help, it'll be for just that first drive. He's not going to have any of his, key skill position players on the field. So what do you make of this market? And what is the difference between the first half and the full game? And that's where you get told the story here, is that this first half is almost the exact same line that the full game is. Now, they opened this first half line for Carolina -6 at +103. It's now -6 at +107. So Dougie Y says this market screams Panthers, and it absolutely does. Sir Mackey loves pie will be on the Browns +5.5 first half. I think that it is probably best to take advantage of Jack Plummer. That if you're a believer of Shedeur Sanders in this situation, that he can step up without a bunch of skill players, which is totally valid. If you believe in Shedeur Sanders, that's valid. But if you do, don't you think the advantage is not when he's going up against Bryce Young? That the advantage would be when he's going up against Jack Plummer, which means that unless you have a huge belief in Shedeur Sanders here, that you should wait to bet this live. As soon as Bryce Young is out of the game, you live bet the Browns. That's it. That's how I see it. I there's so much unknown around this game and I know that live betting the Eagles, Bengals under, as soon as Burrow went out was terrible and lost. So that would be the only move, and I don't think it's a bad one if you believe the first half total is a 17.5, and it's climbing. It's been climbing. The full game total is just a 33. It tells me that the books aren't even sure if Bryce Young can move this offense. Chris One says the Browns are in the running for the NFL's worst team. It's either the Browns or the Saints. Chosen One says the Browns offense is going to struggle. Dougie White says I'm a believer in Sanders becoming started by midseason, but this specific game will probably not go his way. Ron Lofton says this sold him on the Panthers. Chris Warren says this will be Sanders' first time ever playing at NFL speed. I would not expect a lot out of a first-time quarterback starting at NFL speed. Robert Francis said looks like it's Sanders in the Huntley tonight. So with all that being said, there are question marks in this football game, and the line is implying that the Browns do little to nothing in the first half offensively, which means if you want them, that you should probably not bet them pregame. And with the question marks around Shedeur and all that is on the line for him in this first preseason game, I am hesitant to bet an under in this one, even though I want to take advantage of what we've seen so far, all these overs. So I have nothing for Browns and Panthers at this point. It's a game I'm going to sit with for longer. On the under 33 in Lions Falcons. Let's move on to the final spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Washington Commanders, New England Patriots, Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. 70 Fahrenheit, clear, 7-mile-per-hour winds. So here in Commanders Patriots, we have a total that's skyrocketing. It's flying to the over right now. The others aren't. This one is. This one opened up at 34 minus 111 to the over. When it opened up on the first, it wasn't much different. It was a 33.5. Now we've seen this skyrocket. When did the skyrocket begin? It began, I guess it started 2 days ago, really. It started 2 days ago, but it's just been climbing and climbing. So at 2 this morning, there was a 4-cent move to the over 34.5. At 4:46, there was a 5-cent move to the over. At 7:52, they moved it to 35. At 11:21 a.m., there was a 10-cent move to the over. And then 1 minute later, this was a huge move. They didn't just move it to 36. They moved it to 36, juiced minus 119 to the over. So if there is a game where, and I wanted to bet the under in this football game, But I don't know how you can get in the way of that line movement. Let's go to the point spread here. This spread is another spot that's just violently flying towards the New England Patriots. They opened up at -2.5. That was on Monday. Tuesday, they're 3.5. Wednesday, they're a 4.5. Wednesday, and then moved to 5.5. Today, they're a 6.5, and we're about to see sevens. This -6.5 on the Patriots is -118. Vrabel 8-9 as a coach in the preseason. Dan Quinn is just 7-17. One of the reasons why, and an angle that has worked for me in the preseason, is betting unders when teams have been practicing against each other all week. So I was trying to find a way to get in on the under, and maybe it still works. We've noticed that the cappers that are chasing steam in the preseason so far are losing their shirt, except for over bettors, because that was steaming to over in some of those spots. So they've been practicing against each other all week, which I think the defense should have something. When I said that, I think of Campbell and Morris as defensive coaches, it's probably wrong adding Campbell in there. Here we have two defensive coaches, clearly, Dan Quinn and Mike Vrabel. So Washington is coming off this spectacular season. Are they going to travel the same road that the Houston Texans traveled last year? They were coming off a spectacular season with a generational quarterback, and they failed to menace last season. Washington has position battles, but they're all on the offensive line. All on the offensive line. So the way this is set up here, if we're looking at, who are we expecting at quarterback, there will be no Jaden Daniels out there. So this is Marcus Mariota and Josh Johnson. These guys are experienced backups that can move the ball and move the ball with their legs. We know that there is a position battle at tackle and guard. So this market is moving so heavy against me, and not in anything I bet, but in what I was thinking. I was thinking that I want Mariota and Josh Johnson. I would prefer to have them over Joshua Dobbs and Ben Woolridge. But we're not seeing that at all in the market. Loyalty Chisel says experience matters. I agree, but look, I'm not, Mariota didn't travel, says the chosen one. So it is Sam Hartman and Josh Johnson playing. Thank you for that, chosen one. Crucial information. So Sam Hartman and Josh Johnson. So obviously no Mariota. That's part of this huge move. Kong says, I hate to say it, but I believe in Washington this season. I get it. I totally get it. I think, again, what we talk about is in sports, it's crucial to not believe what you've just seen. I understand why everybody would think that, Jaden Daniels is absolutely spectacular and he's going to take the next step in the second season. It just doesn't seem to work like that. Now, when we do our full future breakdowns on Bankroll Blitz, which has been confirmed coming back this year again for our third season, we can dive into it a little deeper. Irish King on New England first quarter. So Drake May is not going to be on the field, and we have a new offensive coordinator he'll be on the sidelines, in Josh McDaniels, and it's going to be difficult for Dobbs and Ben Woolridge. Why on earth would this line be moving this heavy towards the Patriots? Why on earth would it be moving this heavy towards the over? The only thing is, was Drake May going to play a series? It doesn't make sense to me. And until I get more information and sit with this market longer, I can't bet either of the sides that I was leaning towards. We watched the Steam Chasers take a beating last night, and here the steam is on the Patriots in the over. So, do you trust Joshua Dobbs? I guess. Over Hartman and Josh Johnson, I guess. What happens when Woolridge goes in there? Can you trust that? The helpful thing for these quarterbacks is there is a position battle going on at receiver. So some pretty legit receivers that are going to be fighting here. Keyshawn Boutte, Kendrick Bourne. These are good receivers that aren't in the top 3 of the depth chart right now, but want to be. Javon Baker, and then whoever's going to partner up a linebacker with Robert Spillane is also up for grabs. So from a position battle, would you rather have if you're going to back a team in the preseason, the position battle to be on the offensive line, or would you rather be a linebacker and wide receiver? Obviously, it'd be linebacker and wide receiver. So at this point, I am only on the under 33 in Detroit, Atlanta. I want to bet a live under when Bryce Young leaves the game, but that's expecting Shedeur to have a tough time out there, which is what the market is expecting. I'm going to sit. I've been copying and pasting action from you guys here in the chat. I'm going to sit with these 2 games longer after the show and move on them. The only move for me is the under 33 in Detroit, Atlanta. Let's move over. Here we go. Detroit, Atlanta. And that right now is juiced to minus 111. There is music being played out there, and I'm going to lose it here. Just let me mute myself here. Oh, sorry, that's not muting myself. Let's see if I can. Oh, no, that's not working. Here we go. All right, there we go. I know that you can't hear it, Spoon. I've been told that from people that they can't hear what's going on. But my focus, I need to be locked in. This is crucial information that we are dropping and figuring out our action. We need to focus. And I can't have whatever trash was being played out there. Okay, let's roll in the Major League Baseball. I am getting closer once again to double-digit units. Being up 8.81 units, after 500 and whatever bets, means that one horrible day you're still in the red. There's no calm, there's no comfort. We're moving in the right direction, but there's no comfort. Oh no, there was no swearing, Spooner. No swearing. The wife swears. I don't swear. And I don't actually yell ever. I never raise my voice. So that was a rarity to yell. And the music did get turned off. But let's roll our guest on Wednesdays and Fridays. Coming to us from Los Angeles, California, has been delivering. Right now on our show, he's given out 231 bets. He's 121 and 110, hitting at 52.4%, plus 9.85 units, ROI plus 4.26%, an average line plus 100. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, the co-host of Walk-Off Wagers alongside our guy Morgan Spooner. Please welcome Wine Time Sports to the show. Wine Time, how are you?
Jim in the Bag, happy Friday, man. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I'm so excited to cap this MLB card with you today, my friend. Capped it last night. It was a late night for me, guys, going over college football, capping the card for today, getting everything ready. But I'm ready to go for today, and I'm excited to cap this card with you guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat right there. My guy Ron Lofton in the building. Justin McKelvey Stacks play the day right there. Spoons Bets, the other half of Walk-Off Wagers right there. Turnbuckle Tommy. Black Door King, sports scientist Jacob, Chris Warren, Chosen One, all of you guys. Shout out to you guys, man. I hope you guys are having a really beautiful Friday morning, afternoon, wherever you guys are. It's still 9:48 over here. But I'm excited to break this MLB card down with you today, Jim. I think there's a lot of value out there today.
I cannot believe that we get to watch Scherzer go up against Kershaw.
Yeah.
I mean, I just can't believe it. Like, I'm just like, and then Scherzer's wearing a Blue Jays uniform. Like, I mean, it's just like, it's like out of a video game. Let's get to work. And we start today's show with none other than a play of the day from our guy, Billy Friedrich. Gavin Lux over 1.5 total bases at plus 155. A plus 155 banger for the pig milk play of the day. And Spooner's right. It is a 2007 video game, but I can't wait to cap that game. Let's cap this one here. I have moved on no bets on today's card. How many have you moved on?
4 so far. I was really close to pulling the trigger on 5 and 6, and it just seems like the line's kind of getting a little bit too away from me in a game that I know you're going to really want to talk about in Milwaukee later on. And also in the game in Detroit, another look I was looking at there, and I was hoping we'll get to that game, but I've moved on 4 official plays. There's going to be more given out today, though, guys. I know Wednesday, gave out 10 plays, 4 and 6 day, unfortunate series of events there. We might give out 8 to 10 more today, guys, because it's a loaded card and there's a lot of value out there. So I'm looking forward to it.
You had some very bad breaks on Wednesday. You were rolling with those unders off the hop, and that stuff happens over a enormous sample size. Let's roll. Cincinnati Reds, Pittsburgh Pirates. Let's get into the weather report here to start off today's action. There's things I will keep talking about. What is taking away from me being a great capper, and I'll probably never achieve greatness, but you're striving to become one. You're striving to become a great capper. And all the things that have been, I've gone over them and I say them out loud. I'm screwing up here. I'm screwing up here. This isn't working. This isn't working, and I have completely extinguished my Friday issues. And I think, though, it also is the friends that you keep. Capping with you on Fridays has been a big part of the success that I've had on Fridays. But I knew, and I told you, and I told everybody, I'm tired. How do I fix this? How do I change everything around so that at the end of the week, I'm not tired? I've been working on this for 9 years, since Costa Rica. And I'm so pumped up. I feel like I have so much energy. I'm so ready to attack this fucking card. Let's go. We have young Chase Burns on the hill in Pittsburgh. 84 Fahrenheit. Feels like 85. 6.3 miles per hour in. Gets down to 5.4 miles per hour. When we get to the daily stadium report here at PNC Parks, plus 1%. It's minus 20% home runs, plus 15% doubles and triples, and plus 3% singles. We get into the line history here for this one. We have a total that is dropping. It is a 7.5, and it's a 7.5 juice to the under. This opened up as an 8, slightly juiced to the over. So this is a big move towards the under. Big, big, big. From a money line standpoint, we have the Pittsburgh Pirates at plus 107. They opened up at minus 113. It is very difficult for me to see what the market is expecting. Let me just say that. And it's Chase Burns. Now, he had to leave the Speedway Classic due to the rain delay. So we only saw him 1 inning. And he was, great. Struck out 2 batters. In his 3 previous starts, one time he struck out 10 in each of them. Struck out 10 in each. But look at those numbers over the 3 starts. Yeah, we can get caught up in 30 strikeouts and 17 in a third. But he allowed 10 earned runs. He allowed 17 hits. And of those 17 hits, only 2 went yard. On the road this year, he's only gone 10 and 2/3 in 3 starts. Now, of course, I'm not sure if that is counting. I should have looked to make sure if that was counting the Speedway Classic, which of course qualifies. But the 11 earned runs allowed in 10 and 2/3, 14 hits allowed. His K to walk ratio, which is 47 strikeouts, 12 walks, which is spectacular. Yeah. He only has 17 on the road and 8 walks. So he's only walked 4 batters at home, where he's walked 8 on the road. Opponents are hitting 304 against them. Lefties are hitting 246, 802, and righties are 273, 747. Spooner says Burns has faced a lot tougher competition than the Pirates bats. Wager Detective on the Pirates money line here. That's a wild that Wager Detective is on the Pirates money line. So Wager Detective does not care about, and so look at Robert Franklin. Wow, the market is telling us that this is, if you want to bet the Pirates at home with Helen Mitch Keller on the bump, the market is telling us that you're making a mistake. Now, we don't have to believe it or trust it. Again, this is however you want to bet. Why is Mitch Keller still on the Pittsburgh Pirates? Coin says Pittsburgh is 2-8-3 first five, and Keller starts at home. Feels like Cincinnati first five. Money line must be bet. Strong lean here. Under 7.5 minus 120 a lean too. TJ says agree. Since he first five might make my card. You have a pitcher in Helen Mitch Keller who at this point is allowing 2.2 runs less over 9 innings than his counterpart. His last start was in the thin air of Colorado, and he got touched up. I talked about the whole skiing situation where he got humbled. Now, this is different. Mitch Keller doesn't have, Livy Dunn waiting for him every time he walks home, but still. So he didn't get humbled, But Mitch Keller at home this year didn't look great. And he's been a little better of late, but he was really delivering on the road. It made no sense that he wasn't shoving at home. 33 earned runs and 13 starts, points hitting 264 against him. It didn't make sense. Now it's lefties that hit Mitch Keller quite a bit harder than righties. 265, 748 OPS. We'll go over those stats. Now, when Spooner talks about the much tougher competition than the Pirates are actually hitting 247 last 30 days versus righties, but with no power at all. None. And they're not getting on base much. Reds bullpen is a full run better over 9 innings than the Pirates bullpen. TJ says, I don't love that Santillan and Pagan both threw 20 plus last night. First five is more expensive for a reason. Well, why on earth would the first five be more expensive if you have a pitcher with much better numbers for the Pirates than for the Reds? At 365, the Reds first five are minus 120. The first full game are minus 120, and they're more expensive first five at minus 125. When we started working together, it was in basketball this year. Remember in basketball? I mean, we did college and stuff like that, but it was basketball. And we'd get to these spots, and I'd say to you, well, it looks like we're going to have to bet this. It's not, we didn't come to the show wanting to bet this, but the market, by reading it the way we do, is telling us that we have to bet this. And then we would say, yes, okay, we're going to bet this, and we'd move on to another game. Well, I feel the exact same thing. I'm getting deja vu from our basketball breakdowns. That the Reds' first five must be bet. Take it away, Wine Time Reds Pirates.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take something here that I'm not sure how many plays I've actually taken on it throughout my season, given out on Twitter, not along the show. But we'll get to that in a second here. Pittsburgh Pirates against the Cincinnati Reds here. Last night when I looked at this line, Jim, it was an 8 out of minus 110. I wanted to pull the trigger so bad. Had it written down. Was capping the game. I said, you know what, I'll get back to it tomorrow. I don't know if this is going to get to a 7.5. Maybe it gets to a minus 120, maybe a minus 125. Woke up this morning. It was right at a 7.5 at minus 110. Now we're looking at 7.5s all across the board right now at minus 120, juice to the under. Who knows if this gets to a 7? I don't know if it gets to a 7, but I think this game doesn't get to 7 total runs because I think the books are telling us everything we need to know, and that's that Chase Burns is going to go out there and absolutely shove in this game here. Got Mitchell and Keller, a pitcher, Jimmy, that you and I both have backed this season that we have liked in the past before, and he's made us some cash. This doesn't seem like the spot for him. I'm not saying that he's going to get tagged here, but it just seems like that Chase Burns is going to go out there and probably throw 5 or 6 shutout innings against a Pittsburgh Pirates team lineup that I'm not worried about by any means. They have no power in that lineup other than O'Neal Cruz. I mean, Brian Reynolds, Tommy Pham. I mean, those guys. I mean, I'm not scared of those guys. I don't even know. I'm not scared of Kutch either. Kutch might be the second biggest threat to hit a home run outside of O'Neal Cruz, if we're being completely honest. I think Chase Burns goes out there and shoves. And I'm going to make a play here that I didn't really come into the show thinking I was going to make. As we're talking about this and as I'm looking at this, it makes a lot more sense to me just to move on this play. Pittsburgh team total throughout the whole game is a 3.5, minus 115. Their first 5 is a 1.5 at minus 110. I think Chase Burns is going to go out there and absolutely shove. I'm going to go ahead and take the Pittsburgh Pirates team total under 1.5, minus 110 here. Very close to moving on this Pirates full game under team total as well. And the Reds in the first 5. And it might be a triple up spot here. I might move on the Reds first 5 and whole game. When I looked at this yesterday, I didn't think that the Reds were going to become this much of favorites. It was around plus 100. And now it's automatically right now, as I'm looking at it, The Cincinnati Reds are minus 118. Pittsburgh Pirates are at plus 108 right now. Going from a dog to a favorite with, if you're looking at the numbers from the outside in, Mitchell Keller has some pretty good numbers this season. Yeah, he hasn't been pitching well as of late, but that should still tell you, I mean, his numbers still look good despite 5 wins and 10 losses. Seems like he had a lot less losses when he was pitching better, to be honest here. But I think that Chase Burns is going to go out there and absolutely shove. I'm going to give out the Pittsburgh Pirates team total under 1.5 minus 110. I don't think they're going to be able to even put 1 run on the board, not along 2 here in this spot. Really close. I wanted to move on the full game. I just can't move on the 7.5 juice now because I could have gotten an 8 yesterday and I wanted the 8, but seeing a 7.5 at minus 120, maybe I should take it, but I'm not going to do it. Really also looking at the Reds on the money line in the first half and in the full game. Or I might double up on the team total unders. I might triple up. I don't really know here, but this is going to be more than a 1 spot here for me. It just seems like this is a Cincinnati Reds spot here. The market's telling us that. The books are telling us that. It all makes sense here to back the Cincinnati Reds here. First 5, I have them right now sitting at my book at a minus 120 compared to the full game at a minus, let's refresh, this minus 118 right now. So a couple cents more expensive. I just think the Reds win this game, pure and simple. They probably win from start to finish. I don't know how many runs they're going to get off Mitchell and Keller, so that's a little bit of my worry here, taking the Reds here, because I could see maybe like a 1-0 or 2-0 at the end of 5 here in favor of the Reds. I'm not saying Mitch Keller's going to go out there and pitch bad. I just think Chase Burns is probably going to go out there and pitch a whole lot better, and he's going to shut down a weak Pittsburgh Pirates lineup. As of right now, we're on the Pittsburgh Pirates team total first 5 under 1.5 minus 110. Really looking at this full game under 3.5 team total minus 115. And I'm also looking at the Reds in a first 5 full game spot. We still have a lot of time until first pitch here, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself because this will be number 5 for me. We have so many more games to talk about, but this seems like a home run Cincinnati Reds spot.
Has Mitch Keller followed Skeens all year?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
What does Mitch Keller's pitches look like after you had to face Skeens? I mean, does it look easy? Let's see. So he didn't. Then he must have faced. So he must have pitched right after Skeens. Sorry, here. Let me just quickly get this. Oh, because Skeens, that was I didn't. That's so telling in that start that Skeens had against Colorado. He completely shut them down through the first 5, and he got tagged in the 6th. That was if we can get past that, which is fine here. And shout out to Taz in the house, says, "What up, PSR? Just subscribe to your channel. I love it." Says, I say for sure Arizona and Colorado Rockies is a no doubt big money maker today. Thank you for joining us, Taz. So let's just go over these home starts then quickly for our guy, Helen Mitch Keller. His, sorry, I have it up here. His last one, wasn't that great. But he has not had many home starts of late when you go through his game log. And if you go back to the one before that, was absolutely lights out. So against Detroit, it was a quality start. 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 Ks over 6 innings. The one before that, he doesn't allow a run to St. Louis. Now, St. Louis and the Dodgers are now the weakest hitting teams versus righties last 30 days. They weren't hitting righties that hard then either. You go to the home starts before that, he faced both the Mets and the Texas Rangers back-to-back starts. He went 11 innings combined. He allowed 3 earned runs, 1 home run. I mean, this is a situation with Helen Mitch Keller where lefties are hitting 265, 748. They're hitting him harder, but Cruz will hit from the left side. It's just Friedel and Lux. So it's going to be a bunch of righties that he's facing. He's always been good against righties. So I think this would also be a first 3 under. I imagine that I'm late to the party and this would be really expensive. I think the full game under is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And, the Reds have arms and top arms that are available here. But the first 3 under is minus 160. So you'd have to make it a 2. I mean, that's so telling to me. So For me, it'll be Reds first 5 and the first 3 under. But the Reds first 5 is maybe not that necessary. Maybe it is the full game. Well, why do I have to?
It's only 2 cents more first 5. You know what I mean? And the Reds bullpen is better than the Pirates bullpen. So,
and the Reds offense is stronger than the Pirates offense. Why would I cut it down? It doesn't now. Like TJ's doubling up, so I get that the double up. Lil Domo paid the tax for the first 3 under 2.5. Now and Coin's seeing it at -150. I'm gonna have to turn it into a 2, but I like that. So I don't. So now, I mean, I'm not gonna triple up on this game. So I could do a first 5 full game, or I could do a full game and first 3 under, a first 5 and first 3 under. AM says he would have played the under 8 full game, but won't play the 7.5. I understand that. So there we go. And Mr. Belvedere in the house, he is also on your Cincinnati Reds. So there we go. And then Wager Detective, making the points about, how bad Chase Burns has looked. And I can tell you, Wager, that betting on the Pirates, we're not, we don't know what's going to happen here. It could be a winning bet. But I can tell you that 10 years ago, I would be on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And now the market is telling me that I should dig deeper and trust the market. So, again, you have complete autonomy with how you want to make money. It just matters that you do make money. So we have wine time on the Pirates first 5 team total under 1.5. We'll see if he makes more money makes more bets on that. And then for me, it's either going to be Reds first 5 or full game. And then a first 3 under 2, which is very low. All right. Let's roll on. Big Scott in the house says the Burns ERA real high because he got murdered in Fenway. The market is clearly telling us that he shoves here. So, and this is probably a good line. You know what? Let's just do one last thing. I apologize. One very last thing. We got Jose joining us here shortly. We'll set up the next game. But I would like to, and shout out to Big Scott, get a member here of Weeby Pubbing. Remember, this is the last UFC contest this week that's available to everybody. Starting next week, it's only members that can be in our free $100 UFC contest and others that we'll talk about. But let's just go. I would like just to look at the batter versus pitcher because we know, obviously, Helen has a ton of history against the Cincinnati Reds. So let me just do that, and then we can move on here into our next game. So matchups. Helen Mitch Keller has Dela Cruz, 13 at-bats, just 154, the 544 OPS. That's important. Friel batting 095 with a 303 OPS. So, that's a left-handed batter, which is, the type that has been hitting him harder. Gavin Lux batting 375 with a 1.069 OPS. I mean, part of the reason, I guess, that Big Note studied this, obviously. You have Austin Hayes batting 4th. Austin Hayes gets to him, 500, 1.167 OPS. But these are small sample sizes. And then Steer also can get to him. Steer, 368, 1.162 OPS. So Steer, McLean... that's maybe so. Steer, McLean, Lux, and Hayes all have 1,000 OPSs against them. That's a problem. So yes, he gets Dela Cruz out, but that's a problem. Is that such a problem that I shouldn't bet the first 3 under?
It's tough. I think Mitchell and Keller can at least probably get through this order one time around with. I think this could be a 0-0 game at the end of 3 innings. I don't know if either team's probably going to get on the board early here. I think it's going to be a quick 1-2-3, 1-2-3 from each side here. What is the total? So you pretty much have to get an under 2 first 3 right now. Is that what it is?
Yeah, and I don't mind pushing. Like that doesn't bother me, but
I wouldn't be worried about those 2 bats. I think maybe the second time around the order, I would say Jim. But the first time around, I think Mitch can go out there and probably be efficient. That's why this thing is going to be a low-scoring game. I think both pitchers are going to probably go out there and pitch well, especially early on, and we're going to see some quick innings. Like after 3 innings, it's going to be like 30 minutes has gone by. That's the kind of pace that I want here. I want a lot of first pitch swinging here early. getting some outs here. And I think Chase Burns is just going to deliver. It's going to be up to Mitchell and Keller if he can keep these guys in the ballpark. But I think this total dropping now to a 7.5 tells us that maybe both these pitchers go out there and shove. And it's like, why don't I just move on this full game under 7.5? I don't see this game getting to 7 runs. So maybe I should move on this because it's probably going to get to a 7. If it drops from an 8 to a 7, then that's absolutely wild. Wish I would have moved on it last night when I was capping the card. It was one of the games I circled. Just didn't get there.
Now, that is true that when Mitch Keller pitched against the Reds at home on May 19th that they lost 7-1, but it wasn't on Mitch. He 1 earned run over 6 innings. I still like it. I'm wondering if I like the first 5 in full game more. And TJ says Reds are getting more expensive by the minute.
I'm seeing 118s pretty much everywhere right now at all 3 of my books right now. Minus 118 all the way around.
No, he's right. It just moved again 2 minutes ago to minus 123.
Oh, wow.
Huh. Why the Reds are just being hammered right now. I'm starting to think that might be God. Okay. Huh. I think I'm probably going to have to bet this now. Remember when I told you off the hop that when I first looked at it, that the Reds full game were minus 120 at 365 and first 5 minus 125. Now they're minus 125 for each. Wow. Okay. And Wager Detective enjoying this, thinking that we're all making a terrible mistake. Jermaine says nobody worried about recent form. Pirates have been hitting. You were right. You were absolutely right, Jermaine. So you have to ask yourself this question, and we'll move on. I'm sorry, it's a fascinating capping situation.
It's a really fun game.
But you have to ask yourself, you have now, if you look at the Pirates, though, their numbers offensively are skewed because of that series in Colorado. So I would, since that Colorado series, in the last 4 games, they have scored 15 runs in 4 games. I mean, now if you look at the Reds, they have scored 9 runs in their last 4 games. But you're right. If the Reds have been outscored 13-1 in their last 2 games, why on earth have they gone from dog to favorite in the market just skyrocketing towards them? Now, Joseph Gomez says public on Cincy, not a surprise. It's important that you say that because we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the market. That's funny.
Crazy. So let's get into that. Thank you for mentioning that. Let's see where the ticket count is. I predict that the public will be on Pittsburgh because of the statistics of the starting pitcher.
TJ's comment right there, 85% on cash on Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
48%
of the tickets and 85% of the cash. Now, 48% of tickets. That's interesting.
But the books are still, they're saying keep betting they made them dogs, that's I don't know. That's very interesting right there. I didn't expect to see 85% of cash on Pittsburgh right there, but and it is a lower percentage of bet, so it does seem like it is the sharper people that are coming in and betting this, but obviously the books aren't really worried about that sharp money here.
Okay. So we'll move on. But I'm going to bet the Reds here.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet them here in the next few minutes. I'm going to get it in now. All right, let's roll on. Sorry about how long that one was. 7:05 p.m. Eastern, game 2 here on the board. Houston Astros 64-51, 29-27 on the road at the New York Yankees 61-54, 34-22 at home. We're at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Let's get this over here. I believe it'll be here. Beautiful. All right, let's roll. We have Cam Schlittler on the hill going up against Hunter Brown. Now, look, Hunter Brown's been lights out. His last 2 starts have been spectacular. He's one of my favorite pitchers in Major League Baseball. Fucking Detroit City in the house. Of course, I'm a fan of Hunter Brown. And so, why on earth was the line not moving towards Hunter Brown? Why would it be moving towards Cam Schlittler? I just, again, 10 years ago, I would have come to the show and said, look, I'm on Hunter Brown, and I don't care. He's the best pitcher. I mean, I can just see it. I can just see my first year in Costa Rica hammering Hunter Brown because he's the best pitcher that I think in Major League Baseball, blah, blah, blah. I've learned that will just get you in trouble. They open up a minus 115. It's just a constant move against them, and they're now minus 104. The Yankees, on the other hand, have gone from plus 104 to minus 104. So we had to move towards the New York Yankees. Now, we talked about the move in the Reds-Pirates game. That move strikes me heavy. Here, look, I don't want to bet against Hunter Brown. So here, I don't want to bet against the Brewers. So there's certain things that I don't think are profitable. This total opened up at 8, juice to the over. It dropped down to 7.5 at 8:34 a.m. It got back to 8, right around when the show started. It's still not a real 8. It's minus 116 to the under. So we've had 14 cents of movement to the under. So if we trust the market, this market is telling us that Cam Schlittler is going to pitch lights out in this baseball game. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 51% of the tickets and 58% of the cash, 51 and 58. On the total, we have 60% of tickets on the under and 65% of cash on the under. So 42% of the cash is on the New York Yankees, and they're certainly trusting that cash. We got our guys, JW, just my 2 cents, the sweaty butcher. Great to see you guys. AM on the over is 7.5. JW says Yankees sweet spot here. Hunter Brown splits are phenomenal. On the road, he's allowed 20 earned runs in 12 starts. I mean, he's been a little better at home, but he's been excellent. He's just coming off a beautiful start at Fenway, 1 earned run over 7 innings. Cam Schlittler coming off a 2-0 loss at Miami. Remember, that game, that market was heavily indicating that the Yankees were the spot. Heavily. That was not the case. And his splits are bad. On the road, he has struggled in this short campaign. Astros versus righties last 30 days, 252, 708 OPS. Yankees versus righties, 226, 728 OPS. Astros bullpen, 3.65 ERA last 30 days. Yankees is a 5. Wine time, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, this is a really interesting cap here, Jim. I mean, you hit it right on the hammer right here. I mean, why is this line not moving towards the Houston Astros here, guys? I mean, they're the better team here. They've got the much better. This is a pitching mismatch if I've ever seen one in my life, guys. And Jimmy said it right there, like 10 years ago. I mean, like when I first started betting this, I would automatically be on the Astros. I would exactly what you said, Hunter Brown. Like, why would you not bet him against Schlittler here from the New York Yankees? Yankees not playing the best baseball. Astros still, they're in first place over there in the AL West, man. But Seattle Mariners and Texas Rangers are right there on their heels, and the Astros absolutely need to win ball games here. But yet, sitting here at a minus 105 both ways here. Hunter Brown, like this guy is one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball, guys. Something's telling me here that he's going to get lit up here. Maybe not lit up, but because we do see a total here at 7.5, but maybe we don't see his best outing and he throws a little bit too many pitches too soon in this ball game to not get him to go more than 5 or 6 innings in this ball game here. And I think pretty much what the books are more telling us is that Schlittler here is going to go out there and actually pitch well against the Astros. He's going to go out there and absolutely shove. We're seeing team total right now for the Astros at a 3.5 plus 110 to the under right now. This line makes no sense to me, Jimmy. When I capped this last night, it made no sense to me, and I thought it was going to only move towards the Astros, but yet it's slightly moving towards the Yankees. Line's not really moving. This is a really interesting game right here. I didn't move on this game, but I mean, it's a New York Yankees spot if I've ever seen one. I mean, why would we back Hunter Brown here at a slight favorite against the New York Yankees here? Yankees need to start winning some ball games too. You know what I mean? That division's wide open right there with them and the Blue Jays. And don't look now, the Boston Red Sox. You know what I mean? Shout out to my guy, Jose. The Yankees are right there. They need to win ball games soon. Something tells me that they do win this ball game. Haven't moved on it quite yet. I wanted to talk this one out with you, hear what everyone said in the chat, and see what our guy Jose has to say about this game as well, because this is a good game right here. I mean, if Jose says he's on the Yankees, I might have to join him. You know what I mean? Like it feels like one of those spots where it is a Yankee spot here, and I shouldn't even question it. I don't put together the X's and O's aren't going to tell you that by any means, guys. The X's and O's will not tell us this, but the market's telling us this. And in a situation like this, I think the market's right. I think the public's wrong. I think the public is going to hammer Houston. Be interesting to go over the market here in this one. But I want to move on the Yankees, and I most likely will.
Wow. Let's bring on Jose, but I did double up on the Reds first 5 full game. I'll wait and decide on the first 3 under 2. The first 5 difference of price over at Pinnacle's 20 cents. The Reds are 20 cents more expensive. At 365, there's no difference. So I have to take the minus 125 first 5 over 365 and take the minus 121 full game offshore. So I'm in on that one. I can't wait to hear our producer's take on this game. We'll also, after this one, hear what he thinks of that very interesting Reds-Pirates game. Without further ado, and I see Dougie Wise saying Marley, who, by the way, it breaks my heart that Marley lost his X handle to some.
Oh,
I mean, it's the worst case scenario. It's like,
damn, he lost it. He doesn't have an X anymore.
Oh, you don't want to click on who is running.
Oh wow!
I have not pressed the button on it, but I've seen the picture of the man who has it now. Let me tell you, you don't want to click on any buttons around there, unfortunately. Let me just tell you, whoever is taking over is Twitter is a very erotic guy. Very erotic. Let me just leave it at that. Please welcome, speaking of eroticism, the producer of our show, Mr. Jose Snips Bouquett. Jose, how are you?
Excuse me. I'm doing well. I'm, Jimmy, consider me curious of what's being consider me curious at the very least. I at least want to go take a peek now just to see what it is.
I should have said it's a really hot chick, so you'd have no interest.
Jimmy, did you see that I got hacked over the weekend? Someone hacked into my Twitter and posted that they were in front of what's that grocery store? It's like a Hawa or Waha. I don't even know what it's called. It's like a Midwest grocery store, Wahaha or something like that. They posted a picture on my Twitter, and Razor commented and was like, "Are you in Delaware? I see Delaware plates." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I go into my settings, and it said that some mobile device was signed into my account. I only have 1.1K followers, but I don't know. It was the weirdest shit. I had to sign them out. I had to do this whole. I was gonna maybe lose my Twitter, which is crazy, Worked hard to get to these 1.1Ks, and I love my name, Wine Time Sports. I don't know if I would be able to get that name back, so I'm glad I got that taken care of. And Razor said something because that shit. I can't. I don't know if I could start over on a Twitter like that. That's tough, man. But shout out to my guy Marley too. Got to kick it with him in San Antonio. And Coach, man. We went out to the bars that night, man. We had a good time with those guys. All good vibes with them, man.
He's money. Jose Bouquett, Hunter Brown, Cam Schlittler. Line moving towards the Yankees. Are you moving on this one?
Yeah. It was an easy bet to make for me as well. Yankees full game money line. Let me double check what price I just got for minus 105. Yeah, minus 105 full game Yankees. If the shit man and Hunter Brown are the same price full game, then you've got me, New York. I guess I've got to bet them here. And they've been playing so bad that at some point, right, they've got to rebound, right?
What do you mean? We cashed on them last game.
Yeah, congratulate you.
So they won a game. They're not coming in.
Well, they've played like dog shit for the last 2 weeks, so this has got to be, the rebound from that dog shit, right? So I didn't lean Yankees. I bet the Yankees minus 105. It's hilarious, this line to me. I considered doubling up. Hunter Brown is minus 120 first 5, and I was like, okay, well, that's more reasonable than the minus 105 full game, but it still should be minus 140 probably, but I'll just take the Yankees full game and settle. And obviously, I'm on the Reds as well, minus 118. So you said pennies at minus 145? First 5?
First 5 was 132 when I looked.
Man, that's crazy because I just looked at my first 5 after you said that because I'm on them full game minus 118. I was like, oh, well, what's the difference first 5 full game? Minus 120 for me first 5.
Same for me, Jose. I'm seeing minus 120s as well.
I would bet that if I could.
Yeah, so I kind of felt like I had to bet it, like you just said. So I definitely was considering doubling up here, but both those games very interesting. I haven't moved at anything else yet. Today there's like 1 or 2 lines that I consider fishy / interesting, but those first 2 games, like I said, just stink. So I'll double up with you, Jimmy. First 5 full games, Cincinnati Reds.
And I'm still interested in that first 302, but I don't know if I need to now because it seems kind of vulnerable here. Troy Torrance says this feels trappy. He says, I want the Yanks, I want the under, but I have no trust. Okay. So there we go. Okay, so I've moved on the Reds. That's a done deal. You know what? I'm not going to bet this Yankees game. You want to tell me Schittler is going to shove? I'm more comfortable fading Helen Mitch Keller than I am Hunter Brown. I think it just comes down to that. The market is telling us that it should be the Reds bet and the Yankees bet, but the market is screaming at us to bet the Reds. The market is just implying that we should bet the Yankees. So let's roll on. Jose, let me just put your action here. You are on the Reds. Jose Reds, and you got minus 118, and then you got minus 105 on the Yankees.
Yep, and minus 120 first 5 Reds.
Oh, you moved on both. Okay, first 5.
I doubled up with you. I can't let you just ride into the wilderness alone. I'm driving down to the coast this weekend to Corpus, or not this weekend. After I guess this. And that game will definitely affect the mood of this drive. I'll tell you that now. If the Reds are doing good, it's going to be kumbaya, great times. And if the Reds find themselves down, I'm going to just put my foot on the fucking floor and just dig to Corpus. So I can't wait.
All right. Troy says, how do we explain the opening line in Cincinnati, Pittsburgh? I find that game all very easy to explain personally. The opening line here with the Reds at plus 102 and the Pirates at minus 113 is what this line should be. It should be the Pirates as a slight favorite at home with a pitching advantage and a worse baseball team and nothing to play for. Then Reds have scored 1 run in their last 2 games. That's what the line should be at right now. Instead, the line I'm looking at is the Reds minus 121 and Pittsburgh plus 112. So it's the opening line is it's what I think it should be. What the line is now is very surprising to me. Now, there's lots of different ways to look at it, but that's how I look at it. Coin says Yankees money line in his pocket, tied after 5 plus 450. Says Houston 6-1 first 5 in Brown Road starts in 2025. Yeah. So Troy, what did you think of the opening line? I'd love to hear as well. Look at that. Any Houston PSR family want to link up? I will be there from the 21st to the 26th. Got to get down to San Antonio, Sweaty Butcher.
Yeah. The Sweaty Butcher and LJ from H-Town connection would be nice.
That'd be dope. Do it up. Let's roll. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern, the LA Angels. Wine Times LA Angels, 55-60, 25-30 on the road. Detroit Tigers, 66-50, 37-23 at home. We're at Comerica. Oh shit, I skipped a game, but you handled it. Thank you. Sorry. We'll stay here and then we'll go back to the Orioles. We have Kyle Hendricks going up against Tariq Skubal. MMA locker room in the house. Hunter Brown over 7 strikeouts. We are live from Vegas with Millsy rocking Vegas right now.
Go.
Well, Millsy, here's your Vegas present. Bet the Yankees today. There you go, Mills. Just go ahead and pay for the trip with the New York Yankees. You'll have one good moment of Yankees joy this trip. Enjoy it.
Kyle Hendricks, 35-year-old Kyle Hendricks, pitching in Comerica Park. Let's take a look at the weather here for this one. I feel like we missed it, the Yankee Stadium weather, and I apologize for that. Yankee Stadium is the least offensive stadium today in all of baseball. Minus 11% overall, plus 2% homers, minus 17% doubles and triples. Here, Angels Tigers, Comerica Park is pretty offensive for not that offensive of a park. It played a little more offensive this year, especially since they moved the walls in. Plus 7% overall, minus 8% home runs, plus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 10% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Skubal and the Tigers at minus 278. They opened up at minus 308. Big move towards the LA Angels. From a total side of things here, we have a 7.5 minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 8. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. My bad. Sorry, they both are the same. So this didn't open up at 8. This 7.5. This opened up minus 117 to the under. Now it's minus 109 to the under. My first thought was, God, can I get 9 outs from Hendricks? Because I would expect to get them from Skubal. But the Angels are hitting lefties hard, 256, 759 OPS. And, Skubal's last start, he allowed 3 earned runs over 7 innings. He wasn't untouchable. Now, he did strike out 10 batters, but he did allow a home run. 2.18 ERA, 0.83 whip on the year. At home this year, he's had 12 starts, and he's allowed 19 earned runs. His splits are phenomenal. But again, the Angels are hitting lefties. Tigers are not hitting righties, 235, 704 OPS. That last start for Kyle Hendricks was nice. 1-0 loss at home to the White Sox. He allowed that 1 earned run over 5 innings, struck out 2 and walked 2. On the road this year, he struggled. 31 earned runs over 10 starts. Opponents hitting 254 against him. He's allowed 9 home runs on the road, 9 home runs at home. And for him, it is righties that eat him up. Righties get to him. Let's take a look at the lineup here for Hendricks. Righties are hitting 299 with an 855 OPS. It's pretty ugly. And the 3 of the first 4 batters in the expected lineup are lefties. So it'll just be Torres and then Torkelson, Perez, Wandy, the switch. Dingler and Baez, this is a pretty good lineup for him. Yeah, pretty good lineup for him. TJ on the Angels team total under 2.5. I have to start playing these. It's a system play, a very, very interesting system play that he has that's been working. And I've been watching it work. So let's roll. Let's take a look at the cash flow. We've already looked at the line history. 89% of the tickets on the Tigers, but 80% of the cash. 78% of tickets and 84% cash on the under. Wine time. Your Los Angeles Angels in effect.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, guys. I like where TJ's going with that team total under for the Angels here in this spot. It seems like, last time School faced the Angels, we know what happened. I guess you can call him Zach Neto's son in a little bit because Zach Neto took him deep first pitch of the game, and then the next at bat throws inside, hits him. Dugout's clear a little bit. The game gets out of hand. The Tigers end up winning that game 9-1. But with that being said here, Scubal's going to absolutely dominate this Angels lineup. It seems like Angels, they're still trying to fight here to somewhat try to get that last wild card spot. Just seems like they've lost too many close games to do that at this point. It seems like Scubal should go out there and absolutely deal here. First 5 is a minus 320 on the money line compared to a minus 270 on the money line full game here. I like Scubal against the Angels lineup. The only person I think that could hit him will be Zach Neto, and maybe Zach Neto props could be live here. I like his over 1.5 bases at plus 150. Just because I think they do kind of have a little, I wouldn't say rival by any means, but they had a little bit of beef there in that one game. And I can definitely see Neto trying to get the best of him here. That's what you want to do against the best pitcher in all of baseball. And Scubal's definitely right there, man. This guy absolutely deals. There's a reason why he's a minus 280, minus 300. It seems like in a lot of these games this season. I don't see the Angels getting much off him, if anything at all in this one. I like the team total look under for the Angels at 2.5 here. A team total at 2.5 here, that's absolutely wild for a full game to even see. That's my lean here in this one. I like that TJ said that because I didn't even see that. That would be my lean here in this game. I do think it will be a lower scoring affair. This was one of the games I circled yesterday that I wanted a 7.5 in. The only problem is that last night it was a minus 120. This morning it was a minus 120, and then it went to a minus 115 where we're currently sitting right now. So that's interesting too. And the Tigers team total is 4.5 juice to the over at minus 125. Kyle Hendricks, he's been in the game for a long time. Wanted to pitch for his hometown city, I guess you could say in a way, his last year pitching. And he definitely has had some good games this season, but I just don't see the Angels hitting in this one. Maybe Hendricks can go out there and deal. This game can go under. I'm more looking at the Angels team total under though. No play on this game, no official play. I'm not going to move on this one, but Tigers should win this game.
Also, TJ saying Detroit number 1 versus the changeup this season. 38% of Kyle Hendricks pitch mix. Jose Bouquett, your plan of attack.
Yeah, I'm off this game, but I'm not gonna lie. If I had first 3 unders, this would be the only game. Well, this would be a game where I would consider it. I'm sure it's like 1.5 though, so it's super low. But it seems like Hendricks kind of can show up and deal well, and Skubal, I expect to pitch well every time out there. Maybe he gets touched up. I'd be a little surprised, and I'd be able to take that bet if I did have first 3 unders. But nothing here for me.
For me, one of the, I need 3 things to correlate. And the first and foremost is I need the line to be moving to the under, and that's not happening here. Even since 11:40, so in the last hour and 15 minutes, we've had a 7-cent move to the over.
Yeah. That's what's keeping me off this under too, Jim, is that I thought this was going to get to a 7, honestly, and it looks like it's not going to. I mean, it's at a minus 115 right now. That's what's keeping me off the under as well in this one.
I mean, you have Hendricks and Skubal and Chase Burns and Mitch Keller. Why would the Chase Burns, Mitch Keller first 3 be more expensive on the under than Skubal Hendricks? We know that Skubal isn't vulnerable, so it means that Hendricks is. So it doesn't. I'm not. This is a no move for me here. So there's no move around the board for us at this point. But you know what? Coin's saying that's the first 302 at minus 2.5, minus 155. I should say that he gets better lines than me, whether it's MGM or Caesars on the first 3. So why don't I should look myself and see this. We're going to get into the A's start right after this, but the first, it's probably a minus 160, minus 165. Oh my God. The first 302.5 is minus 135.
Wow.
25 cents cheaper. That's bananas. That's absolutely nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Wow. I mean, that makes no sense at all. At that point, should you bet the over? Bet the first 5 over. I mean, I should be betting first 3s over, but the whole idea about the reason why we gravitate towards first 3s is because you only, if everything goes perfect, you see the lineup once. Obviously, that's rarely going to happen. So you're going to see the top of the lineup, a little bit. But that's the reason why the second time a little bit. But that's the reason why we like it. So I don't see why you take a first 3 over 2.5 when you could take a first 5 when you're getting the full lineup to see, and possibly maybe the top of the lineup seeing it a third time. That's nuts to me. That makes no sense whatsoever that the price would be so different, which means that the move honestly should probably be a first 5 over 4, and that's juice to the over. Now, again, I did this whole thing when on Wednesday with you, right? One time I did this whole thing on that Mets Guardians game. So I'm just going to write a first 5 over here, and then I will figure out if I have the conviction and it still stay juiced and all that stuff. I'll figure that out after the show. JW is on Houston, by the way, says that Brown is due for a win. And Dougie White says you guys are making me want to bet the Detroit run line. I get why that breakdown would make you want to take Detroit on the run line, right? I mean, everything kind of. The only concern is the Tigers' bullpen's being. The only bullpen's being worse over the last 30 days, as far as is the Rockies. I mean, this bullpen's been trash. I don't know if we can trust them.
Let's see what we can get here. Or instead of taking Detroit on the red line, guys, why don't you just parlay the Detroit Tigers with Clemson money line right now? I know Clemson doesn't play, but you can get plus 110 there for my guy, Dougie Wise, instead of taking that run line, have some pending action going into week 1 of college football right there.
That's a good idea. I like it. All right, let's roll on. This is a game we skipped. I apologize if you are looking at our video description. Let's roll. Athletics, Orioles. Athletics 51-66, 28-32 on the road. Orioles 52-63, 500 at home. We're at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. JT Ginn on the hill for the Athletics. Take a look at the weather here at Camden. Move over to Swish. We have sorry about that. Here we go. We have 82 Fahrenheit. Feels like 82. 6.3 miles per hour right to left across the diamond. Dies down to 4.5. DC Capper on the Orioles and Tomoyuki Sugano, who has been there's been a few pitchers this year that I just can't get right. and he is one of them. Von Polo says Baltimore today, Athletics tomorrow, AM on the over 9.5. And Troy Torrance is saying that the move is to parlay the Tigers with the Diamondbacks. So JT Ginn and Tomoyuki Sugano. Isn't that great? Coin, what do you make of it? I'd love to hear what you make of it all. Ronnie Lofton, our guy Ronnie on the A's money line -105, says the eye test tells me they are still battling to win baseball games. We got Justin McKelvey also on the Orioles 9.5 over 9.5. Coin saying I wanted A's first 5 money line, but Sugano has decent first 5 numbers at home. It's strange. His numbers aren't good at home though, and I've lost money backing Mahomes, so I've got biases. But 10 starts at home, he's allowed 28 earned runs. So the 59 hits in 56 innings is that you can work with that. He's not a pitcher who walks a lot of batters. There's 14 walks and 10 home starts. It's not great, but he's allowed 12 home runs at home. 12 home runs. Opponents hitting 269 against him. Lefties hitting him hard. Righties hitting him hard. He's a kind of guy that I want to fade. He's the kind of pitcher that I want to fade. Oriole Park's very offensive today. Shout out to our new show with Von Polo starring it out of Charm City. I can't wait to watch that, man. I love it. Plus 11% runs in Oriole Park, plus 2% homers, plus 3% doubles and triples, and plus 11% singles. Let's get into the line history. We have this total is a 10. Excellent work. Those of you who grabbed the 9.5. This opened at 10. But it was juiced to the under at -113. Within 30 minutes, it was a 9.5. Then even at one point, this was a pick'em at 9.5, but then moved to the over this morning. We've had the 10 now -108 to the over, so it's a 10 and it's juiced to the over. Let's get to the money line here. From a money line standpoint, we have the Orioles at -101. God, we're getting huge moves. This is our second dog to favorite. The Athletics have gone from +104 to -108. When did they were a dog? But it was moving towards them immediately.
Yeah, right away.
Yeah. Now we don't have it's not a massive move, but it is a move all the same. Overall, at this offshore, we've had 12 cents of movement towards the Athletics. And JT Ginn 4.2 ADR, 1.26 whip. He's allowed 10 home runs on the season, and just 2 of them have come on the road, which makes sense when you're playing in that AAA ballpark in Sacramento. He allowed 4 earned runs on 4 hits and over 4 1/3 at that AAA ballpark. On the road this year, he's pitched in 6 games. He started 3. He's only allowed 7 earned runs. Opponents hitting just 222 against him. And lefties destroy him this year. Destroy him. Righties, he completely shuts down. So what are the lineups that JT Ginn is going to be able to be excellent against? I wouldn't say this is one of them. Jackson Holiday, Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman is the switch. You have Kauser's a lefty. Carlson's another switch. This isn't it. Let's hear from Mr. Jose Bouquett, Athletics Orioles. You're muted, my man.
Beautiful. I think this is just going to be a high-scoring affair on both sides, honestly. I didn't really want to fade Sugano. He's been quietly the one of the more profitable pitchers to back this year, apparently, which has been kind of surprising to see. And now with no Mason Miller in the back for the Athletics, my boy Sean Newcomb is now closing ball games back there. And Michael Kelly, Justin Sterner, Elvis Alvarado. I mean, it's not a group of names I love, but I still feel like I just am obligated to back the Athletics here today. -110, first 5. I just think it's an ace full game spot here, but I wanted to talk it out with you guys, see what's going on here. Justin's asking the good questions like, Jose, why are you so pissed off? Or why do you look so pissed off, I should say. These are good questions, Justin. You have to find the answers to these things. What do you think, Juan?
Yeah, I haven't played this game, guys. I made it yesterday as the line was moving towards the Athletics. I figured they would be a favorite by the time we talked about it. So I wanted to move on it from a value standpoint. And I'm glad I did. I got the Athletics +100, currently sitting right now at a just at a -105. Has been a little bit of buyback on the Baltimore Orioles in the last couple hours, I believe. Something I'm also looking at in this game, guys. Yeah, this total at 10. Shout out to everyone that got that 9.5. I know it wasn't there for too long. I don't even think it was there last night when I capped around 10:30 p.m. my time out on the West Coast. I'm not sure if it was. I can't remember, but I figured it was going to be it was a 10 last night. So it really hasn't moved. Did open up at a 9.5 originally. I still like the 10 here. I think both teams are going to hit. For me right here, guys, I just think the Athletics, this team seems like they still want to play some baseball here going forward. It's crazy that Brent Rooker went out publicly before the trade deadline saying he didn't want to be traded. He wanted to stay in Sacramento. Pretty wild, probably just because that ballpark, it's so hitter friendly. It's good for
Vegas.
Yeah,
Vegas
exactly.
is coming, man.
Oh yeah, it's called. But I mean, when is that supposed to happen, Jim? 2027, 28?
2-3 years.
Yeah, 28, right?
They'll watch them trade him before that. I hope not, because I love Brent Rooker. I mean, it's crazy that this guy just kind of came out of nowhere. Started hitting bombs a couple years ago. Made the All-Star team last year. Kind of an older guy, made his debut at an older age, but the guy's playing some good baseball for the Athletics, and it seems like he does want to play there and for the future of that franchise. And they've got guys like Butler, Soderstrom in that order, Kirks, guys like that actually do want to play some baseball and want to only get better with this team, because this is going to be the group going forward that they're going with. And if this team, I feel like they were playing some good ball in the beginning of the season. It seems like when the Angels had that 4-game sweep in Sacramento, that series, that Oakland kind of just fell off. And they've been pretty, average the last month or so. It seems like they've been playing some 500 baseball. You can find some good value at them at times, and I think there's some good value at them here, especially now that they're the favorite. I would have liked to see them more around a -110 right now at this point. There's still some time, but it looks like there has been some buyback on the Orioles, but I am on the Athletics money line full game plus 100. Also looking at this total at a 10, thinking both these teams can go out there and hit today. So I do like the over as well. Not going to make it official unless I tweet it out. Not going to do it quite yet, but I will be looking over that as the day goes on and at this weather. But for right now, it's the Oakland Athletics plus 100 for me on the money line.
Yeah, I get it. I think there's a ton of volatility in this game. And but I do like the over. Now, you guys got the 9.5. That's okay. If it lands on 10 and I push and you guys win, that's what you get. That's what you get when you get in late. I mean, that's what you have to deal with. So I think I'm going to bet this sooner rather during the show instead of waiting on it, just because I feel like it's going to keep moving. It's a -108 offshore. It's -110 at 365. So it's 110 each way. So let me just go back here. Is it moving as we speak? Not really. I'll keep an eye on it. And if anybody can let me know if it moves 5 cents or anything like that, then I'll have to move on it during the show. All right, let's roll on, fellas. Next up, we have Miami Marlins.
Real quick, I'm going to be officially on the A's -105. So
what was the cash flow on that?
50% of the money on Baltimore, or excuse me, on the Athletics, and 79% of the money on the A's.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, well, you know what? I have the notes here. So I'll take another look at the A's. But I don't know if I'm going to end up there. It just seems like a game with a ton of volatility. So, all right, let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Marlins Braves, 7:15 p.m. Eastern, Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Edward Cabrera going up against Bryce Elder. And I've had a soft spot for Bryce Elder. Obviously, he's been trashed this year. But he's coming off a nice start at the Reds. And it wouldn't, it was a highly thought of prospect coming out. It wouldn't shock me if after all of this, 94 innings of trash, 17 home runs allowed, that he starts pitching better. One start shouldn't necessarily do that, but, it was a great American ballpark. It was an offensive ballpark, and he pitched well. If the market indicates that he's going to pitch well again, I will bet him. Let's get into the weather to get us started here. In hot Atlanta, it is 79 Fahrenheit. Feels like 82, 8 miles per hour in. Dies down at 7.2 miles per hour in. Ballpark Pal has Truist minus 5%. So it's plus 5% homers, minus 14% doubles and triples, and minus 1% singles. We have Kyle Stowers over 1.5 bases at plus 128. The stacks play of the day in effect. And shout out to our guy, Justin McKelvey. Stacks in the house.
Stacks, 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 stacks. Stacks, 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 stacks.
Dougie Wise going back to the well with the Braves team total over. DC Capper passing on this one. We have Beavis on Miami first 5, Miami money line, Miami team total over 4.5. A wage detective. So did you move over from the Reds? Because I thought you were on the Pirates. I thought that's what our big back and forth was all about. Can you let me know? Because I have it copy and pasted from earlier, but I'll change it. Beavis, as I said, all over Miami. Beavis also on the Stowers prop as well. A wage detective on Marlins money line here. So here we go. Is the market going to tell us that Eldrick? I would love this kind of thing. I would like as a fan of his to back him here. This total is opened up at 8. It opened up lower than it should have. It juiced to the over. So it doesn't bother me. AM on the over. It doesn't bother me really that it moved to an 8.5. An 8 under 8.5 minus 112, over 8 minus 114 at this offshore. Those are very similar numbers. From a money line standpoint here, we have, and this will tell the tale, we have the Braves at plus 117. Wow. This is a no-go on the Braves. They opened up at plus 103, and the line was moving towards them. They got to minus 1.7, minus 1.8, Jesus, they got to minus 121 at 118 this morning. Look at that. So since then, there's been 38 cents of movement towards the Miami Marlins. Now, I can tell you this, and I can tell you that with Edward Cabrera going up against, Bryce Elder, should this line have opened up as the Marlins are, as a dog? This is a wild market here. Let's take a look at the cash flow. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 52% of the tickets on the Marlins, 76% of cash on the Braves. Crazy. 50% of tickets on the total, 50-50. 68% of cash on the under, just 32 on the over. Cabrera, 5-5, 3.24 ERA, coming off a great start at home. 6 innings against the Yankees, 1 run solo shot. He's pitching very well, and he's much better at home than he's on the road. On the road, the opponent's hitting 264 against him. His K to walk ratio. On the season, he's got 103 Ks and 34 walks. On the road, it's 40 and 16. So at home, it's 63 and 18. So a much better K to walk ratio at home than on the road. As I said, opponent's hitting 264 against him. Lefties 235, 704. Bryce Elder, he's been bad this year. And Marlins are raking against righties. And Marlins bullpen allows 2.2 runs less over 9 innings. Why was the line ever? Like Dougie Wise saying, why aren't the Marlins like minus 140 or minus 150? Now, the line is moving towards the Marlins, but I might not care what to hear your guys' breakdowns. Take it away for us. Wine Time Sports, Braves Marlins.
Yeah, you guys know me and how high I've been on this Marlins team the last 30 days or so, and how often I came on the show and backed them. This isn't a spot I backed him, though, although the line is moving towards them. Yeah, just the opening line seemed a little suspicious. I mean, the Marlins are the better team. At this point in the season, the Marlins are playing better baseball. Their hitters are a lot more clutch here, especially later in these games. It's absolutely wild to see what the Marlins do later in these games with the young bats that they have. They just get it done, especially with runners in scoring position. They do all the little things right. I was a little confused at why this line opened up as a small favorite. I feel like this should be more of a minus 135, minus 140, probably towards the Marlins here, which ultimately kept me off this game. I do think the Marlins can still get it done here. It's just everything didn't correlate enough for me. The X's and O's correlated, but not necessarily in the market, even though it is moving towards the Marlins, as we already mentioned. It just was a stay away game for me. I didn't want to back the Marlins here in this spot, and I'm certainly not going to back the Braves here. So it was an easy pass for me. Looking at this total, I don't really think the total has done too much in this one either. I have an 8.5. I mean, we're seeing 8.5s depending on where you're looking, I guess. I have an 8.5 juice to the under right now at a -120. So some slight movement because I believe this did open up at 8. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or did this open up at an 8.5, Jim?
Sorry, let's go back to that because I'm getting different numbers at the book I'm looking at than what I said as well. So, yes, this opened up as an 8. It was an 8 until right after the show started.
Yeah, it is juice to the under 8.5. It's going to be a pass for me, guys. I probably had an initial lean towards the under, but at this point, nothing for me in this game. I hope the Marlins win. I hope the Marlins somehow get into the postseason this year. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see it for baseball. Love to see it for those young guys. It's not going to happen, but I would just love to see them just keep winning ball games when people don't think that they're good. So shout out to them because they made me some good money this year. I'm just not going to back them here in this situation against the Braves, and I'm certainly not going to take the Braves. I'm not going to fade the Marlins. So it's a pass for me.
What up, Jacob? Jacob on the Marlins first 5 -122. I mean, I would want a real. No, I mean he beat the line move. I would want a real price difference. Right now, it's 5 cents more expensive at 365 for the Marlins. I mean, that doesn't really make sense to me. Let's see what it is here. Offshore, we're dealing with 9 cents more expensive. I could stay off of this, but this is the type of game that I kind of want to attack. People look at these numbers from Elder and they think, what an advantage I have over Cabrera. I mean, again, like we talk about what would we have been on 10 years ago, 9 years ago. I'd be all over Cabrera. I'm already a fan of his, but I am kind of a fan of Elder as he's come up through the organization. I have interest in the Braves. I'll just leave it at that. I have interest in the Braves. Let's hear what Jose has to say.
Yeah, I'm staying off this game too, but personally, this is Braves or nothing in a shocking turn of events for me. I don't see why the Marlins shouldn't be -140-ish full game, honestly. The Braves have the second worst bullpen in baseball from the 15th to today. Only team that they're better than is the Rockies, and they're barely a baseball team. Edward Cabrera is the better pitcher. You could call the bats and the advantage Braves, I guess, but
I don't know.
I think it's close, yeah. So I think this should be Marlins -140, and the fact that it opened up -113 was a little weird. So it'd be Braves or nothing for me.
Yeah,
I think I might be able to get there. A coin saying any interest in no interest. Because Cabrera is worse on the road, and I'm just saying that Elder is going to have, because it might be a very sharp look coin, but it's too sharp for me. We're going over what the Jose uses line shopping from a different book, and he uses a book that we used to play poker at. Here, they open up at -108, and then 4 o'clock comes. There's this move towards the Marlins, and then at 1 a.m. there's a big move towards the Braves. I just want to compare those time slots to the offshore that I use for line shopping purposes. This opened up at that second level, when there's already been a move towards the Marlins. So the Marlins opened up -113. And then again, at 1 a.m, we see this huge move. It was even bigger at this book. I mean, the Marlins got to +110 at 1:19 in the morning. What does that remind you of? And Troy talking about it right now. This line is exactly like what we saw yesterday. Or was the Braves game 2 days ago? Sorry, let me just do this quickly here. It was the exact same thing that we saw yesterday. Exact same thing we saw yesterday. At 1 a.m, there was this move. Might have been at 3 a.m. Between 1 and 3 a.m, there was this heavy move towards the Braves, and then it went back to the Marlins, and we see an 8-6 win for the Braves. Spooner says Braves closers gone back to back as well, and yeah, he says same move that happened to the Braves last night, and the Braves won full game. Marlins bullpen is taxed. Okay, I think I get to the Braves again. I think that it will help me not betting until the show ends, so I can sit with it a little bit longer.
Yeah, because the line's going to keep moving towards the Braves at this point.
Well, you mean the Marlins?
Or the Marlins, excuse me. Yeah. It's going to keep moving to the Marlins, so you can just sit back and wait and bet the Braves later. I mean, I agree with you there.
The High Owl likes Miami on the run line. Troy Torrance says the over is a pretty big sample. TJ's on Miami first 5 alongside Jacob. Yeah, the X's and O's would definitely put you there.
I agree. If I had one bet in this game, it'd honestly be the over, because I don't expect Bryce Elder to throw lights out either, but I expect Cabrera to get touched up a little bit. But I'm just a little surprised that this line is where it is. So if I had to bet one thing, probably would end up just being over. Troy says there.
I would High Owl, instead of saying fluke, I would start from now on, say outlier. I think that would help moving forward conversationally. Let's roll on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern with the Cleveland Guardians 59-55, 30-28 on the road. At Chicago White Sox 42-73, 24-32 at home. We're at Wright Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the weather here. 88 Fahrenheit, hot in Chicago. 10.7 miles per hour right to left and in. Dies down at 9.8 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pals expectation of Wright Field. Plus 6% overall, plus 24% homers, minus 5% doubles and triples, minus 3% singles. Beavis is on the Chicago White Sox here. AM on the under 8.5. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Aaron Savali in the Chicago White Sox, whom we thought was going to get moved at the deadline, but did not get moved. Sitting at plus 122, opened up at plus 145. A huge move away from the Cleveland Guardians. Let's get to the total here in this one. From a total standpoint, we have an 8, a flat 8. Now, there are some 8.5s, juice to the under, but this opened up at 8.5, opened up as a pick'em and moved to 8. It's juiced to the over at 8 at minus 112, but still a pretty legitimate move there to the under. Let's get to the cash flow for this spot here. Cash flow wise, get this up here. Cash flow wise, we have 66% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on Cleveland. 78% of the tickets and 94% cash on the under. Dougie White saying Savali's being good. Coin saying Savali's being rolling. Now, I have this issue. I've always had it. When a pitcher doesn't allow a run for 3 straight starts, it just doesn't happen in the 4th start. But the elephant in the room is not because Savali is being dominant the last 3 starts. I think the elephant in the room is Bybee is trash on the road. So Bybee, 13 road starts. He's allowed 44 earned runs. He's allowed 16 home runs on the road, only 5 at home. So, but am I going to sit here and believe Savali is the second coming? I mean, look, he's pitching like this. This guy must be such an asshole. He's pitching like this and nobody wanted him. Are you kidding me? This guy must be just fucking box office poison in the fucking clubhouse, man. At home, he's allowed 13 earned runs and 6 home starts. His splits are okay. Righties hit him harder than lefties. And TJ says Savali last 3 starts against 3 terrible offenses. Now, we don't consider the Angels a terrible offense, really. But I get it. Guardians versus righties, 235, 722 OPS last 30 days. White Sox, 247, 756 OPS. And both bullpens have been very good. Can you believe with all the turmoil with Clase and Ortiz that the Guardians are sitting here 4 games over 500 with a chance to catch the Detroit Tigers? Take it away from us, Jose. Guardians, White Sox.
Yeah, another kind of fishy line here. I don't know. I know Bibby's been bad offensive or on the road this year, but I was expecting minus 150 Guardians, expecting it a little to be higher. So I do kind of expect Savali to go out there and pitch well. But I haven't moved on this game. I lean White Sox here. To touch on the market here real quick, we've got 66% of the bets, 86% of the money on Cleveland. I'm seeing the line open up at our friends at Penny at minus 162. This is now minus 132. Where we used to play poker, minus 148 down to minus 135. It's White Sox or nothing year, and I haven't gotten to the window yet with the White Sox. But it just seems like another fishy line here today.
Sports scientist Jacob leaned White Sox. Didn't like the travel spot coming over from Seattle. Wine Time Sports, Guardians, White Sox.
Yeah, guys, another play I made last night on this card. Although sidewise in this one, this does look like a Chicago Whites and Aaron Savali spot. And it kind of lines up with my cap a little bit here because I expect Savali to go out there and pitch well against the Cleveland Guardians lineup. I thought the opening line was fishy. I thought the Cleveland Guardians should have been at least a minus 160, minus 165 here. I know Savali's been pitching well, but the Guardians fighting for that playoff spot. White Sox fighting for absolutely nothing at this point in the season. Right now, I am seeing at my books pretty much minus 137s and minus 138s right now for the Cleveland Guardians. Line's only moving towards the White Sox right now. I'm getting a plus 127 and the best number available. Considering that, but I'm on the under here in this spot, guys. I'm on the under 8.5 minus 110. Figured that this would be an 8 by the time we were going to talk about this game. It is juiced to the under 8.5 right now at minus 120. I do hope this gets to an 8. I think Savali shoves here, guys. I've been backing Savali this year at times when the market tells me to. And when the market tells you he's going to pitch well, he's pitched well. He's had a pretty good season. I know he doesn't have the best stuff from the eye test perspective, but he gets it done. He throws his strikes. He hits his spots. Sometimes that's all you need to do, especially against the Cleveland Guardians lineup, guys. I mean, you guys have heard me. I think this lineup's absolutely dreadful. It's crazy to see them 4 games over 500, honestly. This isn't a good team to me when I look at the Cleveland Guardians. I always say it every single year. I don't know how they always somehow to make these playoff runs in August and September. It shows the heart that they have in that dugout. But this line's telling us everything we need to know, that Savali goes out there and pitches well, gives us 5-6 strong, solid innings here. Gonna need at least 5 out of him today. Hopefully he can get a 6. But I'm on the under 8.5 minus 110. I don't see a lot of runs being scored with either of these offenses. I know Bybee's been pitching a little bit off on the road this season. This isn't a lineup that he should really struggle against, though, in the Chicago White Sox. These aren't a lot of good bats in this lineup. I think everything adds up for the under here in this spot. Want to see it get down to an 8, maybe. I don't know if we will end up seeing that here. Seeing a minus 120 to 8.5, I still endorse that. I love the under here on this play. I'm kind of close to backing the Chicago White Sox as well. Getting a plus 127 at one of my books right now seems like the value play in this spot, but I'm already locked in on this under. I don't really think I want to double up on a Chicago White Sox game, and especially betting on the Chicago White Sox to pitch well and to win this ball game. That's kind of a lot to ask for when I've got so much action today on a Friday night, although it would be fun. I don't think I'm going to move on the side. I think I'm just going to stick with the total in this one. My unders have been performing pretty well this season, been strong. I just want to continue with that. I'm not going to get too cute here and take the White Sox just because the market's telling me that. But I think Savali pitches well here today. So give me the under 8.5 minus 110. Tweeted it out last night. You can get a minus 120 still at a lot of spots.
I mean, the market clearly telling you that the under was a great bet.
I'm on White Sox first 5 here, plus 110. Bullpen situation I don't love from the White Sox. Guardians bullpen's pretty rested, so I just took first 5 plus 110.
Coin, don't you mean 34% of the tickets and 14? Sorry, Jose. Sorry, you're gonna have to hit me again. I was kind of thinking about it, but don't you mean 34% of tickets, 14% cash on the White Sox? Because 66% tickets, 86. Yeah, so you just meant the White Sox there on that one.
And by the way, TJ saying as well, the first 5 line has moved quite a bit. It's seemingly where we used to play poker, it has minus 145 to minus 130. Another offshore minus 150 and minus 130. So I thought that was pretty surprising. That's another reason why I went first 5.
Yeah, I mean the Guardians bullpen's been very good despite Ortiz and you know what? I want to fade Bybee. If the market wasn't so heavy on this under, I would be on the first 5 over in this ball game. Something I don't think I can do. I want to look beyond this issue I've had with pitchers who've had 3 straight shutouts. I get maybe it's a vividness thing more than a like maybe I just bet pitchers after 3 straight. I know I've done it once this year and they were terrible. The last time that Cvaldi got touched was here at home versus Cleveland.
I think I need to screenshot the chat right now because I have a Troy Torrance. I'm with Jose first 5 and TJ saying I see Chicago White Sox getting to Bybee early, then Cleveland getting runs late, so I have to stay off the under. I am betting with you, Jose. That is a rare day when you see TJ and Troy saying that with something I'm betting as well.
And Jim, I will say in that Cleveland Guardians spot, because I remember me and Spoons, we broke that game down on walk-off wagers. He gave up all those runs in the 6th inning, and it was off of I'm pretty sure they made some kind of play on, it was a balk or something that just led to a lot of runs in that 6th inning. I think it was 4 runs in that 6th inning. Up until that point, he was absolutely lights out. So 5 innings. I need 5 outings out of Cvaldi today, but he definitely, that game, those numbers was all off of in the 6th inning. So I don't know, just something to keep in mind here. I don't know if maybe it's the best idea to have him go past 5 innings because we might see that again here. But he looked pretty damn good through those first 5 innings.
Why was he not picked up by a contender?
I think he is indeed a prick. If we're being honest, I agree with you. He got sent out of the Orioles. I forget, was that last year, this year? I think it was last year, whatever. They didn't re-sign him. The Orioles were horrible. And I think the Orioles like traded for him, the whole thing. Like I don't remember the whole details with it, but I'm pretty sure he's a prick.
Thank you, Deacon. You're a good friend. Always pumping me up. All right. Look, my concern about Cvaldi with 3 straight shutouts is my own bullshit. I mean, I don't think I should be putting it on anybody, really. It's just something that I've had this vividness for. But I want to fade Bybee on the road, and I think it should be bet now. Plus 111 offshore. I'm getting plus 110 if I send it in. The over is not. Do I need to move on this Phillies? Sorry, this A's Orioles over right now. It doesn't.
What are we at right now? I think I still see 10. I still see 10s at minus 110 across the board for me. I'm not sure. Let me refresh really quick though.
It's actually, where we used to play poker, it's actually gone down. There's been a 7-cent move to the under. I'll let that sit, but I'll join you guys here on Cvaldi. Nice job, Jacob, getting that 9.5. Again, and Circa's at 9.5. Okay, I'll wait. I'll definitely wait and see if it goes down. But if it goes down, I might stay off of it. If it goes down to 9.5, I might get cold feet. I might. Yeah. I'll with Circa holding on that 9.5. It's just opening up their arms to anybody want to bet that over. I think I'm going to move on the White Sox game right now. So why don't I set this Phillies Rangers game up, hand it over to Wine Time, and then get that bet in. Philadelphia Phillies 65-49, 28-28 on the road at Texas Rangers, 16-56, 36-21 at home. Where at Globe Life Field, Arlington, Texas, roof will be closed. We have the lefty Christopher Sanchez, who's been phenomenal this year. 10-3, 2.40 ERA, 1.07 WHIP, 145 Ks over 138 and 2/3. He's allowed 10 home runs this year. Just 4 have come on the road. He's coming off a 2-0 win at home over the Tigers. 8 innings, didn't allow a run. 5 hits, 6 Ks, 1 walk. On the road this year, he's had 12 starts. He's allowed just 20 earned runs. This is very good. Going up against Merle Kelly. Merle Kelly, his first start with the Texas Rangers was a 6-4 extra inning win at the Mariners. He went 5 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, and no walks. Been great this year. 3.22 ERA, 1.04 WHIP. Lefties hit a little bit harder than righties, but splits are very strong. Phillies versus righties, excuse me, 268, 820 OPS last 30 days. And the Rangers are hitting the lefties with no power at all. 245, 698 OPS. Phillies bullpen 4.41 ERA last 30 days. Rangers bullpen's been really good for a while. 3.03 ERA over the last 30 days. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a total at 7. Very, very low total here. Let me just move over. 7 minus 119 to the over. This opened up at 7.5 as a pick 'em. Wow. Now you could easily pay for the 7.5 if you want. But it's minus 119 to the over at this point. Then from a money line standpoint, here we go. From a money line standpoint, we have the Texas Rangers at plus 116. That's where they opened up, plus 116, so no movement. We get to the cash flow for the spot here. We go interleague action. We have 51% of the tickets and 72% of the cash on the Phillies line not moving. 82% of tickets on the under, 86% of cash on the under. This is a pretty blatant move towards the under in a run-suppressing ballpark. Now, the bullpens are both... Well, Phillies bullpen isn't pitching that well. Phillies bullpen can be a little bit untrustworthy. But let's just take a look at what the first 3 under is before I hand it over to Wine Time, because it certainly feels like these pitchers are, playoff caliber pitchers. Let's look. I would be curious if there's a difference in full game first 5 here. 365 Phillies are minus 135 full game, and first 5 they're minus 130. So the Rangers are a little bit more expensive first 5, which doesn't really make that. I guess you're just saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? Why would that be? And then from a first 3 standpoint, we have under 2.5 minus 160. I mean, this is a 7, and the first 3 is the same price as that Cincy Pittsburgh first 3 under. And you guys know that the first 3 under 2s, I have a higher ROI than the first 3 under 2.5s. Take it away. My man, Wine Time, floor is yours.
Yeah, if you're looking at this game from an X's and O's standpoint and a market standpoint, I think it all correlates for an under here, guys. Both these pitchers out here on the mound, 2 very respected starting pitchers right now. I mean, Christopher Sanchez, this guy's one of the better pitchers, not just in the National League, but in all the MLB right now. He's had a really good season. Merrill Kelly, he's had a proven track record in the past. We've seen him. He's definitely aged over the years. He doesn't have the same stuff as he used to, but he still knows how to get batters out. I moved on this game yesterday, and I wanted to be on the under 7.5, and I could have gotten a 7.5. It's really interesting to see it back at a 7 now, or not back at a 7, but at a 7 now at minus 105 to the under. I figured I was going to get to a 7. I don't know why I didn't pull the trigger on it, because everything pretty much correlated, but I think you could still move on this under in this as well. But from a sideways, guys, I moved on the Texas Rangers. I moved on them last night at plus 120. You can still get them right now at a plus 120, plus 119. I've got a plus 109 at this other book that gives me horrible odds for underdogs. You can still get them at pretty much dogs everywhere. I would expect public to bet Philly here. Texas Rangers, guys, I mean, watch out for this team. This wasn't a team I was high on going into this season, but it just seems like they're kind of hitting at the right time right now. The starting pitching advantage that they have in that rotation. I mean, I think they probably have a better rotation than the Seattle Mariners. They probably have the best rotation in the AL West, and it's probably not even close. I like this rotation that they have. They're playing some good baseball. This is going to be a Friday night in Arlington, Texas. I'm going to expect fans to show out for this one. Root for their team that's still trying to make a playoff run. Not only make a playoff run, but win the AL West. I mean, they're right there with the Houston Astros, them and the Seattle Mariners. This team's going to fight until the end. This team won a World Series a couple of years ago. They got one of the highly respected managers in Chris Bouquett over there, who has a proven track record. This seems like a Texas Rangers spot, and so I moved on them. It did move towards the Rangers more when I woke up this morning. I think I saw a plus 114. Now I'm seeing a plus 119 at the same book I got a plus 120 at last night. Definitely don't like to see that because if the Rangers do get back up, let's say if the Rangers close at like a plus 130, I'm going to know that this is a Philadelphia Phillies spot here. But I don't know. It just correlates enough for me. I'm going to trust Merrill Kelly to go out there and pitch well, and the Rangers to do enough offensively off Christopher Sanchez to get a couple runs on the board. I think that's all they need here in this one. I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair. Could probably still take the under at 7. Maybe worst-case scenario, you push, but I don't even think this gets to 7 runs here in this matchup with both these pitchers on the mound. I think we're going to see a pretty fast-paced game, and these pitchers don't get throw too many pitches too early here. I want to move on the under. I don't know if I'll do it, but I am on the Rangers money line plus 120. I just think with both these teams out there, you're going to give me the Texas Rangers as the underdog. I know they're at home. I know all that stuff, but I mean, Christopher Sanchez, I mean, this guy is up for Cy Young right now over there in the NL, being a small favorite, being how good the Phillies are. I've talked about this lineup. It's one of the deepest lineups you'll ever see in baseball with Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Schwarber, JT Realmuto. Just it's absolutely stacked. Nick Castellanos. There's just so many hitters in there. Boom. These guys have the talent in that order to make a big run this year in the postseason. It's the pitching. We'll see if they hold up, man. But I like the Texas Rangers here and getting them at a plus 120. I thought was good money last night. I want to see it go more towards the Rangers. I don't want to see it keep going towards the Phillies. So we'll see here in the next couple hours, but I'm going to trust Merrill Kelly to go out there and give me 6-7 strong innings of baseball. And I don't think that's expecting too much out of him because I've seen him do it on several occasions. I think it's a Texas Rangers spot. Give me him plus 120 on the money line.
Texas Rangers. I'm moving on the under 7.5. I'm going to move on the first 3 under 2. I'm just not going to do it right this second. I'm going to bet this full game under 7.5 minus 125 offshore. I'm going to bet this right now. I'm also going to bet the White Sox first 5 right now. I just like to get that in. The other spots, I kind of want the market to sit in for a little bit longer. So here we go. So
how was your first week with a mouse, by the way?
Oh, I fucking despise it. What the hell would I do in the studio at Southtown? I'd be screwed. Like
on the armchair, on the rest right there.
No, man, this is a serious problem. But
what about your screenshotting?
It's a all I have to use is stupid. Let's not talk about it. Let's just Jose Bouquett, Phillies, Rangers. Are you moving?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm staying off this game. I'm kind of invested in every Rangers game with the future, and again, I wish it was more. I wish I didn't get plus 185, which feels like a shithead line now. But I'm just gonna sit back and keep rooting for the Rangers. I don't really know how they do it. I kind of just think the Rangers are gonna fall off, but no action here for me.
Well, I'm just going to tweet this out. So, Jose, why don't you set us up for Royals, Minnesota Twins, Lugo versus your guy Joe Ryan, and then hand it over to Wine Time. I'll come in last.
When you say my guy Joe Ryan, it hurts a little more now. It stings just that much more as well. But let's talk about it. And in a little surprising line here, a lot of respect being given to Joe Ryan at a minus 130 price at home here. And we'll see if it ends up panning out because he's going up against Seth Lugo, a guy who's no slouch. I mean, Seth Lugo has been solid the last 2 years. He got breaded up again. And since he got his new contract, I mean, it's not really been excellent, but we'll take 4 2/3, 2 earned runs, 5 2/3, 3 earned runs, 6 innings, 2 earned runs. So it's not been bad by any means. On the road here, let's check out his home road splits. Home 269, road 347. So nothing out of the ordinary here, but a little more vulnerable on the road here. Both pitchers are righties, so we can refresh our standings here. And I can tell you guys what these teams are hitting against righties in the last half month here. From the 15th to today, Kansas City is the 9th best team against righties, 114 weighted runs created plus, while the Minnesota Twins are surprisingly 110 weighted runs created plus. Now, if we want to cut it down, since both of these are against righties here, we can cut it down a little more. So we'll do it from just this month, so the last 8 days against righties here, to get the trade deadline in there. Minnesota, 108 weighted runs created plus. Kansas City, 103 weighted runs created plus. against righty. So that's interesting. Market in this game, we've got 50-50 tickets and 52% of the money on the Royals here. So pretty split as well. A lot of love for the under, though, in this game. 94% of the bets, 92% of the money on the under in this game, allegedly.
It's crazy.
We've got...
It's climbed to 8.5.
Yes, we've
The
got
first
the
move was there was a 10-cent move. This comes at 8:27 p.m. under 8 minus 103. That's too high. Right? I mean, that makes, no.
7.5 would be my first thought here. Yes,
Absolutely. So then the issue is it the weather? It's plus 11% runs, even homers, plus 10% doubles and triples, plus 9% singles. So yeah, I mean, it's offensive weather. The first move, 10-cent move towards the under 10 minutes in. An hour later, an 8-cent move to the under. Sorry, let me do that again. So in first 10 minutes, 10-cent move to the under. An hour later, there's an 8-cent move to the over, and then it just flies to the over 8.5. Sorry to interrupt. Keep rolling, my man.
No, yeah, it just seems like the over is indeed appealing in this game, because if you're getting an 8.5 with two really good pitchers and two meh offenses, it just seems like this is an over spot here. I haven't moved on the game yet, but I am interested to hear what you guys have to say. And from a side perspective, AM seeing nothing but a public road dog, or a public dog, I should say, Royals bets in this chat. Twins look appealing. Yeah, I can see why the Twins are appealing, because right now, I don't know. I thought this would be minus like an even odds kind of price for this game, but I can see why people like the over in this game. Wine time, I can see you're champing at the bit, not chomping, champing over there to get into this game. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I'm going over the chat right now. I see my guy Morgan Spooner. He said, I'm on Royals. Sports scientist Jacob, Kansas City money line. Justin McKelvey, Royals money line plus 118. My guy TJ said Royals 172 batting average, 500 OPS, and 115 at bats against Joey Ryan here. AM saying Twins look appealing. Wager detectives, Royals money line. Let me block these bots really quick. There we go. Nasty Nate, F all that, used to play poker talk. Let's fucking play some poker. All right. Shout out to you, my guy, Nasty Nate, being in the building, for joining us on a Friday. I'm sure he's living it up out there in Rhode Island. My guy right there. Shout out to my guy. With that being said, though, in this game, this seems like a Minnesota Twins spot. I think the Twins do have the pitching advantage here with Joe Ryan on the mound over Seth Lugo. I definitely like Joe Ryan more than Seth Lugo here. Both these offenses, I'm not high on either of these offenses by any means. I don't think either of these two teams are going to be in the playoffs when it comes down to it when we get to the end of the season. Both these teams are going to probably trail off here, but they're both pretty solid teams that are going to end up either a couple games under 500 or right at that 500 mark and miss the playoffs. It's a pretty big game for both teams. I think more so for the Royals. The Royals have a little bit more to play for here in this spot, but yet they're the dog here. I mean, I don't know. It's a tough spot because the Twins don't really. We saw them trade Correa. We have Buxton on the IL. I think Dougie Weiss said Buxton might be back today. I don't see him in the projected starting lineup. Maybe he gets ruled in last minute, but I'm not too sure on that. And looking at this lineup for the Minnesota Twins, it doesn't look appealing by any means. So it's like, why are you going to take the Minnesota Twins? I don't know. It's going to keep me off this game here. It definitely makes me seem like the Twins are the spot being the favorite here because the Royals still are fighting for that last playoff spot. It's a tough game here, man. These are two teams, guys. When we've talked about them all season long, I wasn't high on either of these offenses. I think these offenses are shit. But they're still right there, still trying to make a last spot into the wild card spot for the AL because there's no way they're going to catch up to the Tigers at this point. But yet the Guardians a couple games. The whole AL Central right now, man. I mean, they're right around the 500 mark, so shout out to them for staying alive here. But it's going to be a pass for me. It's a Twins or nothing here. Seeing a lot of cappers I respect in the chat on the Royals, though, will have me treading away from this game. I won't bet this game. This won't be a play I end up adding last minute by any means. It's going to be a pass for me, Jim.
This is crazy.
I'm on the over 8, officially minus 120.
This is absolutely nuts that that the Twins would be this big of a favorite. And I'm going to bet them.
Yeah. It seems like a twin spot. I don't know. Something doesn't click in my head to tell me to take them right now. And I just kind of wanted to, these are two teams that I haven't really trusted this season offensively. I'm with you, man. I think the Twins are the spot here.
It's crazy. These lines are just fucking bananas to me. I mean, the Twins first five. Now I know Jose. As soon as can you look up the bullpen issues for Minnesota? You can do it for both, but the Twins are 19 cents more expensive first five, and so the books are saying Joe Ryan at home against Seth Lugo on the road, you have a massive advantage.
Yeah, that's great. Damn, yeah.
TJ says, lay the juice with me again like we did yesterday. There's Jerry Davis on the Royals and Lugo. This is look.
Both bullpens are fully rested. They got a day off yesterday.
Of course. I should have put that together. So for me here, this is the Twins are way too big of a favorite here. The moving towards the over is a twist that I did not expect. I mean, saying that there's just a ton of volatility here in this game with Lugo and Joe Ryan. It's and look, when I'm on the Twins in this situation here, I'm up 8.8 units over 550 bets. So it's just like with this. If this was working, what I'm doing, it would be showing in the record. I'd be up 40 units on the year, and I'd be, drunk in public and just, causing problems everywhere I go. That's not happening here. So this to me is screaming that we must bet the Minnesota Twins. Having everybody, so many cappers on the Royals, I get it. This isn't, I'm not going up against you guys or anything like that. I just think when you make a Royals team that wasn't, pilfered at the deadline like the Twins were, and you make them a plus 120 dog against this AAA lineup, it would appeal to anybody. JM says,
I can't believe they're minus 145 first five. I mean, that would be my bet. Yeah,
I didn't even look at the first five. That's crazy. Yeah, that's insane. That tells us everything we need to know here. That Joe Ryan does have the advantage here on the mound. That he is the better pitcher here, at least for today.
For my over bets, I'm hoping that Lugo just gets touched up early. Here is what the case is going to be here. So I'm still on the over 8. I'm going to stick with just that, but if I was going to double up, it'd definitely be Twins first five too.
See, TJ says lay the juice like we did yesterday. I had to parlay that. If my unit size, was TJ's unit size, it would be different. I think, if I'm betting 1.25K on a game, I think I'll handle minus 140 juice is just, part of doing business. But, when my volume started going up in MLB, I dropped $50 off my unit size to 250 a bet, and I'm okay with that. It's where I'm at right now, and it is what it is. And obviously, I won't be succeeding as a capper in front of you guys until those numbers start going up. But this is, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I mean, what I should stop fucking. I should stop. I should just bet this first five and drink the juice here. I should. I mean, what are the books telling us? They're saying that the biggest advantage in this game is Joe Ryan at home pitching against a very good pitcher in Seth Lugo. And, the offshore, I'm looking at a minus 146, which is crazy to me. Which means that this minus 140, which I would say is probably at the very edge of what I want to bet, is the bet. We're actively trying to cut the first five minus a halves. Spooner says that the roster moves have been made. Buxton did not get activated. So with all that being said, I'm going to bet the Twins first five minus 140, which is very expensive. I'm also going to bet it right now. If it's 6 cents cheaper than what it is at very sharp offshores. I imagine that they're going to follow suit. TJ says parlay it with Detroit. Maybe the reason why the parlays were made yesterday was because the Pirates were minus 190 and the Pirates were minus 190 and the Marlins were minus 150, and I deemed minus 150 too high. And maybe I can start letting that go. I think maybe I should start letting that go. Thomas,
I would tell you it's the Diamondbacks to parlay with it.
Yeah, I don't think a minus 140 is necessary for me to do that with it all. Thank you, Thomas. It's at 300 is like for football and NHL, but again, I'm 45. It's taking me a long time to build up. And if I didn't have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, it would be higher. I can't at this point with a young family.
Do you ever think about what that would be like?
No, because if I lose for the rest of the season, I will know what it feels like. I will know exactly what it feels like. It's not far away from a gambler. And it's never far away. Troy says his 200 unit size needs to be 500. 500 is the next step. 500 is the next step. It's the next step, and I would like to get there badly, badly, badly. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to move on to Twins minus 140 right now. Let's roll on to Mets Brewers. But I would like to bet this right now.
I'll open up this game for everyone here. Brewers Mets. Brandon Woodruff versus Kodai Senga. I saw that Ballpark Pal put out their like simulations or whatever for the pitcher, and I looked at the bottom and I saw Kodai Senga at the bottom of that simulations thing. I was pretty surprised. So we'll be interested to talk about this game with everyone here. 76% of the bets and 74% of the money is on Brandon Woodruff and the Milwaukee Brewers here. So that's very interesting to start off here. And I'm going to go to full game here instead of first five. First five, that line has moved drastically, but we'll sort of go full game first. I'm seeing minus 119 at Penny climb all the way up to minus 140 here. Obviously the first question is why is it opened up at minus 119, but with Kodai Senga at the bump and Brandon Woodruff, I kind of would deem that to be the price that I would do as well. And the fact that it's moved up all that way up is fascinating. And again, I'll echo it one more time. There is, where did it go? I lost it. 76% of the bets and 74% of the money on the Milwaukee Brewers there. So 10 cents with all that money. Maybe you deem it not enough, but we'll see if it keeps moving throughout the show. 84% of the bets, 89% of the money on the under, in this game here. Again, I'm not surprised by that because Senga is very much a pitcher that, maybe he's public, but I think he's a good pitcher. But last 2 starts, let's talk about him because he's struggled. 4 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned runs against the Giants at home in a back-to-back spot as well. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 home runs, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. Was his first appearance against the Giants, and 3 innings, 4 earned runs against the Angels as well. So those are his last 3 have all been quite a struggle, to say the least. It's not a pitcher that I'm looking to back here. It seems like they've got a short leash on him, obviously. And Woodruff, I can't believe how well he's pitched coming off this injury. He had that like radial compression like arm thing, which is super hard to come back from. And he's come back and he's pitched really well. 2 earned runs has been the max he's given up in his 5 starts so far. 6 innings, 1 hit, 2 earned runs. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs. 6 innings shutout. 4 1/3, 2 earned runs. 6 innings, 1 earned run. Now, 4 of those starts were against the Washington Nationals and the Miami Marlins. The Marlins, who, yes, we've been betting on, but are not an offensive juggernaut. The Mets, let's check out how they've been doing against righties here in this month so far, and it's not been good, I can tell you that now. 21st, 82 weighted runs created plus for them here. Milwaukee's second best, 185 weighted runs created plus in that time as well. So it's a tough game for me to bet, the line moving towards the Brewers makes me think it's the right side, but this doesn't seem like quite enough money to move that way. And the total, just to recap that market move on the total, it's gone up, if anything, juice-wise, from minus 115 to the under 8 to minus 113 now. And it did get to the 7.5 at one point, but came right back to the 8. So, difficult game. I've stayed off of it so far. Wine time, what do you think?
Well, looking and comparing the first 5 to the full game right now makes me think that the books know that Brandon Woodruff is going to pitch better than Kodai Senga today. They're 13 cents more expensive in the first 5 than the full game. Minus 150 full game, minus 130, or minus 150 first 5, minus 137 full game currently sitting right now. Correction, 11 cents difference. Brewers are minus 139 full game. We've got a total of 8 juice to the under at minus 120. Guys, this was a spot last night that I circled. Brewers money line minus 120. I could have gotten it last night. Had it in the bet slip, and I just couldn't place the bet. I wanted to see what the market was going to do. I didn't think it was going to go up this much. I honestly thought I would maybe lose value on the line. I thought the line was going to move towards the Mets. Exact opposite thing happened because it has moved 19 cents towards the Brewers now, almost as a minus 140 here. I think Woodruff outduels Senga here. The Brewers get the dub here. Brewers are finally being valued at a reasonable price right now. I know we've seen them at dogs in weird situations, but yet here they are against the mighty New York Mets. You know what I mean? A team that is going to be in the playoffs. They are only sitting 11 games over 500 right now. They should be a lot better than that, considering the money they have spent in that batting order. But this is a Milwaukee Brewers spot. Milwaukee Brewers are out continues. They're just playing some really good baseball right now. They know how to win. They know how to win baseball games. If it translates to the playoffs, we'll have to see it then. But this is a team that is playing really good baseball, and that I like everything I'm seeing from them from the eye test. Everything makes sense for them, and seeing them move 19 cents in their direction. It's Milwaukee Brewers or pass here. I just can't move on a minus 140 at this point because I could have gotten a minus 120 last night. I'm not going to do it. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to move on a minus 1 here. I just think the market beat me here in this spot. I could have beaten it, but it already beat me. So I'm not going to try to fight back and losing 20 cents of value in a number that I had in the bet slip ready to place yesterday, last night around 11:30 p.m., but just didn't make the bet. And I regret it, but I'm not going to move on them here. I'm going to end up passing on this game. So it's going to be a pass for me, guys. But this is a Milwaukee Brewers spot, and Brandon Woodruff absolutely probably deals today against the New York Mets.
All right, beautiful. Jimmy, you're muted. But, yeah, I could see the Brewers shit in the bed here, like the chat's saying, but I couldn't get there.
The hottest team in Major League Baseball. The number 1 team in Major League Baseball. Going up against a team that's 6 games under 500 at home. Or, sorry, on the road. 6 games under 500, and they're barely a favorite. I don't care that the lines move towards the Brewers at all. Now, look, I'm not going to get in the way of the Brewers, but I didn't want this. It doesn't matter that there's been a 20-cent move towards the Brewers. This line opened up in the fishiest number that you could possibly imagine. The Mets suck on the road. The fact that the hottest team in the league would be barely a favorite is, if you guys want the Brewers, I get it. The market is not being indicating that they're the right bet a bunch of times, and they keep winning and they keep winning and they keep winning. Again, that's not it's not the house. I mean, that's your fucking money. That's your money. It's just because you're up, 5 units betting the Brewers over the last 6 days. It's not playing with the house's money. Justin McCelvy says market not respecting the Brewers yet. Look, I'm not going to go up against the Milwaukee, but the opening lines, we've talked so much about market movement. And since the All-Star break, I'm more into that opening line. That opening line is telling me so much. This opening line is fucking bananas. Makes no sense whatsoever. The hottest team in the league against one of the the coldest teams in the league, a cold team that can't win on the road against, number one team in Major League Baseball. This makes no sense to me. But if you guys are on the Brewers, I get it. But there's no fucking fairy tales. They're not giving you. Oh, come on. This is so ridiculous. If you just from a winning percentage standpoint, you have the Brewers are 36-20 at home that are winning every single game they play, and they open up as a tiny, tiny favorite against a Mets team that's coming off being swept. So, Doug White says Brewers are so overrated. Everyone seems to think they're the best team in baseball, and I don't see it. I don't think I've not heard anyone say that they're the best team in baseball. But what we'll say is they have the best record in baseball. That's all.
They are playing the best brand of baseball in Major League Baseball right now. Looking at shout out to my guy Dougie Wise. I know he's a Dodger fan, but I mean, I'm just saying they own the Dodgers, and the Dodgers payroll is a million times more in a huge market compared to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a small market team. Look at this roster. I mean, it makes how do they have 70 wins? I don't get it. Shout out to them because they're making it happen. They're winning ball games. They know how to play winning baseball. That's what matters most when it comes down to it. Sometimes it doesn't matter about the payroll. Usually it does. We've seen it work out in teams' directions. We saw the Dodgers win it last year. Just saying, if the Brewers win a World Series this year, that would be some huge news for some teams that don't spend a lot of money, just showing that you can win at a high level with minimal contracts.
And I would make $27,000 on a $1.7,000 investment.
God damn, that'd make the bankroll go up. That'd be nice right there, Jim, to add to the bankroll, man. Damn.
Obviously, I don't expect it to happen. But we'll want 27 on 1.7 is not bad. Let's roll on here. I'll cheer you guys on here. Spooner says I've heard people call them the best team in baseball. Also, that they have this game series circled with markers. I'm very much looking forward to this game. I just and I think that there's a lot of truth to Justin saying that the market isn't quite aware of how good this team is. And sorry, I meant to answer that question for you. Hi Owl. The Mets are dominant at home. They're 38-21, and they're 25-31 on the road. Imagine being 38-21 at home, and yet overall you're just plus 35 in runs. I mean, the Brewers have a run differential of plus 127. I mean, come on, let's look at this. If this is the case, we have the team with the best run differential in baseball, the team with the best record in baseball, a team that's 9-1 in their last 10, that's won 6 straight games, going up against a team that's lost 4 straight, that's 6 games under 500 on the road, and yet they're a tiny, tiny favorite. So, I mean, if this is a real gift for you guys here, if you believe this is just a mistake line by the books, and you can take advantage of it. And obviously, I'll be fascinated in the game. We don't need to talk about it anymore because we're not moving on. Is that right? One time we're off of this one?
I'm off it. I can't. I won't move on the Mets. I won't get in the way of the Brewers. And like I said, I've already lost all the value that I could have got. If I would have had a Brewers minus 120 in my pocket right now, I'd be.
I think you were in. You know what Pete used to say to me? He'd say, "Well, I'm very nervous for you with this." But he would say it to me, and I would say that I'd be very, very. Who cares that it's moved 20 cents? Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. And Spooner, Mets plus 120 on his card. There are some Mets backers. And TJ saying this team was a dog 2 games ago. And that day, TJ and DC Capper both cashed on them.
And I lost.
And I lost too. Braves first 5 minus a half. It was Strider versus Quintana. God. Okay.
TJ messaged me. He's like, why on earth would you place that bet? Shout out to my guy, TJ.
Yeah, well, yeah. He didn't say that to me, but I know he was thinking it. Asshole. All right, let's go. Next up for us, we talk and look at Troy saying Mets best bet. So we have talked about our Milwaukee Brewers. Let's talk about Troy and Spooner's Chicago Cubs. 66 and 48, 30 and 26 on the road at St. Louis Cardinals, 58 and 58, 32 and 24 at home. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Absolutely wild that these are the two worst teams versus right-handed pitching, over the last 30 days. The Cubs are batting .229 with a 683 OPS. The Cards are batting .222 with a 645 OPS. The fact that they didn't go all in at the deadline meant to me now I get it. Now I'm like, oh, their advanced analytics told them that they weren't that good. That's the only reason that they're.
I would agree with that.
It's the only plausible explanation that their advanced analytics said, look, we're playing way overhead. We're not that good. We shouldn't go all in. Maybe next year we go all in. But you'd be like, well, we got Kyle Tucker right now. And then the argument would be, well, what the fuck is that guy doing? Nothing. So young Michael McGreevy going up against Matthew Boyd, who's been spectacular. Of course, Matthew Boyd traded to the Tigers in the David Price deal long ago. We never got the chance to watch Matthew Boyd deliver. It took him a long time to get to where he is right now, and he's pitching spectacularly well. We got Lamont Williams, max bet in the house. Lamont Williams is on the Padres here. And he's sorry. Sorry, let me do this here. Troy saying, be careful with those numbers. Talking about a sample which includes 5 games with a total under 7.5. That's fair. That's fair. They're playing the Cubs is almost like playing the Yankees. And maybe it is now. They're trying their hardest, and everybody in that division is certainly playing their best against them. And the Cardinals will be no different. Cardinals 8 games over 500 at home. The Cubs have been a good road team this year, 30 and 26. Let's go over the weather here at Busch Stadium. Busch Stadium in St. Louis. We have 90 Fahrenheit. Feels like 94. 8.9 miles per hour right to left across the diamond. Dies down to 8 miles per hour. Let's see what Ballpark Pal has Busch Stadium here. Has -5%, -2% homers, and -8% doubles and triples, and -1% singles. I've told you guys about this, and it happens at different times. I don't mean to stop everything we're doing, but there are times where I get waves that come over me where I'm like, this is so much fun. How lucky are we that we get to break down these ball games for hours upon hours? And this is so much fucking fun. And this game is so interesting to me. Cubbies, Cardinals here. Obviously, I'm not even that worried about the Cubs anymore, which is crazy to say. I'm more worried about the Brewers getting that first or second seed in the playoffs, which means it's the Phillies and the Dodgers that we're also trying to stay ahead of at this point. The money line here for the Chicago Cubs, -148. We opened up at -143. Now it's -147. So a 4-cent move towards the Chicago Cubs. The Cards have been a good home team all year. There's nothing. In fact, maybe the Cubs shouldn't be that big of a favorite, maybe. But the line, there's nothing too fishy about it here. From a total standpoint, we have an 8. It's -115 to the over. This opened up at 8.5, -114 to the under. Within 36, or sorry, that's a little more than that. Sorry. Within 44 minutes, this moved to 8, and it stayed right there. This has been right. This total has not moved in 17 hours at this point. We take a look at the cash flow for this big NL Central matchup. We have 75% of the tickets, 76% of the cash on Boyd and the Cubs, and a 50-50 spot with the total. That's why it hasn't moved a cent. I mean, you're just getting money from both sides and don't know where to move it. Last start for Boyd was a thing of beauty. Now it was a 4-3 loss at home versus the Orioles. The market told us that the Orioles were the bet, and they didn't flex their muscles till late in the game when Boyd was gone, because he only allowed 4 hits over 7 innings, 8 Ks, and didn't walk a batter. On the road, he's allowed just 21 earned runs and 11 starts. He's been great on the road, at home, wherever he's pitched. He's only allowed 4 home runs on the road. He's allowed 7 at Wrigley. His splits are excellent. And then you have young McGreevy. His last start was an 8-5 win at the Padres. He allowed 4 runs over 6 innings. He faced these very Cubs on June 24th here at Busch Stadium, and it wasn't very good. 4 2/3. It was bad. 7 hits, 5 earned runs. He only struck out 1 batter. It was an 8-7 victory, but he didn't look good. He's not been good at home. At home this year, he's thrown 21 innings over 4 appearances and 3 starts, and he's allowed 16 earned runs. So with the pitching matchup, now you could say, well, does this line make sense? So if you have the Cards bullpen has been atrocious, 6.45 ERA over the last 30 days, and the Cards bullpen has been excellent. And I've been high on this Cards bullpen all year long. So we have a big advantage. Well, no, it's not a big advantage because I think we still fear the Cubs sticks more than we fear the Cardinals sticks. But there should be a price difference on the first 5 if you have Boyd going up against McGreevy, unless McGreevy's going to shove. 365 has the Cubs full game minus 150, and then first 5 they have them minus 165. 15 cents more expensive. That makes sense to me. Jose Bouquet, does this all make sense to you?
The full game line doesn't. Personally, I thought this should be minus 170 Chicago Cubs, minus 180 Chicago Cubs. So this is definitely a spot where I looked at the Cardinals and I was like, it's a little interesting. And maybe I'm biased against the Cubs. I don't know. I don't really know why I would be biased against the Cubs. I just think they stink and they're just not good, and they've been playing shit baseball and just a easy team to fade. At least for me, it's been an easy team to bet against this last few weeks. It opened up minus 150, minus 143 at Penny. I'm saying it go up to a few cents at Penny, where we used to play poker. Minus 150s, minus 149 now. I think the Cardinals win this game, full game, honestly. And Troy mentioned the last 500 at bats, they've been hitting righties well. Well, I'll tell you, in their last 120 at-bats from the 1st of August to today, they've been dog shit. 24th in baseball, 69 weighted runs created plus against righties. So, I lean Cardinals. I haven't gotten there yet, but this Cubs team is not good.
I think not good is a little harsh. Our guy Rob Free in the house. What up, Rob Free? Tigers double result minus 125. I was astonished at that line. And then I went to my book, which always gets, not my book, but 365, my local uses. It's minus 120 there. On a minus 300 favorite, I'd have to compare it to other things because that doesn't make sense to me, but the number seems beautiful, Rob. Take it away here. Wine time. The floor is yours.
Yeah, guys, this definitely seems like a St. Louis Cardinals spot for me as well here in this spot. I would expect the Chicago Cubs to be a lot more of a favorite. I know they're more of a favorite in the first 5, which gives us a pitching advantage here with Matthew Boyd. But I think as this game goes on, I think the Cardinals can stay within this game. And we just saw them take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers here. After I said that, it seemed like they threw in the towel being 1 game under 500, which seemed kind of wild. But this team looks like they still actually do want to win some ball games. We're going to be at their home stadium here on a Friday night in St. Louis, Missouri here. This is a rivalry game. We see Deacon Mike in the chat. Whenever you wear your Cardinals gear, Jim, he's always telling you, take that shit off. You know what I mean? These guys don't like each other. These fan bases don't like each other, which means the St. Louis fan base should show up for this game here. We just saw him take 2 out of 3 in LA. In fashion too. I mean, in the 8th and 9th inning there, just absolutely beautiful to see the Cardinals do that and to see the Cardinals just keep on rolling, man. This team, it's crazy that they're at 500. This isn't a good roster, but yet they're still staying in these ball games and winning big time ball games. They've got a good fan base going on over there in St. Louis. So I think the fans being there isn't going to be a problem whatsoever. I think the Cardinals are very live to win this game outright. The plus 1.5 at minus 125 looks appealing too. More so the money line here, though. I mean, we're getting plus 138 right now. It's Cubs as a minus 149 favorite right now. It just doesn't, I don't know. Something tells me that the Cardinals are live to win this game here. You guys know me in the beginning of the season, I was really high on this Cubs team. Still am. They are going to be a playoff team going forward and stuff. We'll see what they do when it comes to playoff time. There's still a couple more months for them to get it together here. There's no question in my mind that they missed the playoffs, especially being 18 games over 500. I like this Cubs team still, but there's just certain spots where I feel like you need to fade them, and this is a spot where I would fade them, and that I would be on the St. Louis Cardinals. That's some nice plus money here. I'm not going to do it here on the show because I'm not going to place the bet. I'm not going to give you guys anything I don't play here, but this might be a game I move on later on, and if so, I will tweet it out. No way I'll be on the Cubs here at a minus 149, minus 150 here. They should be a minus 170 here in the spot with Boyd on the mound. Something tells me that maybe later in this game, the the Cardinals get to this bullpen. We saw them do it to the Dodgers a couple days ago. We saw them do it in the first game as well. Come from behind, I believe, later on in that game. So I like the Cardinals here. It's not going to be a play I move on live by any means, guys, but this is a lean for me on the St. Louis Cardinals.
Wow, Spoon's got the Cubs at minus 118.
What? That's crazy.
I just asked him where he got the minus 118.
I'm hoping that's a mistype.
Maybe, yeah, it's got to be.
Hoping, but yeah, I moved in the Cardinals full game money line plus 138. The last thing that pushed me over the edge from the 15th to today, best team against left-handed pitching, the St. Louis Cardinals. Shocking enough to say.
The minus 1 at minus 118.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, but 15th to the 18th, 116 plate appearances, 167 weighted runs created plus.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're just trying to be too sharp or too cute back in the Cardinals here. I don't want the Cubs. I don't want to fade Matthew Boyd. What is your expectation? Oh, and shout out to our guy Deacon. He asks Bovada to give him the home run prop, and on an 8, they give him 3. Over 3. What? They're just it's because they'll probably look at his past and they're like, hey, this guy has never bet an under. He's not, all he bets are over home run props. So let's give him a 3 and shut him up.
Yeah, Deacon, do you take the under in that situation? Fuck.
Jose, what is your expectation here? And we'll move on to Michael McGreevy.
That's an excellent question. I kind of expect him to pitch well, like 5 innings, 2 earned runs. Probably 5 innings, 3 earned runs. But I just don't think Boyd goes out there and pitches well, and I don't trust his Cubs bullpen. So.
And my apologies, I gave the numbers for against righties instead of lefties. I guess I was just moving a little too fast here. Oh, and they didn't offer the under?
What? That's
Come on.
Crazy.
Come on. They're assholes,
that's a fuck you to Deacon right there.
Well, they know he's been milking them, man. They're like, look at this guy's ROI on these home run props. What dicks, man. I don't.
That's funny.
Let's just move on. I find this a very tricky cap. I don't feel like there's an angle that's too spectacular here, and I think there's spots that I like better than this. I can understand it here. At Memphis this year, McGreevy's been lights out. He just hasn't transferred it over to, the show, which is not easy. Another San Clemente High School. Mom born in San Clemente, California pitching factory. 3 or more home runs. So over 2.5. Okay, that's better. 3 or more. Plus 115. Okay, it's not horrible. So it's over 2.5 at plus 115. I get that's fair. I thought it was. Yeah, I was in my head. I wasn't thinking that was an over 2.5. Okay, I thought the 3 was a push. That's what I thought. It's over 3 instead of it's 3 or more. Okay, let's roll on. Jose's on the Cardinals. What did you get, Jose?
Plus 138. I'm gonna double check. Plus 136. Excuse me.
Plus 136, and we're going to put together a friends and family, the 3 of us here, best bets for our friend Chang Kim. All right, let's roll on. Next up, we have Lamont Williams max bet on San Diego Padres. Let me go back and look at everybody's action here. Spooner, Mets, Royals, Cubs, Rays. Look at everybody's action that I was copying and pasting. We have Stacks Play Today number 2 still coming up here. And not a lot of Padres talk. Oh, Turnbuckle Tommy's best bet was that Cubs first 5 minus half. So, and then we have Mr. Belvedere on the Reds, A's, Yankees, and Marlins. Free bands, there it is. Free bands Play Today's Padres. I knew there was another one. Padres -1 at minus 135. I thought I had that copied. Let me just do that again. I didn't see it with our shit. So Free bands Play Day is your San Diego Padres here. Let's go. No, Troy, you're right. Again, as you know, you can find the numbers to back up your argument. You can, so yes, if we're looking at year-long statistics, the Cubs are a very, very strong offensive team. Very strong. And when we look at
don't care about what they did in the first half today.
The runs scored 588. I mean, when we go over it for a year-long number, there's only one team in the NL with more runs. That's, of course, the Dodgers at 593. They have the only other team is the Yankees at 587. So, yeah, no, I get it. Mr. Belvedere, thank you for telling me that. Added the Rays and Blue Jays. That Blue Jays line is very fishy. Boston, San Diego over 7.5 for AM. All right, let's roll. Petco Park in San Diego, California. We have Walker Buehler, yet another Dodger retread here for the Boston Red Sox. 6-6, 5.74 ERA, 1.60 WHIP, just 71 strikeouts in 94 innings. He's not been good this year. Coming off 7-3 win at home over the Astros, 4 in the third, 9 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, no Ks, and 3 walks. On the road this year, he's been horrible. 35 earned runs in 9 starts. Opponents hitting 328 against him. I mean, he lets home runs wherever he goes. 9 on the road, 10 at home, but ugly numbers here. His K to walk ratio on the road, 28 strikeouts and 20 walks. Now, San Diego's a nice place to pitch. His splits are terrible. Both sides destroy him. Righties with a lot of power. Lefties just get on base. Troy says not just year-long statistics. I mean, Troy, we gave out, like I do every time. These are the Cubs are not hitting righties. Today they're facing a lefty, but the Cubs, there's only one team hitting righties worse.
I think McGreevy's a righty.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
no, McGreevy's a righty.
Sorry, it was the Cards that I had the righties information, not the left. But 229, 683 OPS, Troy, last 30 days. I mean, you're going to have to find a period of time where they've been successful. I was trying to be nice by saying season long. The
last 8 days, they've been dog shit.
Well, this is their last 30 days versus righties. Here, let me just pop that in the chat.
Literal shit on the bottom of my shoe. That's how bad the Cubs have been against righties in the last 8 days.
I think that this is pleasing for Troy to hear. I think that'll settle the argument. Now he'll just
dog shit.
No, I'm sure Troy can find numbers that back up his breakdown as well. Now, look, it's fun, Troy. It's just fun. It's fun you being a Cubs fan, and it's been fun. It's been fun with you and Spooner watching your Cubs fly so high but get a little too close to the sun. Walker Buehler going up against Nick Pivetta. Nick Pivetta 11-3, 2.73 ERA, 0.94 WHIP, 136 Ks, 128 and 2/3. He's been really good this year. Coming off 4-1 win at home over the Cardinals, 7 innings, 1 hit. It was a solo shot, 5 Ks, didn't walk a batter. At home this year, he has had 12 starts and 16 earned runs. And there we go. Troy's last 500 plate appearances on the road, just right on pitching. There you go. All right, you got it.
It's a lot of plate appearances.
No, that's you got us. And recency bias, absolutely recency bias. No, you're right. You're right, my man. Red Sox versus righties, 259, 788 OPS. Padres versus righties, 265, 742 OPS. Both bullpens have been spectacular. Red Sox bullpen, but Padres bullpen being best of baseball all year, being best of baseball last 30 days. Red Sox bullpen being rolling right now. So that is our situation. Let's take a look at the weather here to get us started. We're going to do, sorry about my chair squeaking.
We can't hear.
They switched chairs on me, and
oh, they sons of bitches.
Yeah, they fucking switched chairs.
Just
on
like
me.
they just stole the hat from me. I fucking died laughing, by the way, yesterday. I've lost the hat. I'm missing a hat.
I always think that somebody's stolen a hat, and then I always find it later after I berate everybody and look everybody in the eyes. 72 Fahrenheit feels like 74, 6.3 miles per hour to right field, dies down to 4.5 miles per hour. Let's get into a Ballpark Pal. Ballpark Pal has Petco minus 7%, plus 7% homers, minus 12% doubles and triples, and minus 7% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We've Troy's digging deep now, man. We've pissed him off. We've pissed our friend off.
Troy, you're just making me root harder for the Cardinals with every comment. Every comment makes me want the Cardinals to win more and more. I don't want to root against the Cubs this year, but I will. I fucking will. They're going to make the playoffs most likely, but it would be a shame.
Yeah, God, can't wait for playoff baseball. I mean, that's just heaven. The Padres are minus 166. They opened up at minus 169. Very, very big favorite line. So the fact that there's been no movement, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, if you were on the Padres, you want to see 20 or 30 cents movement, but the fact that it hasn't come isn't that big of a deal. This total is an 8. It's minus 111 to the under. It opened up minus 113 to the under. So basically, we don't have movement on side or total. When we get to the cash flow for
Lynn, by the way, named our future Cubs podcast that we do on Post Sports Radio with Troy and Spoon, Cubs Sports Radio. That's just good. That's just good right there, Lynn.
I have Deacon in there, but it is good. It's well done.
It sounds a little bit like Cum Sports Radio, but I still like Cubs Sports Radio.
I did not think Cum one time, not even for a second. It was not even in the furthest depths of my thought. It didn't even occur.
That was the first thing I thought of.
Jesus Christ. When we get into the cash flow for our interleague spot here, 74% of the tickets on the Padres and 85% of cash on the Padres. So now there's some confusion. I think because the line hasn't moved really, but they did open up as a big favorite line, and I'm sure they're much bigger favorites first 5, even though they have a bullpen advantage. So maybe that's not the case. We'll take a look. 86% tickets and 95% cash on the under. Take it away here, Jose Bouquet. Now, Jerry Davis has moved to minus 186.
I just refreshed and I still have the same line, so I'd love to know what book that is, Jerry, as well.
Interesting. Take it away for us, Jose. Now, Red Sox are 5 games under 500 on the road, but the Padres 17 games over 500 at home. You have an enormous advantage with your starting pitching and your bullpen. I mean, if you consider that Walker Buehler is allowing 3 more runs over 9 innings than Nick Pivetta, then the difference on first 5, even if you have a bullpen advantage, should be very big, right? So let's just see what that price difference is here for Buehler versus Pivetta. We have here minus 170 at 365, and the first 5 is minus 165. I don't know. Something's not right here. Minus 186 on Bet Rivers. Damn. Take it away, Mr. Bouquet. Your Boston Red Sox in effect.
By the way, I just wanted to do a quick glance to see, is there anyone that's good on the road? I was thinking, is 5 games under 500 on the road like that bad? And I'm not seeing.
Well, Brewers are 8 games over 500.
Yeah, that is the only one I see, and that's crazy, by the way. I think that's the only one I see above 500. The Cubs are 30 and 26. That's another one.
Yeah, 4 games over. So are the Dodgers.
So it's just very few teams are above 500 on the road, which makes sense. You have to be a good team to do that. So this is fascinating. But I am lining up with the people that are betting the Padres here. I'm not going to bet them, but if I had to make one play, it'd be Padres minus 1 and a shocking turn of events. Because me personally, I think, and Red Sox asshole, we all know this, but I think this is a minus 130 line. And the fact that this is like minus 160 makes me think, okay, Padres, I wouldn't be surprised if they roll. 2 big things in my head going into this game. 1, Walker Buehler is known by these San Diego Padres very well. I'm sure I didn't look at the batter versus pitcher, but they all know him. They've seen his ups, and they've seen how shitty he was last year. So they've seen him. Number 2, Nick Pivetta is coming with hate in his heart here. I think Nick Pivetta is going to be very motivated against his former team. And, we gave him the qualifying offer, so I don't know why he'd be so pissy and moany, but that's just Nick Pivetta's fucking general demeanor, just pissy moany. So I expect him to go out here and shove, honestly, against his former team. I expect Buehler to get rocked by a team that knows him pretty well. So I stayed off this game, but I lean Padres.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable here. I can understand, when cappers are sitting with this game for a long period of time, that they could end up on the Red Sox. I think it's a pretty big favorite line, which is fair for the situation. And the fact that it's not moving means it's questionable. X's and O's.
That's the one thing that I was like, wow, it's all that money on the Padres. We haven't moved really. That's the one I was like, okay. Maybe if you're going to bet the Red Sox, I can see why, but it's not going to be me today.
And TJ saying 93% of the cash. We have the 85% of cash, but yeah, it's I don't need to get involved here. We got lots of action. Let's roll on.
And by the way, Nasty Nate's good comment here saying that Pissy Moni was my first stage name. And then it quickly became John Claude, obviously.
Pissy Moni. God, I'm not getting a lot of gigs with that fucking stage name. Man.
They're not going to put that up in the lights.
No, they will not. Let's roll here to our next spot. And it's an interesting one. We have action from cappers in our chat. First off, our friend Troy Torrance let us know that the Arizona Diamondbacks are today's cash cow. And Spoon likes one hole. One hole was really good. Really good. Then we have also the stacks play of the day. Number 2 is Diamondbacks Rockies over 9 at -114.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
One hole is a great nickname because when you introduce them to someone, like you're like, "Hey, this is my friend One Hole Bouquett," they say, "Excuse me," right? Like they want to hear you say it again. They're like, "Oh, yeah, this is my friend One Hole Bouquett."
Yep.
And then you sit there, they're trying to put it together, tie it all together. It's not an easy thing to tie together.
I like how TJ said One Hole had a great run, like I died.
No, the nickname had a great run. But then you told us the story of the snips, and we couldn't get past it. Dougie, perfect timing, wine time. Dougie Wise on the Rockies +211. AOD says One Hole forever.
Just talking about my circumcisions and my holes. Wine time, welcome back.
Wine time. We are talking about cash cow, and we're talking about. So we're talking cash cow. We're talking stacks number 2, but I do need to. Can you flip back to Red Sox Padres? What did you make of that line? Huge favorite, doesn't move. Everybody on the Padres. What did you have a feel for it?
I think the line's probably priced appropriately here. Being that the Padres are at home today, it's going to be a sellout crowd there in San Diego. There's going to be a lot of fans there. Nick Pivetta against Walker Buehler, 2 pitchers' numbers that are completely different from one another. Although we have backed Walker at times this season, he has cash for us in the right times. Necessarily, this doesn't seem like the spot to back the Boston Red Sox. Jose knows firsthand. I've already apologized to him on saying that this team was heading in the wrong direction. This team is playing some really good baseball, and I've been cashing with them. They've been rewarding me with cash in my pocket. I love to see it, honestly, because the Boston Red Sox have been a moneymaker for me this season. Probably one of the most profitable teams I've backed this season is the Boston Red Sox. With that being said, I don't think it's a spot for them here. You are getting some nice plus money with them, so I guess you could say that you could take some value with them at the plus money, but at the same time, you got Nick Pivetta on the mound, who's absolutely been shoving, but this line isn't really moving too much. I think the line is right where it needs to be, and you said that the public is hammering the San Diego Padres. Line's not moving, a little bit fishy. So I'm going to end up staying off this one just because I don't think I've backed the Red Sox as more than a +125 this season. Seeing them at this much of a dog against a team that I think they can compete with this season. Their records are practically identical. It's just the home and away splits, I guess you could say, from each team because the Padres are so good at home. I mean, you could see why when they play at that stadium with that crowd there, man. It's absolutely a beautiful sight to watch a baseball game. But I'm going to stay away from this game. Nothing for me in this one. I think the line is priced very appropriate for a reason. Maybe I could see the Red Sox getting this one by any means. You get some nice plus money with them, but I think it's right where it needs to be, and I don't know if we're going to see much of a move.
Yeah, no, I'm right. I'm right with you. I'm off that one. So we have a cash cow situation with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cash cow situation. We also have the over from Stacks. We have AM on the under. Let's take a look at this line history. We know the roof will be closed. We don't need to question that. Let's start with the total. It is a 9 right now. It's minus 113 to the over. It opened up minus 106 to the over. We had 7 cents of movement to the over. This has been available at this book since 8:24 p.m., so very limited movement. We'll get to the money line here for this one. On a money line situation, we have the Arizona Diamondbacks minus 231. They opened up here at minus 226. They did have this line moving in their direction. The minus 226 became a minus 244 after about 6 hours. Then it came back. Interesting that it came back. So let's take a look at the cash flow here for this NL spot. We have 85% of the tickets and 93% of cash on Arizona. I wonder if Detroit still feels like the line is moved far enough. 88% of tickets on the over, but just 73% of the cash. Ronnie Lofton knows his Diamondbacks very well. Says might get on the first 5 under. He says I think Zach shuts this terrible Rockies team out. Zach Gallen is starting to pitch better. I imagine he thought he was going to have to move his whole life at the deadline, but 5.48 ERA. We've talked about him still having a lot of reasons to pitch well, a lot of dollars that could be coming his way. And he's coming off a really nice start in Sacramento. It was an offensive ballpark. He was excellent. 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, and no walks. At home, he's been terrible. We don't know why. 11 starts, 41 earned runs. He's allowed 11 home runs. I mean, he's allowed 12 on the road, so it doesn't matter where he goes. He's been getting annihilated by left-handed pitching. 283 with an 829 OPS. That's certainly not like him. We take a look at the left-handed bats that he's going to face. It's Corbin Carroll. Perdomo is a switch. And then it's McCarthy and Herrera turning the lineup over. Oh, sorry, that was guys. Sorry, my bad. Looking at the Colorado Rockies for lefties, they only have Mickey Moniak, who I know he's kept his career alive over at Colorado, and then Amador. So this is actually a perfect lineup for him to pitch against. Now I'm an Austin Gomber fan. On the road this year, he's been much better than he's been at home. 4 starts on the road. He's allowed 10 earned runs. His splits are very bad. He's been lit up in a couple of occasions, but he's coming off a decent start in an 8-5 win at home over the Pirates. 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 2 homers, and 5 Ks. This is an interesting one. Mr. Bouquett, Rockies, Diamondbacks, take it away.
Yeah, I'll keep this one short. Shout out to Troy in the cash cow. I'd probably just lean that direction. But it's nothing for me here. Maybe Gomber can go out there and shove, but I didn't want to try to catch the falling knife, and I don't want to back Zach Gallen, who's been generally pretty bad all year. So no action for me.
I have some interest in supporting these pitchers. The Diamondbacks aren't hitting lefties at 242, 680. The Rockies bullpen right now over the last 30 days has a ERA of 9.07. I think that the first 3 under could be in play. I'd like to look at what Gomber's been doing early. Take it away. Wine time. Floor is yours.
Yeah, this is an interesting one right here. I see my guy Stacks. He said Ketel Marte over 2.5 bases plus 110. That's pretty crazy. That tells me that he's probably going to hit a bomb today. Either that or he's going to need a double and a single here in this game. I like that. I like that play, Stacks. I might tail a little something on that Ketel Marte because he has been a little bit ice cold these last couple of games, it seems like. With that being said here, looking at it from a total side, I definitely lean towards the Diamondbacks. This is definitely a game that they should win. Zach Gallen on the mound. This should be an easy lineup for him to go out there and face. Seeing the team total for the Rockies at 3.5. Diamondbacks at a 5.5 right now. I like the Diamondbacks to win this game here. I'm not going to play anything in this ball game. I might take a little something on that Kettle Marte prop, though. I do like that. Maybe I might just sprinkle on his home run prop because if he does get over that 2.5 bases, that's probably what he's going to need. Sideways in this game, guys. It's going to be nothing for me. These are two teams that aren't really fighting for much. The D-backs, I guess, they're still trying to make that last wild card spot if they can go on a big run here. I definitely think they win this game. I'm just not going to lay a -1.5 at -120 and expect them to win by 2+ runs here in this game. Team total at 5.5 at +105. Maybe. I saw my guy Stacks was on the over in this one. It's just I don't know if the Rockies can do their share end of the bargain here in this game. It's going to be a pass. I want nothing to do with this game right here. Nothing for me.
I am going to move on this. I'm going to be on the first 3 under 3 here with Gomber and Gallen. This fits the role of the pitchers over 4 ERAs that LJ's been betting overs on. So LJ will be on the over here. I'm going to be on the first 3 under 3 in this one, and I actually like it quite a bit. I like it quite a bit. The Diamondbacks are not hitting lefties. Gomber is more than capable of shutting them down. Zach Allen's pitching better right now, and he's not leaving. I wouldn't be surprised here. And then the bullpens are so bad. Diamondback bullpen not quite as bad, 4.44 ERA last 30 days, but that this could be a 2-1 game after 5 innings and still possibly sail over. So for me, I'll be on the first 3 under 3. And honestly, if they had offered, I believe the 2.5 will be like at +130. Let's just see what it is here. The under 2.5 is exactly +130. But if it was +110 or +110 even, I would still bet. I would bet the under 2.5 at +110. Getting the 3 is a push. I think this is 2 pitchers who are better than their numbers, what their numbers indicate. Coin saying rocks if it Gallen Harden 2 starts this year, 10 innings pitched, 18 hits, 14 runs, 10 Ks, 3 walks. I mean, oh my God, you can get the 3 at -115, TJ? Wow. Mine's -160. Wow. I am so jealous. That's unbelievable. Hit me on, message me as to what book that is. That's just, I mean, can you imagine getting 45 cents better?
Yeah.
I mean, that sucks. Sucks for me. So I'm going to be on the first 3 under here. Okay, wrong line. Okay. Maybe a little, that's, I've gotten over the jealousy when my friends get better lines. No worries. So I'm going to be on the first 3 under 3. Let's roll on. I'm the only one on this game. I wanted to go over that Zach Gallen quickly. What has happened to him against the Colorado Rockies, just to see if I can at least feel comfortable saying that Zach Gallen, obviously he's been horrific this year. So bad that he couldn't get moved. And he's been pitching a little bit. That was Colorado team total. A little bit better. So he faced the Colorado in the thin air of Colorado when in late June, and he was horrible. It was a string where he was just pitching so badly. Then he pitched against Colorado at home in May, and again, I mean, he's just pitching badly. I think he's better than that, and I don't mind to deal with the consequences that come if he's not. Let's roll on. 9:40 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. Wow, I'm getting +130 there. I should bet this soon. Rays, Mariners. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. Let's take a look at the weather in Seattle. 71 Fahrenheit. Feels like 69. 6.3 miles per hour. Index down at 5.4 miles per hour. Take a look at the line history here for this spot. We have, still got a lot to do. We have WNBA next here with our guys, Justin Mcelvy and Billy Brisbane. Rays, Mariners, we have a total of 7. It's a flat 7 with Rasmussen and Castillo. This opened up at 7.5, -121 to the under. The initial move over the first 4 hours this was available was towards the over. This has moved 8 cents towards the over. But there was a big move towards the under around, I guess around 11 this morning. was a big move towards the under, and that's where we see it right now. So we have a flat 7 on the. I'm sorry, looking at that. Oh, good. We're moving more towards the under in that Detroit Atlanta game, which is good. When we move towards the money line here, we have Castillo and the Mariners at minus 119. They opened up at minus 124. In the afternoon, they opened up minus 134. So this is a legit move towards the Tampa Bay Rays and Drew Rasmussen, who is pitching at a very high level right now. 52% of the tickets on the Rays, 55% of the cash on the Mariners. So it's pretty 50-50. 90% of tickets, 93% cash on the under. And we see a big move towards the under. We have Rasmussen, 9-5, 2.81 ERA, 1.02 whip. Last start, 5 1/3. Did not allow a run, did not walk a batter. He's pitching very well. That was 4-0 win at home versus the Dodgers. On the road this year, he's been very good. 13 earned runs in 8 starts. I mean, he's just been lights out. 238 opponent's batting average, which maybe a little higher than you'd want, but less hits than innings. Only allowed 4 home runs in those 35 innings. He's pitched way more at home. His splits are very good. Going up against Luis Castillo, coming off a 6-4 loss at home versus the Rangers. It was surprising because he had that great road start, came back and struggled at home. At home, though, he's allowed 20 earned runs in 13 starts. It is lefties that have been hitting him all year. Lefties batting .282 with an .805 OPS against them. The lefties that Castillo has to worry about are plentiful. You have Simpson and Lau leading off, and then Diaz coming in a couple righties, but then Josh Lowe. So there's 3 lefties. You have Mangum as a switchy and Fiducia as a lefty, and Taylor Walls, who will probably hit from the left-hand side if they're comfortable doing that, which they should against Castillo. So that makes 6 lefties. This is a very, very interesting situation here. We have Castillo at home against Rasmussen, who's pitching well. We have I've not been able to figure Castillo out right. He's shoved when I didn't expect him to, and I guess in general, I know his numbers are very good, but generally speaking, I don't trust him. Let's see the difference. A full game first 5 minutes are minus 125. Full game first 5, they're minus 120. The Rays are more expensive first 5, despite going up against a much tougher lineup. Now the Rays bullpen has been better. Mariners righties last 30 days, 231, 737. Rays 243, 692. Coin says Seattle used some arms yesterday in extras, while Tampa Bay is rested with the off day. Spooner says Seattle's bullpen are all back to back. Okay, Creekman, good. I would bet at 33.5. It's funny because it's the sharp book that I was looking at. It's moved further towards the under. I would bet that at 33.5 right now. Let me just confirm that for you here. So if you give me 45 seconds, we'll listen to, or maybe a couple minutes. Let's listen to what Wine Time thinks of the spot. But I don't know how we don't end up on the Rays here. Wine Time, floor is yours, my man.
Yeah, I gave out the Rays last night, guys. Rays money line plus 115. It's at a plus 110 at the same book right now. I'm going to trust Drew Rasmussen to go out there and throw some good innings of baseball. I'm still sitting here with the ticket in hand for the Rays to make the playoffs at minus 150 that I placed. And I don't think it's dead yet. I think this team still has a lot more to play for going forward. This team isn't giving up quite yet. I know they lost Aranda, one of their bigger bats at first base. They still have plenty of bats to make up for it. We saw them take 2 out of 3 from the Angels in Anaheim. They're going up to Seattle now. Not too much of a road trip for them with the day off yesterday. Excuse me. With that being said here, I like the Rays here. I think they're going to get it done here. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to probably back them in every single game this series, and I think I will come out on top here. I think the Rays going forward are going to be bet on. I know for a while they went on that hot streak. The books caught up to them, and then all of a sudden they started losing ball games, and it was like, what happened to this team? I think this team is going to go on a run for a little bit. I think that this team still has a lot of baseball left to be played, and they're going to end up over 500 if they make it into the playoffs. It's going to depend on the other teams and what their record is. I think you need to win at least 88 games to make the playoffs in the AL this year. Not impossible for the Rays. Certainly not easy either. I think it starts here, though. You guys know me, though. I don't like this Mariners team. Might be a little bit biased. There's not a team I don't like more in sports than the Seattle Mariners. It's a hate that I've developed over the last couple seasons. I hate Julio Rodriguez. I hate J.P. Crawford. I think if you pick 2 guys out of any baseball team to go 2-on-2 in a fighting match with them, they're going to beat those guys every single time. With that being said here, I like the Tampa Bay Rays here in this game and in this series. I think they take care of business here at plus money. I like that we got 5 cents of value in him last night. I think the Tampa Bay Rays are a spot. You got their best pitcher in Drew Rasmus on the mound. I think he's going to outduel Castillo here, and the bats are going to outdo him when it gets to the later part of the game. Give me the Tampa Bay Rays money line plus 115 here.
I'm right with you guys. I'm right with all of you guys. I'm going to take him first 5. I really want Rasmussen, and I still fear the Mariners lineup. I know the Rays bullpen's been pitching better than the Mariners bullpen. I can understand why you guys are on full game, but I am going to be first 5. And Justin's right. Says one time,
Justin, if I ever got the opportunity, I will. Believe me. I hate seeing that smirk on his face every time he makes a play out there in center field. I don't like the guy. Don't like the guy.
You guys call me Yankees haters. Just remember, I don't want to physically fight Aaron Judge. Just remember that.
Yeah. We wonder why that is. Jose, take it away. Rays Mariners. Are you moving on this?
For the record, I beat his ass. He's got a glass jaw. I'd take him in the second round by TKO. For this game, I didn't know what to make of it. So I'm probably going to stay off, but I did think this was kind of a short line. I don't know. It's tough to say what I think this line would be. You know, if I say minus 140, I think that's way too much. Minus 130, maybe, but maybe it's a good line. So I just ended up staying off. I do like Drew over Luis Castillo. And I was thinking about this the other day. If the Mariners do make the playoffs, who's their 1, 2, 3? Is it? It's probably game 1, Logan Gilbert. Game 2, Brian Wu. Game 3, George Kirby.
Yeah,
and maybe Castillo gets game 4 if they need it, but
you can't. The clubhouse, you can't. You have to put Castillo in the top 3. You can't lose the clubhouse. This guy has been there for all of the battles, all of the wars. Even if your advanced analytics tell you that maybe he shouldn't go, you can't invest all the money in the man and then say you're not part of our top 3 because you need him next year.
Who do you kick out?
You have to kick out Kirby.
And he's not going to. I don't think George Kirby works as a reliever because he doesn't throw hard enough.
No, but then you can change it. I don't know if they throw Kirby. I don't know if Wu remains healthy for the next few months and stays because we don't know how he handles this amount of innings. Wu could easily be out of that group, but you can't if you're a baseball team, you need everybody on this, like working, fighting together, believing in each other. He's gone through all the wars, all the battles. He's been excellent. He's pitched your biggest games. His numbers are still quite good.
Yep. It's definitely not a case of him being bad. It's just you just have so many arms in Seattle. So that was another situation I'm going to be interested in going forward to see if all those 4 guys stay healthy. What are they going to do? And I'll be fascinated to see what happens here. But I'm not going to bet this game.
I am, and a lot of us are on the Rays here, and we'll deal with whatever consequences arise. Let's move on. We got 2 games left before we get into the WNBA. 10:10 p.m. Eastern.
Game of the day.
The game of the day.
Come on. Throw it back.
I cannot wait to watch this game.
It's a fun one, guys.
Jimmy, do you tell me you have the fun fact of the last time these guys faced each other?
Well, no, but I believe our guy Justin McKelvey was kind of setting it up. Why don't you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact. It was 2008.
2008.
Yeah, their starting pitchers were Greg Maddux and Randy Johnson that day.
Yep.
And they were like, and then they just pulled a psych on both. They both got hurt. Whatever happened, yeah, that's nuts.
And it ended up being Max Scherzer against Clayton Kershaw. They were 4 years apart at the time. I believe both rookies at the time, though, because Scherzer obviously got drafted later on. But yeah, pretty big deal here, guys. This is what baseball's all about. Like, this is must-see TV today, even if you don't have a bet on the game. I haven't placed a bet on this game, but I will. I hope all 3 of us have a bet on this game. I'm excited to cap this one.
I'm going to have a ton of money on this card. I don't need to put a goddamn cent on this fucking game. I don't.
I think you're going to put some money on this game.
Well, if it will let the game dictate the action.
I have not bet this game, but I think I also will have a bet in this game as well.
I tell you, this helps me believe in sports. There's some athletes that still get the bag and still try to get better and try to stick around. And not all of them do. And a lot of the guys who haven't were traded from the Red Sox to the Dodgers. Mookie, of course, not being one of those guys, but it's nice to see these guys pitching well. I did not think that Scherzer would be pitching as well as he is right now this late in the season. Now, I know we didn't see him in the first half of the season. Let's go. Chavez Ravine, the game of the day. Let's get into the weather here in Los Angeles. God, I tell you, nobody's more excited to be playing the Dodgers tonight than the Jays. And they know that all eyes are on the game. They know it's great. I'm happy for the guys like, Nate Lucas and Ernie Clement to be in the spotlight and to have earned the spotlight. 77 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 6.3 miles per hour to right field. It's a little warmer than usual at night in LA today. Take a look at what Ballpark Pal expects here. Ballpark Pal has Chavez Ravine plus 2% overall, plus 14% homers, minus 2% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. We have the Blue Jays traveling to Los Angeles after the greatest offensive series in the history of their franchise. We all know what happens when you leave the thin air of Colorado. Now, they did have a day off in between, which is extremely important. This total is a 9. It's a minus 115 to the under. Opened up minus 107 to the under. And now it's at one point, the over at 7 in this morning was minus 115. The over 9 was minus 115. Then at 9 in the morning, an hour and 45 minutes later, the over 9 was plus 104, and the under was minus 117. That kept moving, but now we've come back a tiny bit. Overall, 9 cents of movement towards the under. Let's get into the money line. The opening line did not make sense to me. Now, both of these pitchers are pitching better than we expected at this point in their career, but still, it made no sense. Not only did the opening line make no sense, but we've had a massive move towards the Toronto Blue Jays. Blue Jays open up at plus 133. They're now plus 117. That, honestly, makes no sense to me at all. At all. So we have a Blue Jays team that is being dominant at Rogers Center and being okay on the road, the game over 500. We've already seen Jose explain that the game over 500 is actually really good in Major League Baseball this year. Game over 500 on the road, as most teams have struggled on the road.
Yeah.
But the Dodgers are 13 games over 500 at home, and Kershaw just pitched in a AAA ballpark where I thought he was going to get smoked. I've been expecting him to get smoked, and he's been rolling. 6 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs, 3 Ks, no walks in that win at the Rays. At home this year, 6 starts, 15 earned runs. He's not been very good. He's been better on the road. 18 strikeouts and 11 walks. He's allowed opponents to hit 270 against them. Maximus Scherzer coming off 4-2 win at home versus the Royals. He's had 3 starts on the road, and he's looked pretty good. Even that start against the Guardians was a pretty unlucky situation. I faded him in that start, and I watched him, and I stopped fading. Like, you could tell he was just pitching better than I thought he was going to pitch. Now lefties are hitting 238 with an 805 OPS against them. Taking a look at the lefties that he will face this evening, he will face Ohtani, Freeman, Muncy, and Conforto. That's not a confirmed lineup. It is the expected lineup. The Jays are raking lefties, 266, 818 OPS. Now they're hitting righties harder. Dodgers as righties, they are not hitting. Remember, we talked about it last week. They were at that point, over the 30 days before that, they'd been the worst hitting team against righties in the league. Now the Cardinals and the Cubs are 30 and 29, and the Dodgers are like 25th or 26th. The Jays bullpen has been a problem. 5.49 ERA last 30 days, where the Dodgers bullpen is really coming together. Cash flow for this one. 52% of tickets on the Dodgers, 73% of cash on the Jays. 52% of tickets on the under, 71% of cash on the over, but the line's moving away from it. A coin saying playoff atmosphere tonight, Chavez Ravine on Kobe Bryant bobblehead night. I did not know it was Kobe Bryant bobblehead night. Jesus, then talk about adding another level to this baseball game.
Imagine driving home in LA traffic with people going to the game tonight. Screw that. That's crazy.
Wow. You got to do the Larry David and pick up a hooker and drive in the fucking HOV lane, man. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Chris Warren said, did you just say the Blue Jays are overpriced because of their performance against the Rockies? Not as eloquently as you just said it, Chris. Take it away for us. One time, Jays, Dodgers.
I mean, guys, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, the Blue Jays outscored the Rockies 45-6 in 3 ball games. I've never seen that in my life. I don't know. I didn't check the stats on this, but I'm not sure if we've ever seen that much of a run differential in a 3-game series in baseball. That's absolutely wild to look back at that. You guys know where I'm going to be on this spot. I could only back the Blue Jays here in this spot. I just thought that the line opening up like a plus 134, I think I saw last night. I wanted to move on it. I was a little confused on it, seeing it drop down. I'm seeing it now at plus 121 at my same book right now. I want to back the Blue Jays here. I know they're coming off a big series at Coors Field. They did have a day off yesterday, though, to kind of get themselves together. I think this is a game that they probably get up for. It is Kobe Bryant. I mean, it's Kobe Bryant bobblehead night. That's absolutely wild. This place is going to be jam-packed. I'm glad I don't live actually in LA because the traffic is probably absolutely horrendous there right now. Don't feel sorry for any of those people. But with that being said here, this is a Blue Jays spot to me. We are seeing a total at 9. It is juiced to the under at minus 120, opening up at a minus 110. Got Scherzer on the mound against Clayton Kershaw. I mean, this is must-watch TV right here, guys, at Chavez Ravine in LA on a Friday night. I mean, you couldn't have picked a better night of baseball to play with these two teams, two of the better teams in the AL, in the NL, and in all Major League Baseball. I mean, these are two teams we're going to see when it comes to playoff time. This could possibly be, who knows, a World Series. I'm just saying a teaser right here. Who knows at this point, because both these teams have the rosters to make a run in the playoffs. It's going to be really fun to watch, especially with these two pitchers on the mound. As much history as there has been with these guys been in the league as long as they have been, going back to their first matchup against each other as rookies, replacing the two pitchers that they did in Greg Maddux and Randy Johnson. This is must-watch TV, guys. I want to be on the Blue Jays. I'm not going to move on officially on the show. I'm going to wait and see what happens here. Kind of let this market do its thing and see what number we can get the Blue Jays at. I don't know if we're ever going to get a better line on the Blue Jays, but I mean, if it is Kobe Bryant bobblehead night, it does make me think that all the Dodger fans are going to be backing the Dodgers here, probably on their way to the game, in traffic, betting the Dodgers. A lot of Dodger money should come in as it gets closer to the day here in LA on a Friday night as everyone gets off work. It's going to be a jam-packed stadium. This is going to be a fun ball game. I could only go Blue Jays here as slight dogs here. I think that they're the two pitchers on the mound here. I couldn't tell you who's better. They've just been pitching for so long. And at this point in their careers, they are obviously past their prime, but they both have been pitching well this season. It's going to be a pass for me altogether, but it's a Blue Jays or nothing for me if I do play this game.
Rod's Wackers has been on Toronto on the money line after scoring 10 runs or more. Toronto record during the 2025 season, 10-1. Looking at comparisons on the total, there's not that many, but some books could move this to 8.5. So seeing this first 5 total go from 5 down to 4.5 and back to 5, and it is interesting. Now, I know there's some offensive weather here. Take it away for us, Mr. Bouquet, Blue Jays, Dodgers.
Yeah, give me the Toronto Blue Jays here. Is there anyone in this world that pitches with hate in his heart more than Max Scherzer? Max Scherzer is a guy that is driven off this emotion, needs it, loves it in a playoff hunt. And all these guys, Scherzer, Kershaw, Verlander, mainly Scherzer and Verlander, they are not retiring till the other one folds because they want to be on the top of that win leaderboard, on top of each other. They are all just battling on these win leaderboards, and I'm excited to see it. And obviously, Verlander is losing some steam after getting shit on this year. But, give me the Toronto Blue Jays full game here. A team that you just said is thrilled to be playing in this game. I thought that minus 150 price was like, okay, this is a Dodgers team that everyone in the preseason said there was going to be the juggernauts, going to beat everyone's ass. I'm not surprised at the price. And a Toronto Blue Jays team that, I mean, I'm sure many people don't believe in. They don't buy in. So I think this is an easy emotional spot for, I don't even know who the fuck the Blue Jays manager is right now. Charlie Montoya? I don't fucking know.
Schneider.
You don't know Schneider, man. You don't know
Yeah.
old red face.
Yeah, he's fucking Charlie Montoya in there is going to fucking go rally the boys. It's going to be this is the prove to everyone that you guys are for real series. And Max Scherzer pitching against Kershaw will motivate him. And all those fuckers are going to be stuck in traffic for 6 hours trying to leave this stadium.
Oh,
Blue Jays full game money line for me.
guys, I just have to touch on it real quick. I think it was probably it's got to be like 8 years ago. Me and my buddies go to an Angel Dodger game, heading out there. That wasn't too bad of traffic. I won't forget leaving the stadium and walking to our car. And at that time, you couldn't really pin where your car was at. So it had to have been probably 10 years ago. We couldn't find our car for almost 2 hours. To get out of that parking lot, 2 hours. To get home, an hour and a half because people don't know how to drive in LA and that traffic is horrible. Shout out to the people that actually go to these games, guys, because like I said, you couldn't pay me to go to a Dodger game. I'm not going to sit in that traffic and I'm not going to sit in that parking lot and wait to get out of there. Screw that. But shout out to the Dodger fans because there are some real ones out there.
I want to fade any team that goes into Colorado and beats them 46-5. I wish there wasn't a day off in between.
It's crazy.
But I do. I want to fade any team in that situation. I don't know if I have the balls to go up against the market. That's it. Like, I don't know. And the market is pretty telling here. And I think I should just respect it. I don't see why I would. There's no reason for me to need to prove anything. 52% of the tickets are on the Dodgers. 48% of the tickets are on the Jays. 73% cash. It's funny. I find it funny. That Chris Warren thinks that's crazy to think that the Jays are overpriced because they just had the most runs they've ever scored in a 3-game series in the history of their franchise. I mean, I think it's just, but I don't know if I'm capable of going up against the market. And so I might end up on the Dodgers. I mean, is this not, so NFL is right around the corner and we're going to be talking about selling high, buying low. And I don't know how much buying low we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about selling high, selling high, selling high, selling high. And here I want to sell the Blue Jays at the highest point that they're ever going to be this season. This will be the single highest point that they're going to be. I mean, I just... Chris Warren says it was a perfect scenario in Denver. They're the hottest temperatures they've had in years and the worst bullpen starting pitching years. Yeah, well, that's all.
Yeah, I kind of put a line through everything, and I think the sports books too when it comes to Colorado. Colorado is just artificially inflating numbers over there, especially at home. I really think this is a very easy motivation spot for Toronto here. So it'll be a fun game.
So Chris Warren says the Blue Jays were in perfect form in the perfect scenario, but he's not overvaluing the Blue Jays against the Rockies. No, we're overvaluing the Blue Jays against their next opponent. No, I mean, who cares what that's over? That it's just what happened. Now we're trying to predict what's going to happen. The more I think about this with Chris, the more I want to bet the Dodgers. I just. So I may get there. I think it's very, very, very possible that I get there. You know what? I'm going to get there. I can't get past this. It's not about the Blue Jays. Any baseball team in Major League Baseball that goes into Colorado and beats them 46-5 and is playing way over expectations and everything's going perfectly for them and they head in that. Every single team in Major League Baseball I would fade. So why would I not fade? It's just because it's the Blue Jays. So okay, I'll move on to Dodgers. Jose, what did you get on the Blue Jays?
Plus 121.
Plus 121 on the Blue Jays for Jose. All right, let's roll on. Our final spot on the board here is kind of tricky. Kai Wei Tang pitching here. We've seen him in one start It was a 12-6 loss at New York. He went 3 1/3. He allowed 5 earned runs. He struck out 4. He walked 3. He is starting. He is a huge question mark, and I mean, you have to start with him. So let's pull up the baseball reference to see if we can, I know that, he's been pitching in Sacramento here, and he's been really good. 3.67 ERA. That's a tricky place to pitch, as we know. Sorry, I just lost it here. Tricky place to pitch. He has a 1.11 whip. I mean, you could say he's been excellent. I mean, it'd be fair to say. 86 strikeouts, 21 walks. He's thrown 54 innings. He's only allowed 39 hits. I mean, imagine only allowing 3 home runs in 25 games. He started 4. He's finished 6. But imagine allowing only 3 home runs anywhere in the Pacific Coast League. So he's been excellent. Do we expect a bounce back from that horrific first performance? And probably the answer is yes. Jake Irvin on the other side, 8-6, 4.89 ERA, 1.33 whip. He's allowed 24 home runs this year. His last start, he allowed 1 in an 8-2 loss at home to the Brewers. On the road this year, he's had 12 starts. He's allowed 39 earned runs. He's allowed 15 home runs. And lefties are hitting him, and they're hitting him very hard, and they're hitting him with a ton of power. Rafi Devers, Young-Hoo Lee, Bailey is Switch, and Grant McCray. Not a bad lineup for him to go up against them. So Nats versus righties, 243, 703 OPS last 30 days. Giants, 254, 748. Nats bullpen's been horrific, and the Giants bullpen has been bad. Now, Coin saying, does Gage opening for San Francisco matter? Let me just move over here. It does, and it should get into the cap, and I don't have that set up. So why don't I set up Gage, and we'll study him here. Let's take a look at the weather. Or you know what, Jose, set up Gage for us with the breakdown. I'll get the weather going here in San Francisco. It is 863 Fahrenheit, 6.3 miles per hour to center field. Dies down at 5.4 miles per hour. We have Ballpark Pal here saying that wow, Oracle, I'm not used to this. Wow, minus 2% overall. Wow. 21% homers, but minus 3% doubles and triples and plus 10% singles. Drewski says no way. Giants minus 169 with that bullpen. I'll tell you, look, you saw me move on the Twins, and we'll see if that succeeds, but that does not scare me. I think what that does is it tells you that Kai-Wei Tang is going to pitch very, very well. This total opened up at 8.5 minus 114 to the under. It's now an 8. You would imagine that Jake Irvin will probably pitch it well in these circumstances, although it is the ballpark certainly playing different than what we're used to. From the money line here, if I see the Giants as a massive favorite, that's going to appeal to me. They're minus 158 right now, and they opened up at minus 149. Yeah, that appeals to me. Shout out to Jose Perez in the house. This appeals to me. Let's take a look at the cash flow here for this NL matchup. We have no information on the total, but 75% of tickets and 85% of cash on the Blue Jays. Sure, this ballpark's going to help Jake Irvin, but the market's telling us that this kid from Taiwan is going to pitch very well tonight. And I don't see why we would disbelieve that after what he's done in a real sample size in a very difficult place to pitch in AAA. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Final MLB game on the board, Nats, Giants.
Yeah, you guys know me. I've backed the Nationals a lot this year. I don't know if I'm going to continue to do it anymore at this point in this season. This is a tough game. When I originally capped this, guys, Jake Irvin on the mound. It's crazy to see as bad as the Nationals have been, to see his record at 8-6 with as bad as his ERA and the way he's looked out there. It's kind of crazy. Just shows you that they hit for him. This Nationals team is not hitting right now. We've seen James Woods' numbers since the home run derby. There's no secret. You don't enter the home run derby as a young guy. It's never made sense to me why they even have a home run derby. Why you'd even participate in it, because you completely throw your swing off, especially as a young hitter like James Wood. We've seen him affect him in a big way. The second half of the season, it just doesn't look the same. And we saw him the last game of this season going into the All-Star break. He was taking home run derby practice swings. That's not what you want to see. So his numbers have just completely gone down since the All-Star break. Outside of him and CJ Abrams, that lineup is weak. There's not a lot of hitters in that lineup. I'm not going to back the Nationals here. I could only back the San Francisco Giants, but at the same time, you're kind of hoping that the San Francisco Giants can at least score 3 or 4 runs in this game. I don't know if I could trust this offense. This offense isn't good. This is one of the worst offenses you'll see in baseball. They made the trade for Rafael Devers to try to make their offense better. It's only made it worse. This team is going nowhere fast. This Giants team will not make a playoff run. This Giants team is bad. I don't know how they're still around 500 right now, but this should be an easy series for them. This series means everything for them. It means nothing for the Nationals. So I do expect the Giants to show up today. I didn't want to play anything in this game, though. This is going to be a pass for me. I've got so much action going today. I didn't want to move on this game. Jose, take it away.
So the opener, Matt Gage, 15 innings pitched, no earned runs, 11 Ks, 5 walks. It's been 1-2 innings basically every time, but like I said, has not given up a run yet this year. His first start was on January, February, March, April, May, June 13th, and has not given up one since. So shout out to him, but this is not going to be a game I move on. He's a lefty, by the way, for those keeping track at home. Kai Wei-Teng, we talked about him the other day, and I just need to keep watching the pitcher and keep seeing how he does, because I never watched him before, seeing him give up 3 1/3, 5 earned runs against the Mets. So that obviously has colored my view of him, but the market saying or at least odds maker saying he's going to pitch well today is interesting, because normally, I'd be betting the Nationals here, but I've got a lot of action, so I'll stay off.
Yeah, I think that it's only plus 150 for the Giants double result. I thought it would be more than that. I'm going to definitely bet the Giants today. Definitely bet the Giants. I just got to figure out if it's a first 5 or if I want to double down. I think this is a great spot. And the fact I'm saying that is because of how bad he looked in that first start. But we have a sample size that shows that he can deliver here, and now he gets to play in the park that he, dreams about, his home park for the Giants. I bet you he's much better in this pitcher's ballpark. Not that the Mets is not a pitcher's ballpark, but I'm going to be on the Giants. Just how, I'm not sure. All right, let's review, fellas, our MLB action, and let's give out our best bets for a MLB friends and family parlay. So I made 5 bets during the show. There's a lot that I'm going to be adding. I'm on the Reds first 5 at minus 125, full game at minus 121. I'm on the White Sox first 5 at plus 110. And I'm on the Philadelphia, Texas under 7.5 at minus 125. I expect to add a first 3 under. I'm on the Twins first 5 at minus 140. They've rolled out a really ugly looking lineup, and I'd be curious to see if that has changed the line at all. And the answer is it is not. They're now minus 150 first 5.
Oh.
So I feel pretty good about that. So I might add
the Reds.
Sorry?
Was that the Reds? What
That's
line?
Minnesota Twins minus
okay.
150 first 5. We have a 10-star play. We have Rod talking CFL. We're going to get into CFL shortly, right after WNBA. I'm going to copy and paste all of his stuff. Thank you for sharing that with us, Rod. The first 3 under 2. I've got to decide here. I'm going to talk about my action because now you guys have a chance to look at your action and what you're going to go for friends and family. I'd like to give my friends and family at the end, especially because, we are actually on some of the same plays, and I'll let you guys have those here. In Von Polo, top 5 fragrances for sports bettors in the house. Here we go. So we have our, wow. Yeah, I think that we should push it later. I didn't know that you guys were doing the debut episode here. It's supposed to be starting right now. Sorry, so I didn't know that we were actually debuting it here today. I want to give it a spot where we can pump it up if it's already debuting here right now, if it just started 2 minutes ago, it is what it is, and we'll promote it after the fact. But I didn't realize that this was the debut episode, and I'm gonna help. I'm gonna cut some stuff at Pop Culture TV. I gotta talk to Jose about that afterwards. But the first 302 is a possible addition. The Yankees first full game. That's Jose. Sorry, that's not me. Then the over 10. I'm still interested in Athletics Baltimore. I would like to see where it moved. I have interest in this first 5 over in Comerica with Hendricks and Scuball. I'm going to study it a little longer. The Braves, I'm very interested in. The White Sox first 5, I already bet that because I thought that line might move. Then Twins, I already bet. Then there's not much action for me for a while. I kind of shut down. I kind of hit the early board really hard. The first 3 under 3 in Arizona. The Rays first 5. I come back late. Dodgers and Giants. So I come back late. There we go. That is my action. Wine time. Please give us your action today and then your leg of friends and family.
Yeah, guys, shout out to everyone in the chat for tuning in with us. As long as you guys have, we hit almost 120 likes already, guys. Let's get to 150 likes, guys, for the channel. If you guys can give a donation, we'd appreciate it. It helps the channel a ton, helps everything we're doing over here at Pub Sports Radio. And it just, the like button, though, man, hit the like button, and it means the world to us. I want to give you guys out my action that I tweeted out last night and then give you guys the added play. And then a couple question marks we have on the board that I might move on as the day goes on. With that being said here, we moved on the White Sox Guardians under 8.5 at -110. It is now down to an 8 at -105. I wanted to see it to go down to an 8. I didn't know if we were actually going to see it. By the time we capped it, I even said that. I wanted to see it go down to an 8 already, and it hadn't quite, but now it's at an 8 at -105. So love to see that. We are on the Tampa Bay Rays here. I almost said Devil Rays for some reason. +115 on the money line. The Rangers on the money line in Arlington on a Friday night at +120. We are also on the Athletics money line +100. We also gave out the Pirates team total under 1.5 -110 first 5. You can actually get a -105 at the same book that I placed this bet at. So you can actually probably find a better number here. Don't like to see that really, but it is what it is. I made the bet and I still like it. And there's a couple moves that I wanted to make on the board that I quite didn't yet. And that one of them is the Pirates team total under 3.5, the full game at -115, now -120. As we've talked about it, it's gone up 5 cents. So I have to change that to a -120 if I do move on it. Reds money line, first 5 and full game. Still, I mean, this game's going to be going off in less than 3 hours, guys. This is a game that if you guys follow me on Twitter, make sure you're following me on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. I'm going to tweet this out, and it might be a double up spot for me. Whether it's taking the Pirates team total under, because I already moved on in first 5, might move on full game as well. And I might move on the Reds money line first 5 and the full game. This could be a huge spot for me. I want to go over a couple things here these next couple hours. We are also very considering the Yankees money line at -104. It was a -105 when we talked about it, moved a cent away from us. Not a big deal. I still think that the Yankees are live in that game. We talked about the Minnesota Twins money line, a spot that I think I want to move on as well. We'll see as the day goes on if I do end up moving on it. Blue Jays money line at +120 in LA. Max Scherzer against Clayton Kershaw. It's more of so that I want action on the card today. In that game specifically, on that night game, because I want to watch it and I want to have some kind of emotion in that game. And I do think getting the Jays at some plus money is nice, but it's nothing official as of right now. A couple things I still want to go over. So we gave out 5 plays today, guys. Let me break it down because I know I gave you guys a lot of question marks again. But we are on the team total for the Pirates first 5 under 1.5 -110. We are on the Texas Rangers +120 on the money line. Athletics +100. Rays +115. White Sox Guardians under 8.5 -110. 5 official plays for us today, guys. I had a blast breaking down this card with you guys. Shout out to our guys Gorki and Billy B backstage. I feel like they've been backstage for like an hour waiting for us to get done with baseball. Shout out to them. I'm going to be watching them break down some CFL and some WNBA because I'm going to want more action on this card, guys. But make sure you're following me on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. Going to be tweeting out my action, guys. We're so close to college football. I will be making some college football plays either today or tomorrow. I've already capped the card. There's still just a couple ins and outs I want to move on. I'm pretty close to pulling the trigger on about 5 different spots here. So be sure that you're following me on Twitter at Wine Time Sports. I'm going to tweet those out. Love you guys. Love breaking down this card with you guys.
Wine Time, before you go, though.
Yeah.
We need friends and family. Do you need a minute while Jose goes over his stuff?
Yeah, let Jose go over.
Okay, my man. Incredible job, Wine Time, as always. You've earned this spectacular record this year, both on the show and even better record on your full-time action. Of course, the co-host of our big walk-off wagers show. Yes, Todd, I'll pop it in the chat. Jose, give us your action and close it with your friends and family.
Yeah, friends and family for me is pretty easy. So thanks for letting me go first, everyone. Reds first 5 full game, minus 118, minus 120. Yankees minus 105. Athletics minus 105. White Sox first 5 money line plus 110. The Royals Twins over 8 minus 120. Cardinals plus 136. Looking at you, Troy. I'm looking at you, Troy. And Toronto Blue Jays plus 121 full game money lines for both there. Friends and family, as much as I'd love to make it the St. Louis Cardinals just to fuck with Troy, it is the New York Yankees minus 105 full game money line for me.
Yankees money line against Hunter Brown, dangerous. Wine Time, friends and family.
All right, guys, you ready for it? It's going to be an underdog today, guys. We are going with the team that I have a couple futures on this season, and that is taking a trip to Seattle from Anaheim, California. We're going to take the Tampa Bay Rays on the money line. It's down to a plus 105 right now. Got the plus 115 last night, was at a plus 110 when we talked about 30 minutes ago. It's already moved 5 cents towards them. They must be hearing me talk shit about the Seattle Mariners here because I'm on the Tampa Bay Rays here. I love that Jose said the Yankees too, because I wanted to move on the Yankees in some way. So now I'm added in the parlay. I'm really curious to see what Jimmy's third team is so we can get some good odds on this family and friends parlay. But I'll get out of here, guys. I will be listening to Jimmy's family and friends, and I'm going to play this for probably about a half unit because, I mean, it's going to be 2 spots that I'm automatically should be on here, the Yankees and Rays, and I'm really curious to hear Jimmy's family and friends. But appreciate you guys for having me as always, man. I'm going to be listening for the last hour or so for the show for CFL and WNBA. Love you guys. And I will be joining Cab tomorrow on Say Hey Plays. Cause I think Jose, you're going to be out of town tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
So I will be helping out Daddy Cab tomorrow, guys. So be sure to check out the show tomorrow. Say Hey Plays, this time with Dabby Cab and Wine Time Sports. Make sure to check us out every single Sunday as well on Walk Off Wagers. Me and my good friend Morgan Spoons Bets, man, break down the entire MLB card every single Sunday. Have a good time doing it too. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. Good luck to everyone on their action today. Good luck to the cappers that are going to come on screen and break down these next set of games for us. Love you guys. Can't wait to see you guys again next week here on Betting with the Bag.
Respect, my man. The San Francisco Giants full game is my leg of friends and family. Washington played, of course, in Washington yesterday.
Man,
I'm going to have more, and we're getting to take advantage of the poor performance of this young Taiwanese kid. He's not that young, but rookie. I'm going to have more than a unit on the Giants now, on my own action, and I'm going to include it with friends and family. I was close to going with the Reds, but for me, I really think it's the Giants that are the spot. Thank you, Chris Warren, my friend. I love capping with you guys so much. It's succeeding. And Chris says debate is what makes the market. I love it, Chris. I love it. And I feel the exact same way, my man. It is time. So wait, we still got our guy Wine Time there. We can't see him properly. Wine Time.
No, you're muted.
Oh,
that's why.
Apologies. My bad. Yeah. I wanted to give out the odds that I just got right now. I'm going to throw 250 on this game. It's going to pay out 1,400 here, guys. So we're getting about plus 500, plus 556 right now on this parlay, guys. I absolutely love it. it's going to give me a chance to root for the Giants here tonight too. That was a game that I didn't really necessarily was going to move on, but I do like the direction that Jimmy took in this one on the Giants money line.
If they sweep the Nationals, they're in the wild card race.
Yeah, I mean it's a big game for him, and the line is I get it here. So I'm excited for this one, guys. I'll get out of here because I know you guys got another couple games to talk about. Love you guys, though. I'll be getting right.
Our guy Wine Time Sports. Jose, so for you to know, we are starting next Friday with the races for our silver and gold members. You're going to hear all about it starting Medicaid Monday and throughout the week. We have new things for our members that we're really excited about. And so every Friday for the next 4 weeks, starting next week, we will give free entry worth $100 to anybody who wins for the Cappers contest or the Survivor pool. Cappers contest or Survivor pool. So that is starting next week. We are in business.
That was it. Only like a 3.5 hour baseball breakdowns here, but it was a loaded card. We have a lot of bets, and hopefully it fucking comes through for us because
it didn't feel like 3 hours or however long it was. It felt very. I enjoyed it immensely. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging with us, rocking with us. Jose, join us back when we put a bow on the proceedings.
Yeah, and good luck to everyone. We need it today.
We certainly do. Time to talk WNBA. My heater is over. We need to win right now. We need to win today. So, without further ado, let's bring on our stars of WNBA action. Mike Wilkerson here. I'll pop the parlay in the chat here in a second, but let me introduce the stars of our WNBA programming. Coming to us from South Jersey, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast. We have UFC Vegas 109 on Saturday, and the UFC Locker Room Talk podcast must-watch action here on our homepage of Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good. A little bit more focused today. We got the Ben Shelton through the hoop. Won his first ADP Masters 1000 title last night. So vibes are high. Momentum's high. Let's bring it into the WNBA for a nice little Friday night on Ion.
Yes. Yes, let's do exactly that. Let's get that cash. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Please welcome the star of the Stacks play of the day. And it's been really fun capping with you guys. Let's deliver the goods here. Please welcome our guy, Justin McKelvey, to the show.
Stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good, but when we start, I'm about to rapid fire. I put it in the chat. I'm like 15 minutes late.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I was.
No, you good.
Caught up in my own.
I told him I was gonna be a couple minutes late, so I'm just gonna have to. When we get there, I'm gonna just rapid fire.
Okay, well, let's do exactly that, and let's fire through this WNBA card. We start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the New York Liberty 19-10, 6-7 on the road at the Dallas Wings 8-22, 5-10 at home. Let's take a look at the line history and the situation. I lost on the Liberty. I never back a team coming home from a road trip, but I did back them in their first game home against Dallas. They won 85-76. They won by 9. That line opened up at 9.5 and closed at 11. I took them at 11. They were up 9 after the first quarter and then really failed to really put their footprint on the game here. And now they face the Dallas Wings once again. But this time we are in Dallas. In that last game that we watched, Dallas looked terrible. I mean, if you look at these stats, Dallas was out rebounding New York. And I know that Stewie's not around, but it was egregious. But in saying all that, Dallas shot 37% from the field and 22% from three. The Liberty shot 47.7% from the field and 50% from three and only turned the ball over 8 times. And I can't cash a double-digit favorite spot. It was extremely frustrating. John Quell Jones went for 15 and 10. Phoebich, Niesman all looked very good. And there was only Beckers. Beckers was the only one really answering for the Wings, but they stayed in the game. Beckers was 8 of 15. She was just 1 of 5 from 3, but she went for 21 points. Ogunbowale went for 14. Maddie Zegras went for 13 off the bench and looked pretty good. Take a look at the line history and get into the plan of attack here. So, sorry, quickly move over here and let's roll. Get to the spreads and let's roll. So here we go. Line history-wise for this one, the Liberty opened up at -7 in the afternoon. Here, though, they opened up at -8.5 at 9:02 p.m. So during from 3 to 9 p.m., this line moved pretty heavily towards New York. But if you're looking at this line from when it opened up at this very sharp offshore, it opened up at 9:02 at -8.5, and now we have a 7.5. So it really depends what book you're looking at for line movement. We get to the total in this one. Sorry, here we go. We get to the total. We have the 175. It's -114 to the under. This opened up at 172.5 and it's up to 175, a 2.5 point move towards the over. And then cash flow wise here, we have only information on the total for some reason. 67% of tickets, 66% cash on the under. We don't have information on the side. Let's roll in here from our guy Justin McKelvey. Take it away, Justin. Liberty Wings.
Yeah, I'm on Page Backers over 17.5 points. It's opened up at 18, came down to 17. I love guards against the Liberty. She had 21 last game. As of yesterday, I seen she was expected to play. She got banged up the last game against the Liberty, but she came back. Still had 31 minutes, I think, and 21 points. So I don't want to back the Liberty giving up 20 points. I have bad luck with them. Dallas, I feel like they suck. All they got is Page. So I want to get to Dallas, but I can't. But I'll trust Page. Official play, Page Backers over 17.5 points, -118.
You are in business. Brizzy, take it away. Liberty Wings.
Yeah, the Liberty just haven't been the same team when one of Jockwell Jones or Stewie is out of the lineup. 7-5 when Jockwell Jones went out the lineup, and 2-4 without Stewie in the lineup. And they haven't covered a closing spread since July 25th. Paige is back in the lineup tonight. The line was at 9, moved to 7.5. I feel like that's pretty accurate. I kind of lean towards the Wings plus the points. There should be some familiarity with this being the third meeting since they've played since Stewie's been out. New York lost the first game 92-82 and then won the second meeting by 9 earlier at home this week. I lean towards Dallas plus the points, but like one of those spots where like instead of taking Dallas plus the points, I'm with Stacks. I'd rather take a Paige Beckers prop. I like her points and assist prop at 22.5. New York Liberty have shown vulnerability being attacked off the dribble, which is like the definition of Paige Becker's game. She went over her points, rebounds, and assists and points and assist line in both meetings this year against the Liberty. And she's been a lot more aggressive since coming out the break. Seems like she's getting adjusted towards the WNBA game speed, and now she's starting to take over.
I feel like this is a pretty sharp line. Yeah,
I could definitely see the Wings fucking being down by double digits and then end up really being at that 6 to 7 number. I would feel a little bit better on that opening number of 9.5.
Huh. And then the 175 too, also from a a total perspective. I mean, for game 1 went under, which doesn't mean that game 2 will go over. I don't really see an angle. We've watched Justin Cash with the Beckers props. Brizzy, is there anything you want to make official for this?
Probably Paige Beckers points and assists. -118. Probably get a little. I got to figure out which one I want to use for the bonus here for FanDuel today, and probably get plus money on one of these two props. I was looking at some stuff in the Lynx game, but we have some injury news that's moving some parts in that game.
Well, let's get right into that. So let us know what you decide to do for official action for Liberty Dallas Wings. Let's move over to this Lynx spot here right now, and let's start with the injury report that has come out now that we are 4:22 p.m. Eastern. Washington, Minnesota. We know that Washington has traded away a very key person in their offense. J.C. Sheldon is also being ruled out for this game against the Lynx. So no J.C. Sheldon there. For Minnesota, we have Collier will miss at least 2 weeks at this point now. So she'll be back in mid to late August. And Jessica Shepard is probable at this point to play this evening. The Mystics, playing without Brittany Sykes looked horrible, absolutely horrible. And the Minnesota Lynx continue to play very strong. They didn't have Collier, and they still looked good. Washington shot 13.3% from three. They got this guy to turn the ball over 19 times. This is an active team that plays with energy, but the Sykes loss is absolutely massive. The Minnesota Lynx here come in off of a performance that cost me money. They went into Seattle without Collier and won 91-87. It pissed me off. They've won 3 straight games. They're playing good basketball. Let's take a look. But, of course, missing Defensive Player of the Year last year, and Nafisa Collier. When we take a look at the line history here, we have a 157.5. Seems peculiar. Seems a little low here for this one. Open up a 158.5, down to 157, gets back up to 157.5. So very little movement. A 1-point move towards the under. We get to the point spread for this spot. We have the Minnesota Lynx minus 10.5. It seems like a lot of points. Opened up at 10, now 10.5. But the Mystics are clearly missing their star player. So now I know they have a ton of rookie talent. They're a team on the rise, but 75% of tickets, 73% of cash on Minnesota, 93% of tickets, 93% cash on the under. Brizzy, hit leadoff for us on this one, Mystics Lynx.
Yeah, we saw the Lynx in their first game without Collier in our lineup with an inspired performance in the second half, overcoming a 12-point deficit in the second half. Courtney Williams stepped up in a big way, and their role players looked pretty good. It ended a quick 2-game road trip, now back at home where they've been dominant at home, 15-1 at home. It does feel like too many points as their net rating difference plus 18 with Collier on the court, plus 5.4 without her on the court. Does feel like enough difference to cover this spread for the Mystics. It's just, you alluded to it, without Brittany Sykes, where they're going to see the Mystics rookies finally reach their full potential or falter out of this playoff race. And I'm kind of leaning towards the falter out of the playoff race, hence why they made that trade. 3-7 ATS last 10 games. They lost this matchup by 17 last month. Total wise, the Lynx have gone over 6 straight, but this is a very low over-under. The Lynx haven't been the most reliable first half team, so I kind of lean towards the Mystics first half. Lynx as a parlay piece full game. And Jessica Shepard, I was looking at her double-double prop, but her ankle might be a little bit more hurt than what I thought it was because she's listed as questionable after her shoot-around today. This was a really good matchup for her, allowing the Mystics allow second most rebounds to the center position. She's averaged 36.4 minutes played without Collier on the court, averaging 11.9 points, 10.8 rebounds in 8 games without Collier. If she were to miss, it would just be the Alana Smith show down low.
I still don't want to trust the Mystics. I think they should probably just be faded down the stretch. But here we have double digits without a star player. Take it away for us, Justin. Mystics Lynx.
Yeah, it's funny. One thing about what Brizzy mentioned is that is my official play, and I'll give you why. I'm on the Mystics first half plus 5.5, and I got minus 114. And my whole thing is there's been a lot of trades, I don't quite know if the Mystics is punting on the season or if they feel like they're getting better. But this is game 2 without Fee for Minnesota. They also got a whole bunch of look-aheads with Liberty coming up. They got Liberty on deck on Sunday. So little regression, a little look ahead. The Mystics throw the kitchen sink at them first half. I don't know how it's going to play out, but I do know the Lynx historically first half is very, very slow starters. And their trend is the Lynx third quarter. That's usually when they step on the gas. So I just think with the look ahead, the Mystics coming off an embarrassing loss to the Sky, I want to say.
Yep.
Just lost. I want to say it was to the Sky.
Yeah, that's right.
And they coming off that loss, they was still on the road. So I just feel like they're going to come out the first half and throw everything they got. I wanted to take the money line, but this isn't the swing I'm going to take. So I'll take what I actually bet, plus 5.5, minus 114 first half.
I know we got to be tight here, but Brizzy, give me a quick breakdown of.
No, Ron just said something in the comments. He moved my video back until it'll probably be like 5:30 now. So.
Oh wow, thank you, Ron, and I'm thank you. I'm sorry, I was so caught up in baseball, I wasn't paying any attention to the clock, and I screwed up. So I apologize for that.
I didn't even realize it until someone come here and was like, I can't believe it was like talking about it was 4 o'clock. I was like, oh shit, like 4 o'clock.
You better make them fucking money with all the work we're putting in.
That's what I'm saying. We gotta get paid.
Brizzy, give me an X's and O's breakdown taking Brittany Sykes off of the court. I know that in their first game without Brittany Sykes in the starting lineup, this starting lineup went 1 for 11 from 3. It was horrific.
The problem that I see that they're having, and the reason why I don't want to put money on them, they don't have a facilitator. Suge Sutton is not a facilitator. She's 5'5" fucking jack. All she does is shoot the ball. Jade Melbourne can facilitate on certain possessions, but that's not her natural role. So now you're making Sonia Citrone play with the ball a lot more in her hands. And granted, that's probably what the Mystics want to see for her player development, but that's also not the best Sonia Citrone version that we see of her. We saw Sonia Citrone play on the Notre Dame team with Olivia Miles and Hannah Hidalgo, and she should just strictly stay on the wing. I don't know what the Mystics are thinking, putting the ball more in her hands, but I wasn't too fond of like on paper you want to take the Mystics plus the points, but goddamn, man, if you're going to get rid of a point guard, at least replace the point guard. It's just like even JC Shelton, she's not a facilitator. She's just a defender at this level. I think the Mystics front office is trying to punt the season, but the players on the court are actually good enough for them to hover around the playoffs. This reminds me of the Chicago Sky last year. Remember the Chicago Sky were hovering right around that playoff spot, and then like the last like month of the season, they just look like shit after a couple of trades that they had. And I can kind of see the same exact thing happening with the Mystics here. I think they're going to fall out this playoff race.
I agree with you. I'm still hesitant though.
And that the WNBA got me spooked the fuck out. We talked about that with the Sparks.
My fault, Britt. So I had mentioned this yesterday when we did these games for today. And my whole thing was, I don't know if they're punting or not. Are they punting?
I think the front office is trying to
like low key. Sure. They punting.
Definitely, they've the 2 first-round picks playing at an enormously high level. They trade Sykes, to get to be. We have a value here, so let's trade when we can get something back and get the highest draft pick possible to build around these rookies.
They got that girl from Australia. She played at Kentucky. She was their second pick in the top 10 this year. Russell Westbrook did her design or whatever for her WNBA draft, and she blew out her ankle like the first week of camp. She should be back somewhat soon, and that's probably why they got rid of Brittany Sykes, because that girl's fucking nasty. She was like one of the best college players this year.
Well, we have a angle from our Rod Zawacki that correlates perfectly with Justin's look on Mystics first half. Says bet against Minnesota on the first half line after game out rebounding opponent by 15 or more. Minnesota record on the first half line since 2023, 0-7 against the spread. Let's talk about our final. Did you want to add anything to that, Justin, my man?
No, I was just saying that makes me feel a little better because I made the bet with the assumption that they're not quite punting, but also with the Lynx, like historically, they're horrible first half, and then you add the Liberty, a whole bunch of Liberty games coming up with them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's the second game without Fee. Like the Mystics don't cover this first half, they punt, and I'll be off them for the rest of the season.
I don't like the guard matchup. Like the Mystics might have an advantage down low, but the guard matchup is heavily in Minnesota's favor with Courtney Williams and Kayla McBride. Like they should have a fucking field day.
I'm saying it's a mismatch up and down the board, though. If you look at it,
Mystics can bang. Let Jessica Shepard be out of this lineup, and they got a little pasty girl, Lotta Smith down low with nobody else. They go and try to bang inside Shakira Austin and company and Kiki Riffin. Like they could definitely bang them. They just, I just don't know how that translates throughout the full game. It's just like I think they're live as fuck for the first half, but something in my gut tells me they're gonna get smoked in the full game. Like the WNBA is super weird. Like we saw the Sparks last night. I think they were down by like 6 or 8 going into half or whatever it was. There was a run where Connecticut won the first half last night, and then it just like slowly dripped off in the second half where the Sparks
like
are the better.
My Connecticut alt line was looking good until it wasn't.
Let's roll here. First off, Brittany Sykes is playing tonight. That's confirmed, Brizzy?
Yes, Brittany Sykes is going to be playing, but how many minutes? I have no idea. But I think that tells you everything you need to know about the Seattle Storm if they're training for Brittany Sykes.
Yeah, that they're certainly going for it. Alicia Clark gone in this trade, and Brittany Sykes, who is, they say that one of the best two-way players in the WNBA. The Storm has lost 3 straight. They've lost 4 or 5, and I lost with them against Minnesota on Tuesday. So here we are, a team that's lost 3 straight. We'll get Brittany Sykes in the lineup going up against an Aces team that is rolling. Drewski says that the Aces smash. Sykes going to be in the lineup. Tiffany Mitchell with a lower leg injury is day to day. For Las Vegas here, we have a very healthy crew. Ron Crawford says, why is that line -1.5 now? Let's take a look at that line history here right now. We are sitting with Las Vegas -1 at -109. They open up at -1 at -110. Las Vegas, a 1-point favorite here at home against a team that's scuffling and bringing in a new player. Mr. Belvedere's best bet is the Storm +1. Oh, he says, why is that line now -1.5 Storm? Did I miss that? Let me take a sorry. Let me look at it. Well, I've got the total up here. This total is a 163. 163. Opened up 161.5. So we've gone up 1.5 points. Let me go back to that line. Was I missing something there? That's No, I don't have the Storm as favorites here. I've got them still +1. In fact, when the show started, they were +2. So we have moved to a +1. I'll take a look at a couple different books. Wager Detective on the Aces money line. BJ says this line smells. I think the Storm wins. So let's take a look at the situation here. A couple easy games against the Valkyries. Now we know they play hard, but injuries have really ravaged this team. We have an extra day advantage as well with the Storm. The Aces were out west on Wednesday. They flew home on Thursday, and then they play today. Let's hear if our cappers agree with the best bet from Mr. Belvedere. This is the beginning of a 3-game homestand for Vegas. They play Connecticut on Sunday, and they play the Liberty on Wednesday. For these Seattle Storm, again, needing to turn things around after a rough patch here. And they have quickly here on this trip. This is game 1 of a road trip. They head to LA tomorrow. They fly to LA tomorrow and play LA on Sunday. And then they go home for a 3-game stanza. Take it away for us, Mr. McKelvey. Storm Aces, Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Be real quick. When I got this, I got the Storm money line at plus 101. When I first looked at this, I thought the line was fishy. And the Storm beat them the previous game, 90-83. I originally looked at it thinking the Aces was going to have revenge. It's Asia's birthday today, so I was going to look at her and look at the Aces. But that whole birthday in any sport, from what I've seen, that's a fairy tale. So I ain't betting Asia nothing, and I'll be on the Storm money line plus 101. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, my fault. I couldn't hear over the kitchen.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, I'm on the Storm money line plus 101, and I feel like with the new acquisitions, add Brittany Sykes to the lineup, I feel like it's going to be the get up spot for them. They're coming off of I want to say 3 losses in a row, first time all season. I think it's a good spot. I think the line tell you everything. They beat them last time, they'll beat them this time. Give me the plus 101 for the Storm.
Plus 101 for the Storm here. Often, you wouldn't want to back a team their first game with a star player, like, introducing her into the rhythm of the game. But this team has lost 3 straight. It might be a little bit different. Brizzy, take it away. Storm Aces.
Yeah, redundantly, I'm not sold on the Storm. On paper, they match up very well against the Aces. If you look at this just on paper, I think the Storm would win the game. But the eye test, they're not passing the eye test for me right now. They have a better net rating than the Aces, but the move to get Brittany Sykes tells you everything you need to know about how this front office feels about this recent losing streak. They feel like they don't have enough horses for the race, and that's not a good sign because the Aces have historically been a good home team. They've had their up and downs this season, but some overall changes has been for the better for them. They lost their previous meeting at home versus the Storm, who've gone 8-5 at home this season. The market's finally coming down on the Aces after it feels like years of having to play points on them. Like you always had to back the Aces minus 7.5 or more when they played at home. Since Jewel Lloyd's came off the bench, they've won 4 of the last 5 games, holding teams under 77 points or fewer in 4 straight. I think Jewel Lloyd has a big day off the bench in a return game against the Storm. I like the Aces here tonight on the money line.
Wow, we have a heads-up battle between Justin
I love
and
to see it.
Brizzy. Justin on the Storm plus 101. Brizzy, are you going to make the Aces official?
Yeah, I like the Aces here in this spot. It's one of those type of things where you don't really want to go against your numbers too many times, but going with the eye test here. I don't think this 3-game losing streak is I'm going to call it a 5-game losing streak because a win over the Connecticut Sun means nothing to me. I think they traded for Brittany Sykes for a reason because they don't feel good about the roster that they have right now, and that's not a good sign. And I feel like the Aces feel very confident in their rosters, the most confident that the Aces roster has played in the recent last stretch, I would say last week and a half, 2 weeks, with only one mishap against the Minnesota Lynx and a weird type of scheduling spot. I think the spot to back Seattle's on Sunday when they play against the Sparks. That's their next game of this road trip is against the Sparks on Sunday, a overtime rematch game. I think that's when they'll really be hungry after they lose this one tonight.
We can get you a money line on the Aces right now at minus 110. Would you like that?
Fine with me. I mean, -1 is probably the betting slip ticket that I'll have, but money line's fine. So,
minus 110. Rodswag says, bet on Seattle in away games off an upset loss as a favorite. Seattle record during the 2025 season, 5-0. We have a market moving towards the Storm, but, there's 79% of tickets and 87% cash on the Storm. We have a best bet from Mr. Belvedere on the Storm. The Storm have a new player coming. I honestly, I don't feel like any of these spots. I'm going to have a lot invested in the baseball card are enough for me to move on it here.
I don't blame you. This is a tough WNBA card. Like I would use the relay piece. Dallas would be the plus money spot. And then the Storm Aces is really a coin flip.
Yeah, well, I do agree. But it's just funny that my most confident play that you're against me. My most confident play on the board is the Storm. Like, that's my best bet by far. But I felt like this whole WNBA, all 3 games, when I did it yesterday, it was hard. And then, because I leaned the Aces yesterday, and I made sure that it was just a lean when I did the video. But then when I woke up and started capping it, I'm like, man, this Aces team ain't it. Like, and don't get me wrong, it's not like the Storm or the Supersonics or anything, but I feel like, oh, well, yeah, real quick, you think Sykes going to start and then Wheeler going to go to the bench?
Probably. So. I mean, they got a lot of shit going on over there.
Like, you didn't bring Sykes here to sit to come in off the bench, right?
I mean, probably not. But also, how does that factor into the chemistry of things? Because Skylar Diggins-Smith, Brittany Sykes, and Gabby Williams all on the same team. And there's only one fucking basketball to play with. All 3 of those need the ball in their hand to be relevant. And I just don't think that shit's just going to work out on the first night.
I just need to work out one night.
Someday. I just don't. How did I get it? That's the best player available for a trade that could upgrade your team is Brittany Sykes. But like from a logistics standpoint of the X's and O's, that shit don't make sense. Be of like Skylar Diggins, Brittany Sykes, and Gabby Williams all having the ball in their hand. How's this offense going to look? Because now you have 2 post players of NECA and Ezzy who both need the ball in the post. They're not really pick and roll type players. So I got a lot of question marks with the Seattle Storm, and there's not a lot of things that they've done for me to pass an eye test for me in the last week and a half. I feel like a lot of their numbers that they have in the WNBA season this season are highly inflated from the beginning of the season where they were overachieving, and the Aces are finally back down to a market price. I remember Friday night, Las Vegas Aces at home. You wasn't getting anything less than -400. Times have changed. The Aces have definitely changed, but one thing still remains. I think Coach Becky gets this W tonight.
Well, one thing real quick, then to be it. And I hear Jimmy say it all the time, and probably today is the first time I'm guilty of it. You'll always find numbers to back the side that you want anyway. And I already bet the Storm, and then I started digging more when I got some pushback. And then I found out that they're 9-5 ATS on the road, 8 of them outright wins. And I was like, I just kept hearing Jimmy's voice. You'll find numbers to back your side.
That's so true, though. Like you find numbers to back your side, but I would say the biggest thing that cappers get themselves fucked up with is the fucking trends. Everybody sees a fucking trend and they like the trend, and then they try to go off the trend. It's just like trends can be your friends, but frenemies is a thing as well. So don't get.
Everyone know I'm not a trend better. I made the bet, and then I went digging just to make sure I was on the right side, and found that. And when I found it, I just kept hearing Jimmy's voice, like, "Yeah, you'll find numbers to back up your side." And it's true, because I shouldn't even have been digging. I already made the bet and I already posted it and already, boasted the Storm. So there's no reason for me to keep looking. I kept looking because I was looking for things to back my point up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you guys loud and clear. And you both have valid reasons to back your side. And all you can do at that point is put your money down and deal with the consequences. That's it. So, it's going to be fun knowing you guys are on either side here. Justin on the Storm, Brizzy on the Aces, Justin on the Mystics first half plus 5.5. And we have both of our cappers, both our experts together with Paige Becker's props. Speaking of those props, Brizzy, what did you make official for points and assists?
-118 on FanDuel is the best price available, but I just got to get these 2 tickets in here.
How many though? How many points and assists?
22.5.
Over 22.5. All right. Over 22.5 points and assists at -118. Thank you guys so much for rocking WNBA with us. Rodswag says bet against Seattle hot shooting team -3 straight games, making over 42% of their shots. Seattle record during the 2025 season, 2-10 against the spread. He says, can find numbers on both sides. There we go. James A says, circle the wagons time for the Storm. Ron Crawford says, Seattle Road Dog covering 64%. There you go. Thank you, Stephen Fehrenbach. And thank you all here. Andrew G screaming CFL. Let's do it. First off, though, Justin, thank you so much. Apologies to your co-hosts of the 2-3 zone, the great Ron Crawford in our chat right now, as well as Ramon Scott, the great Ramon Scott. Apologies to you guys. Thank you for pushing that back, and a big apology for me. I was just so caught up in this baseball card, and it went real long. But much love to you, Justin, my man. Thank you for all that you do for us. As selfless as they come, please support our guy, Justin. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. Again, you can catch that 2-3 zone over on Tony's Picks. And thank you so much, Justin. Popping in your chat. If you don't follow him, please start following. Justin, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Thanks for having me. And like you said, check us on 2-3 Zone. I seen Brizzy comment the other day. So, comments is everything. So watch it. You don't have to tell her nothing. Watch us, give us a like, comment, and I appreciate it. That's more important than my Twitter, actually, right now.
Oh, well, let's support it, my man. There is our guy, Justin McKelvey. And then Ronnie Crawford saying Vegas home favorites, covering 38% of the time. Brizzy, my man, tell us a little bit about our big UFC live stream. This is the last UFC live stream where you can get into the contest that everybody gets in the contest. After this week, it will be a members-only contest as we move forward. Brizzy, tell us a little bit about the big UFC card, UFC Vegas 109.
UFC Vegas 109. Make sure you join us tomorrow here at Pub Sports Radio, 4 o'clock p.m. We'll be going live from the prelims all the way to the main event here, and it's going to be a banger. Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, second longest active middleweight streak behind DDP. Will he make his title shot dark horse announcement? He's got to get through Rome with Delite first. Make sure you guys tune in to Locker Room Talk Podcast if you want to see the picks and plays for this weekend's card. And make sure you check out Millie Mills. He's down there, boots on the ground in Vegas. He was with Eric, your boy, Anders, who I'm faded very tremendously tomorrow. So it's nice to watch that interview. And then we also have Nursultan Ruzabov, Uzbekistan's finest, making his way over from Philadelphia. He is also on Pub Sports Radio talking with Millie Mills inside the locker room. So make sure you guys check out the MMA content that we have on the channel. And most importantly, we got some tennis, baby. That's like the crack cocaine nowadays. Some tennis on the screen for this weekend. Tonight, right now, as we're speaking, I have Riley Apelka to close out some parlays for multiple days. If you could try to get on that one, I would. He hasn't lost a first-round match since May. The dude that he's playing is just not that good. The other one is Leonard Tien tonight. 19-year-old American. He has a 12-4 record on hard courts. The dude that he's playing is literally coming from like the tour that's below the ADP tour. So I think Leonard Tien's going to have a really good first round in this tournament. This line is just keep on going one way. Probably get on the game spread now. That's probably the only way you could play. And then tomorrow is really where all the fun happens. So this is the time of the year, man. Time of the year you get in some tennis bets, and you look at your account by the time that the real games pop off, and you be like, all right, this is a pretty good day now.
I love it, Brizzy. Thank you so much for making time for us, my friend. Our guy, Billy Brisbane. I popped his X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Brizzy. It is time to move to the Canadian gridiron. 10-1 run. 10-1. Feels really good. And I want more money. And I want to do that with you guys. 34-24, 58.6%. Double-digit ROI, just like last year. Let's fucking go, man. We have a ringer. A CFL ringer we are bringing in for these breakdowns. Please welcome a recent star of walk-off wagers, our friend Gorki in the house. Gorki, what's good, man? Thank you for your patience. How are you?
An 0-5 record on a day gets you star accolades. Let it be. All right. I remember that I was 0-5 on Sunday, and God bless all those people that tailed me. Anyways, let's get to this.
You did sweep the board before that show, though, so you know it's a part of what we deal with.
2 weeks ago, yes.
Part of what we deal with. Let's get to work, Gorki, my friend. Let me just move a couple things here and pull up a different worksheet here.
Before we get to this, though,
yeah.
Jimmy, I will say that Brizzy, I just took a loss on Marcus Giron against one of those qualifiers, so you can't ever sleep on those guys. They are dangerous floaters in these draws. First and second round, they can be very dangerous. Good luck to you, brother.
Let's move over to the injury report on our first game of the day. It is
focused. Let's get into the zone, Jimmy.
It is a massive injury report. Now, we talked about this game yesterday. We talked about how the move was our colleagues were moving on the +4.5. They were moving on the Edmonton Elks +4.5, and they had every reason to. Elks are playing better football. Cody Fajardo's going back to Montreal to show them what they're missing. The injury report is enormous.
Cody Fajardo would be a damn good backup in Montreal right now. Just saying.
Yeah, he would, and he'd want to start.
No. But in this situation where they are at in this season right now, he would be the starter. It would be uncontested. And they would have a better record. They wouldn't be going through the tribulations that they're going through.
And what would happen when Davis Alexander came back?
When Davis Alexander comes back, we ease him back into the lineup, and the better, in my opinion, Jamie, in football, you play to win every week. If Davis Alexander gives you the best opportunity to do that, you put him back in. If not, you roll with the guy that's gotten you there. But they wouldn't have lost 3 out of 4 or whatever their streak is right now.
It's just one loss. Remember, they went into Calgary and upset them. But then you think that Cody Fajardo would say, "You're right, Gorki. I will sit right here and watch Davis Alexander shine and say nothing but support."
No, sir, I do not. I'm saying that they are probably, feeling bad for the decision that they made letting Cody Fajardo go is what I'm saying. Because
they had to.
You can never have too many good quarterbacks in camp.
You can if they're expensive.
Well, that's why they are where they are now.
Yes, the Grey Cup favorites.
Okay, and I'm on the Edmonton Elks here in this spot. Money line, I got it on Tuesday at +120.
+120. You are again being screwed by ProLine, and I hope at some point we can get you off of that.
That's always going to be the case, Jimmy, because unfortunately, with my credit card, I'm with a company that refuses to let you, use these internet sites. I've already looked into it.
Because on Wednesday, the Edmonton Elks were +169. And we know it was higher than that before.
It was.
But it is something that you have to work with. I mean, we have California cappers that deal with a lot of difficulties there.
But it's okay. You know what? As long as we cash like $5 on a return doesn't matter to me. It's all about the win here on the show and in my pocket in the long term. So, we can make up for the difference.
This total continues to climb. It opened up at 50.5. It is now at 51, and it's -115 to the over. When we talked about this game yesterday with Bobano, he stated in his reply to Slatsy, when they both talked about getting +4.5, he said, "I am uncomfortable fading a football team that was just publicly embarrassed. We look at this injury report, and it's horrific. Now, they do have players coming back, but you're not going to have Austin Mack, and you're not going to have Tyson Philpott. You're not going to have the great Mark Antoine Decoy, who has not been playing very well
Here, let me just
this
turn this
season.
No, no.
Carlston Rambo will be back, but again, no Deontay Ruffin. We have no Katie Davis at linebacker. Now Wesley Sutton is going to be in at DB, which takes a little bit of the Ruffin issue away. There's no Justin Lawrence on the offensive line, but there are still, though, players that are coming back, and they were just embarrassed. Rod Zawacki says, bet on Montreal on the money line when playing against a team with a losing record. Montreal record since 2023, 17-3. This is why Elks money line first half is the 10-star play. Do not trust the Elks full game. The Elks are a very healthy group. We talked about this line here in the money line moving quickly towards the Elks. Right now, you can get the Montreal Alouettes on the money line at minus 132. Everybody here that I've heard, every single person is on the Edmonton Elks. Grant Clarkson says Montreal is cooked. I've been thinking about this game for a very long time. When I was watching Slatsy and Bobano go back and forth, Andrew G says Montreal is falling apart. I guess the injuries are piling up. So when I was watching or listening and watching them go back and forth, I couldn't get past the fact that this Alouette team is coming off of the most embarrassing football game that they played, other than the Eastern Conference Final last year. I mean, it was hard to find a game that's been more embarrassing over the last 5 years. The media has been attacking them and hammering them. We talked about how big football is in Quebec. McLeod Bethel Thompson has been, just met with derision. He's been getting hammered in the press. He's been hammered in these capping shows. Every single article is on the Edmonton Elks. Montreal's defense looked very bad last week, but there are some things that are going for them. They have the best kicker in the league, arguably, in Jose Diaz.
He's a monster. That's a given. You get to the opponent's 35-yard line, and you're gonna score points. That's a guarantee right there. Sorry, Jimmy, I gotta stop this.
Yeah, no worries. If we could turn that off, that would be helpful. He is being hitting 50-plus yard field goals. He's been excellent. You also have Tyler Snead playing at an elite level. You have Charleston Rambo coming back. You do have weapons for the Alouettes. There's nobody that wants, everybody says this. This is the underlying theme in this game. Everybody says Cody Fajardo. If you watched the halftime show of the CFL game yesterday, they're all like, nobody wants this more than Fajardo. Nobody wants, blah, 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 blah. Fajardo wants it. I tell you who wants to win this game more than Cody Fajardo. Jason Moss.
I agree. But, and that's the only angle that the Montreal Alouettes have.
You don't think the fact that they were embarrassed in their most embarrassing game over the last 5 to 10 years is not an angle to back them?
No, it is. And when I get this whole thing out, you will understand why. Jason Moss will have these boys ready to play. Now, will their injuries, especially with the top 2 wide receivers out, catch up to them? I hope so, because that's what my cap was based on. These injuries are outstandingly terrible for the Alouettes. But will they be the more gutty team to come out and give 1,000% on the field? You best believe they have that winning DNA in them more than Edmonton does. But I still have to go with the healthier team here.
Well, I have been waiting all week for this line to keep going, and I will be on the Montreal Alouettes.
Yeah,
here.
and that's understandable because, like I said, before my voice gave out there for a second, that's the more winning franchise is obviously the Alouettes. Like, they are the side that knows how to win. But we saw Calgary they came back out of nowhere and beat Calgary because Vernon Adams got injured. And that's where you see that winning DNA. But I'm hoping that this game is not going to be such a close one, and I can have a comfortable win here with, once again, the healthier team, but not the better franchise.
Yeah, no, you have every right. You have every right to trust the situation here with the Elks. I know a lot of people want to bet unders in Alouette football games.
No,
the issue here is they know that
going to fly over for me. In my opinion, this is going to fly over. It's going to be at least 30 points to win this game. And the loser is going to score over 20.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle. Take the Alouettes team total instead. I don't take teams totals on favorites unless I'm bullish. Todd Clinton says, I think the Elks come out and make a statement early, make the Elks come from behind. I like the Elks team total over. Turnsey says, I'm on the Elks, don't love it. So I am going to bet the Alouettes after the show, and I've not seen one person in the entire industry. I've not seen one article. I've not seen one person in the chat.
Not one.
Not one.
And I follow CFL podcasts and stuff. Like, not to give anybody shout outs, but those boys follow the Winnipeg beat especially closely. Those boys I follow over at fuck it, maybe they'll watch this. 3 Down Nation podcast, and those boys were very bullish on Edmonton in this spot.
Oh yeah, every single person is, and that's part of the action here today. That's what we got to deal with. Let's roll. By the way, if the Alouettes did not lose 34-6 at home in front of their own fans, there's zero chance I'd be on this bet. None. Zero. Let's roll on. Gorki, my man. Saturday, August 9th, we have 2 games here.
It was a nice catcher, I will tell you that.
What was?
The 34-6 loss.
Oh, the Rough Riders, back in the Rough Riders. Yeah, man. Red Blacks 2-6, 1-3 on the road at the Argos, 2-6, 1-3 at home. We're at BMO Field in Toronto, Ontario. 82 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 11 miles per hour. We had Bobano on our show giving us the Ottawa Red Blacks plus 3.5 at -112, as well as the over 52.5. We've seen this total continue to climb. Let's get into the line history here for Saturday CFL action. On the spread, we have the Argos -3 at -112. Now you can still pay to get that plus 3.5 for Ottawa if you like it right now. You can still pay for it here and it's a bit of a surprise, but here at this pretty sharp offshore that comes out late with their action, this line has moved towards the Argos, a 7-cent move towards the Argos. From a total standpoint here, we have a 53 at a pick'em. This opened up at 53. I did see lower numbers earlier in the week, but here at this book, it opened up 53 and stayed on 53. Big Scott, I'm going to be on the full game for the Alouettes. And look, again, in this situation with every single person on the other side, in the line moving against you. Now, I haven't bet it yet, but it's not. I hope I'm not exuding confidence with the Alouettes. I don't mean to be sitting here saying, Everybody's wrong. Joe, join. I don't.
Jimmy,
I'm just.
They are the more winning franchise. The Elks, ever since the name change, have completely, in my opinion, died as a franchise and gone away. This is a whole other, homecoming of the Edmonton football franchise, in my opinion. The Eskimo franchise should be folded. Why? Because that franchise actually knew how to win. This is not that. So if I'm on a team, on a jersey, on a team logo, I'm taking Montreal all day, every day. But I'm not. I'm a week-to-week CFL follower, and my gut just tells me that this is the elkiest of elk spots ever.
And I wish you luck with your action, my friend. Ottawa Argos is game 2 on our show here. One more game after this. This is a Saturday spot at 3 p.m. Eastern. Ottawa comes in off a 31-11 win over the Stampeders, who were playing without Vernon Adams Jr. It was as easy as capping gets. Being a quarterback in the CFL is very difficult. Our fields are much wider. The American quarterbacks don't know that you can't ever throw across your body in the CFL. And 3 interceptions later, 1 a pick 6. PJ Walker is getting a better sense of how difficult these wide fields are. Drew Brown didn't have to do very much, and he didn't do very much. 19 of 27 for 225 yards, 2 touchdowns, interception. Eugene Lewis caught 5 for 110 yards. Ottawa's 2 wins this season have come against the Calgary Stampeders. Argos coming off a 40-31 loss at Winnipeg. Nicky Arbuckle, 22 of 39 for 327 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. His offensive line has been terrible. It's hard to believe there's a worse offensive line than the Elks, and there is. It's in Toronto. Arbuckle has been sacked 23 times. Now, it's not always on the offensive line. He tends to hold on to the ball too long at times. Arbuckle has done good things, and he's done bad things. Bad, he leads the league in interceptions with 9. Bad, he's been sacked 23 times. Good, he's second in the league in passing yards and second in the league in touchdown passes. DeMonte Coxey has been phenomenal this year, leading the CFL with 774 yards. Last week, he was spectacular, 187 yards, receiving with 2 touchdowns. This is a CFL team in the Argos that can't run the ball. And I know it's a passing league, but it's a big problem. And they're going up against an Ottawa team that also can't run the ball. Let's get into the line history. Now, what happens when 2 teams can't run the ball in the CFL? Well, you get high totals because they'll be passing nonstop. We talked about this 53, and we talked about the spread being a 3 and being pretty stagnant. Take it away for us here, Gorki, Ottawa, Toronto.
No, for me, I took Ottawa money line, and I'll break down why that's the case. Why that's the case is because of the Argos injury problems, and I trust Jose's favorite quarterback, Mr. Drew Brown, with a U, more than I do the Argos Grey Cup winning quarterback in Nicky Arbuckle. I expect Nicky Arbuckle to be sacked about 3 to 4 times in this game. And if that happens, Ottawa wins this game on the money line. Book it, take it to the bank.
The injury report for the Argos has improved enormously. Every single player on the report is in except for DeMarcus Christmas. Every single one. Wynton McManus is back, and that is the important one. Derek Sluka is back as well. So there has been a big plus towards the Argos injury report.
Right.
We got Mr. Sean Higgs in the house.
With all due respect, Jimmy,
yeah,
that doesn't help the offensive line. Ryan Hunter is still out because he had to take a whatever you call those things, an electric bike, and take it on the street, and that didn't work out too well for him. Now, prayers up to him. I hope he recovers quickly and gets back. But as far as this game, that does not help the Argos on the offensive line, where I think they are vulnerable, especially with the defensive front that Ottawa possesses.
That is very fair. It is very legitimate.
And it is also a Darius Pickett revenge game. A Darius Pickett wants to stick it to the Argos yet again.
Do you trust Bob Dice to go into Toronto against a Dinwiddie-led coaching staff that has won one game in 4 opportunities at home, is 2-6? This is the most important game for both squads. Do you trust Bob Dice to get you paid?
I trust Bob Dice because I think I think I need to trust my breakdown in terms of where my advantages are, and it's a 2-down football league, meaning that you punt on 3rd down. So all I gotta do is to avoid giving up 10 yards on 2 attempts every drive, and I will have the ball offensively.
Let's go into quickly the PDF here.
It's not the NFL where you have 3 downs and therefore you have the ball for longer periods of time. For me, that's kind of a key difference. And I think defense wins more in the CFL. As crazy as that sounds, because the games are actually higher scoring.
Very much so. I agree with all of that. There's no real issues with Ottawa's defense. They've been pretty good against the run. They've been pretty good against the pass. The issues that have come from them is that they haven't had Drew Brown.
Molden's going to play, right?
He is supposed to play, yes.
Yes. Okay, well, I like my chances. And, guys, remember, I only put out my plays, and that's my view on how I see the game. It's okay that you can bet away from me if you so choose, and good luck to you. I hope you cash all your bets. But I will bet the way that I see fit in given spots.
Ottawa money line here for Gorki. Ottawa plus 3.5 here for Bobano. And I have interest in the Argos. Again, I'm not entirely sure if I get there. Gorki getting a lot of love in the chat, which he very much deserves. I've got to study.
Jimmy, it's a team effort, brother.
Thank you, my man. I've got to study more I do not trust Bob Dice at all. Bob Dice is the nicest guy in the CFL, and I know we have a couple new coaches that are looking terrible in BC and Edmonton, but
that was a big win. That was a big win for BC yesterday, and good for you for being on the other side of me because I did not see that coming. I thought that in a shootout, the BC would be in trouble.
It was there's a lot of luck involved, and it was a close game. It could have gone either way.
Hey, brother, sometimes that's all it takes to turn a season around, though.
A fumble in overtime, So when we look at the issues that Ottawa has had, for 30-yard completions this year, 30 plus, they've had 5. So even when Drew Brown has been in, this is the weakest wide receiving group in the CFL, arguably. And I am, and Grant Clarkson saying don't do it, I am close to backing it. Let's roll in to our final spot here, but I am close to backing the Argos. I'm not going to bet that today. It's going to be pretty tight timing-wise as soon as we're over because I haven't got a bunch of MLB action in, so I'm going to be hammering. Let's get into our final spot here on the board. Gorky, my friend, Saturday, August 9th, 7 p.m. Eastern, with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 4-3, 1-2 on the road at the Calgary Stampeders, 5-3, 2-2 at home at McMahon Stadium in Calgary, Alberta, 68 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 2-mile-per-hour winds. It's a little cooler, but it is a nice day and very little wind. Let's get into the line history here. Now, we already were given from Bobano, Winnipeg +6 and the over 51. We have now a 5.5 we're looking at. Right now, I'm looking at a 5 here. They're just keeping the 5 strong, but we've seen 9 cents of movement towards the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Let's get to the total here for this one. This total is a 51.5. It's -110 to the over. This has not moved in 3 days. It's just sat there at the -110. Calgary comes in off an ugly, very, very ugly game, but who cares? PJ Walker had to understand how difficult it is to play up here at quarterback, and he figured that out pretty quick. Vernon Adams comes back under center. We had a lot of talk about Willie Jefferson not being capable of being an elite defender in the CFL. Well, he looked great. 4 pass knockdowns in his last game. He played very, very well. The Stampeders defense has been great all season long. They've allowed the fewest big plays. They've allowed the fewest offensive touchdowns. Vernon Adams has always played well at Winnipeg or against Winnipeg. And in 2 matchups against them this year, 489 yards and 5 touchdowns. Dominique Rhymes is rolling right now, 3 straight games with a touchdown. And Winnipeg comes in off of a big win at home over the Argos, but it was all special teams. Strevler did very little, 173 yards throwing, and he had 3 interceptions. We had Bobano talk heavy about Stanley Bryant being back and how things that this is an angry Winnipeg team. I know that they're coming off a win, but Calgary has just had their number. DC Capper, my man, go get that cash. I know you've been crushing it lately.
Jimmy, you can go first in this one because I'm going to be honest, I have no action. I will piggyback and say certain things after you're done your picks for this game.
I think this is too many points. This is a real angry group because Calgary has beaten them soundly.
Right.
Caleros has been so bad, but why wouldn't he step up and play a little better? Vernon Adams has been spectacular here. Spectacular. And I still don't know what the hell happened to him. He got barely hit on the head, barely hit. He's sobbing on the sidelines.
No, he was sobbing because he was pissed off they wouldn't let him back in the game. That's what the problem was. He wanted to win the game, Jim.
Well, I guess when my quarterback can't come in the game, I don't want to see him sob like he's 8 years old.
No, but he was he was playing well. And they were like, you got to come out the game because we know what concussion protocol is nowadays. And if you let a guy fucking breathe on himself and then they discover that, he banged his head, it's a big problem for these leagues. And the fact that sports, in a way, has gotten softer. So it was less, for me, in my opinion, it was less about I'm hurt and crying, but I'm actually fine to help my brothers win this game because he dominated that game, Jim.
Dominated is way too far. They were struggling to put up points. They were winning the game.
But he was there. With him in the game, they were winning the game for me comfortably. It never felt in doubt until I had to see PJ Walker pretend to play quarterback.
It was 4 drives PJ Walker had. 4 drives.
4 drives too many for me and my pockets
Very
and
much,
my eyes.
very much so. But while Vernon Adams was at quarterback, they didn't have a quarter where they scored double-digit points.
But he knows the offense. He's been a CFL player for 9 years. 5 of them he was in Montreal as a backup. So he's actually one of these American guys who cares about being in the CFL. Yes, he wants to be maybe an NFL quarterback, but he knows that that's a long shot now, and probably was from the beginning of his football journey.
Sure.
So that's why he's put everything into being the best CFL quarterback, and he's damn good at it right now. And last year in BC, and before that, I was not too much of a Vernon Adams fan. I thought that he was too athletic for his own good.
But 15 of 25 for 193 yards and a touchdown through 3 quarters is not domination.
It's
he
not.
controls the game. He's a game manager that controls it. He's a dual threat. If we go back to
my point is, Jimmy, it's not going to blow you out the water. He's not putting up 500 yards a game, but you feel comfortable when he's in the game that he can bring the team back.
Do you think this is too many points?
I would honestly only play Winnipeg. Why? Because over the last decade, this Winnipeg team is the winningest franchise in CFL. And so this team has pride. This team is not going to fold. And if they do, there's going to be cuts on Monday. Because Mike O'Shea and that blonde beard of his don't put up with losers that don't give everything on game day.
I agree.
The way I bet, I would play Winnipeg money line. Why? Because if we lose, we're gonna lose by more than 6, 7, whatever the number is. 4. Okay, we're gonna lose by more than 4. And if we win, we're gonna win anyway. So why not collect all your money?
I disagree with that. Anything over 4, I find appealing, because that is the idea that
you're protected by the field goal, and I get it. And for big time bettors like yourself, like where you put a bunch of actually money and stuff like this on each and every game, I understand it. Protecting your units is the most important thing, and it is, because we make a living off this thing. But my units are small enough to where I can play straight up a little less fearfully.
I think that the Blue Bombers are a must bet here. I think this is why, and then we'll put a bow on today's show. And it took me a while to kind of come here. In week 5 in Calgary beat Winnipeg 37-16. Beat them by 20.
I was on the other side.
Then in week 7, Calgary went into Winnipeg and beat them 41-20.
That time I cannot say I was on the other side. I was on Calgary. I think so.
You mentioned O'Shea as, I know he's struggled in the big game, but
yeah, but the guy's a winner. Like the guy is an old-fashioned coach in the best sense of the word, in the sense that he doesn't put up with this kind of stuff like Instagram and TikTok, posts pre-game and stuff like this. No. We're here to do a job, fellas. Strap up your pants, put on your jersey, and go represent yourselves and your team and your teammates and win the damn game.
And I'm not saying that the Bombers are going to win, but I think this is too many points. I think this is a very angry Bomber group that's being completely embarrassed by the Stampeders. I think they have something to say.
Is Philpott back for the Stamps?
Let me pull up that injury report right now.
I think only Clark Barnes is coming back.
Barnes is officially coming back, and he was really expected to be WR1 this year.
Clark Barnes is wide receiver 3 if he's in Winnipeg, at the very best. Philpott
was practiced in full on Thursday and is listed as questionable, which is pretty good, which is a pretty good sign.
And yesterday was not a practice day for them, right?
That was yesterday of practiced in full.
Yes, Thursday was yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Because with the Thursday night games, to be honest with you, Thursdays feel like Friday. And yeah, but we are not here on a Saturday, so that kind of blows that theory out of the water.
So,
anyway,
Gorki, you are off Bombers, Stampeders.
For now, yes, I will maybe, depending on how my first 2 games, or 3 because I lost the first one, depending on how this weekend ends up, I'm going to be maybe on and only on Winnipeg money line, but only if I'm able to do so on the house's money from the next 2 games, Ottawa and tonight.
Edmonton money line, Ottawa money line for our guy Gorki. Gorki, thank you so much for making time for us, and thank you for your patience as this show has gone very long. It is dope to have Big Mastro in the house. Jay Peasy coming home from work. The battle that we face is real, and I got to get action in MLB, so I'm gonna have to make some moves here.
I love to do what we do, and I love being part of the team on Fridays and every day, to be honest with you. So anytime that you will have me on, I will gladly accept, and especially when it comes to talking about football, because this is a once a week sport that we can actually dive into deep, and I love it.
Gorki, you are a class act and a great friend. I pop Gorky's X handle here in the chat. He puts all his action out on X. Please hit that link and support our friend Gorki. Gorki on the Elks money line and the Red Blacks money line. Gorki, any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Just keep doing what we're doing, guys. Let's cash a lot of tickets, follow the CFL, and get excited for the new stuff coming up, along with the football seasons in the U.S. coming up. College is going to be outstanding, and the NFL especially. I was so close yesterday to having a more than profitable day because I actually took the Seattle Seahawks money line, and I was lucky enough to get my investment back. But unfortunately, Mr. Giron took it away on tennis this morning.
That will happen, Gorki, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. There he is. Gorki in the house. Says this is a record for a long show. I don't think it is. I think we've gone 6. I'm pretty sure we've gone 6. It doesn't feel like I've been sitting here for 5 hours, but what it feels like is I got to get some action in. Won't have as much time to sit with it, but we're fine. And we're good. We're so good. Andrew G, Todd Clinton, thank you. Fat Wally, Dab Fenn, Swiggy, T-Moss, Kodak. Thank you, guys. AM on that under 51.5 in Winnipeg, Calgary. That is something I'm interested in as well. I will spend a little bit more time on it. At least that game is tomorrow here. Lewis, thank you. Big Mastro coming to us from Windsor in the house. Jay Peasy, the voice we hear before all of our shows here on Pub Sports Radio. AOD, Wine Time, Grant Clarkson, Aubrey, Todd Clinton, Mr. Sean Higgs in the house, Swizz, DC Capper, Dom Play. Thank you guys so much. Truly, truly. We had Jimmy Gomez in the house. A lot of our great friends back in business. Billy Friedrich, Nasty Nate, Rod Zawacki. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Let's do a Nasty Nate says, bring on Bouquett. I don't see him backstage. I think think we've run. Oh, there he is. There he is. Let's bring him back here. Let's bring him back. Our man Snips 1 hole. Bouquett, Jean-Claude, welcome back, my friend. Let's do a review of action. How are you?
Swell, yeah. I'm been packing for the last 30 minutes, so
as you
got
should.
a bunch of shit to do, unfortunately.
As you should. When I was an opener, a comic, right? The opener, I did 30 minutes on the road, and the headliners loved it, man. When they came pick me up in my dad's apartment, I would come out with a garbage bag. Come out with a garbage bag around my shoulder, and it was laughs immediately. I never asked for anything. I had my own weed, had my own smokes, and that's all you need. And also, I wasn't very good, but I had enough energy. So the headliners come on after me and destroy. Look so much better than me, and so I got a lot of work. Benjamin Martin in the house. We have our UFC stream tomorrow. Fat Wally says, jealous of the Tampa Bay hat? Yes, this was a gift from Top Set. Old buck knife, and jealous of the Whalers hat. That is beautiful. Should rock it on a show here.
You can now.
Ron Francis. Yeah, that is gorgeous. I'll switch up some new ones. I got another 60 here, another 90 to 100 right there. We'll switch them up. We'll go sport to sport in a little bit. Wine Time says heading to the pool for an hour before game time. Jesus, I got to get action in. Let's just quickly go over action. Spooner on Mets moneyline, Royals moneyline, Cubs -1, Rays moneyline. I'm on the under in this Lions-Falcons game in an hour and 27 minutes. I'm going to be watching this Browns-Panthers game. I want to see what Shadura has, but I haven't done anything with it. And this move against me, towards the Patriots and towards the over doesn't quite make sense, but I'm going to keep an eye on those lines in the NFL. In Major League Baseball, free bands play today from Dougie Wise, Padres -1, Stacks play today, Stowers. Is it Stowers or Stowers? What the hell's wrong with me?
Stowers.
Okay. Stowers. Kyle Stowers, over 1.5 bases, +128. Stacks play today, number 2, Diamondbacks, Rockies, over 9. Troy Torrance is on your Diamondbacks. That's the cash cow. Fat Wally, our guy Fat Wally gave us his NASCAR action. It's right here. Let me pop it in the chat. There's our guy, the nuke worker, back for round 2. Yes, I did, Spencer Hicks. Yes, I did. This is Kong's Clips Smash Play of the Week. I'll pop that in here.
We all bet first 5 full game Reds.
Yeah, we hammered it, but I got more action to get in. I'm not going to be able to sit in it for too long. And I don't drink on Sundays and Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. Tonight, though, Jose, gonna get in that fucking soup.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, there are going to be some alcoholic beverages consumed my way. Bringing out the Argentinian alcohol, little dulce de leche alcohol today.
Ugh. That doesn't sound good, dude.
I'm not going to lie. It doesn't look good, but I haven't had it, and my parents got it for me a while ago, so I might as well try it, right?
Well, that's the opposite. My parents are very concerned about my alcohol intake and never bring me any.
That's, you know what? That's fair.
Yeah. Friends and family is Yankees from Jose. Wine Time is on the Rays. Ricky Bobby says I'm 2 hours behind. Says the show's still live. Big Mastro says, Jose, you have people on the show tomorrow. Have you had Big Mastro on the show live?
Yes, I believe we had Mastro live there. Mastro, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we did, right?
Oh, I gotta watch that.
I can't remember, but we do have people on the show live every Saturday. The link will be in the chat, so just jump on, Mastro. I won't be there, but definitely do Cab Wine Time. A bunch of people. Yes, see, Big Mastro
but
did.
You just got to get in touch with Wine Time because you're not going to be producing the show.
Yep. So just come by. But definitely the link will be in the chat, so you don't even have to get the link from us. It'll be pinned to the top of the chat, so jump on whenever.
So I'm on Reds first 5 in full game. I've got to decide here. I've got an hour and 4 minutes to decide whether I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2. Pig milk play. You know what? I need a little pig milk in my life. Pig milk play today. Gavin Lux over 1.5 bases +155. The Summit of Champions, Big Masters in 15 days. 15. Please let me know if you can rock with us, man. It's because it is a reservation deal. We're in a real nice situation here. Nuke Worker says just got back from the local. Soup is flowing, man. We got Nuke Worker in the soup, man. I love it. I'm going to decide about the over 10 in Athletics Baltimore. I'm going to decide about the first 5 over 5 in LA Angels Tigers. It's a kind of an interesting spot. Yes, it's Woodbine Big Master, but I need to know because we're in a very nice area that you need reservations for. So I need to know everyone in. I'm interested in the Braves and may move on them. I already moved on the White Sox first 5. Then we have the Twins first 5. That probably should have been my friends and family, honestly. Should have been. Because that line, I mean, it's just why are they that big of a favorite?
Oh boy.
But I'm fine with the Giants. I'm fine with the Giants. Then we have Mr. Belvedere was with the Rays. He's also on the Jays. I get going again here late. Rockies, Diamondbacks first 3 under 3. Rays first 5. I haven't bet these yet. I gotta bet them now. And I am going to be on the LA Dodgers. Big Master, I went 4-1 in NFL yesterday. Right now, I'm only on that under in Detroit, Atlanta. An under that our friend the High Owl laughed, pointed at me and laughed. Our friend the High Owl. It's all good, man. This isn't a yes man show. Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day is, much to Jose Bouquet's chagrin, the Chicago Cubs -1.
I didn't know that was the case. That's funny.
WNBA, I'm taking it off, man. WNBA, not for me, man. I don't care how many dildos get thrown on the court. I am not going to be betting it. Beckers, over 17.5 points for Justin McKelvey. Beckers, over 22.5 points and assists for Brizzy.
Oh, my gosh.
Mystics, first half, plus 5.5 for Mr. McKelvey. And then it is McKelvey, Brizzy, head-to-head in the final game. Justin on the Storm, Brizzy on the Aces. Who will come out on top? Then I'm going to bet the Alouettes here. I got to bet it fast. I'm interested in the Argos. And I'm going to bet the Bombers here. Have some interest in the under, but I'm going to start that for longer. I might just bet the Alouettes and Bombers now and then work on that Red Blacks Argos spot. 10-1 in my last 11 in the Canadian Football League. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Truly, truly thank you. I got to go make bets, Jose. Please review your action and then bless us and let me go get some of this action in.
Yeah. Did you talk about your NFL plays? Our guy Mastro was looking for.
Yeah,
NFL.
I told him it's just the under in that Atlanta-Detroit game.
Well, there you go, Big Mastro. Shout out to you. My plays quickly here. Reds first 5 full game double up, -118, -120. Yankees full game money line, which is now -113.
Ooh.
New York Yankees, which is crazy. Oh,
nuts. Against Hunter Brown.
Crazy. A's first full game, I should say, money line -105. That line's moved against me a bit, but we're still rolling. White Sox first 5 money line. Royals Twins over 8 -120. Cardinals full game money line, and your Toronto Blue Jays money line as well. Shout out to our guy Nuke Worker. 20 Canadian loonies to get us fucking going.
Let's go.
And I used loonies in the right number, quantity.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah. When you walk up to a group of girls tonight, you come and say, look at this bag of loonies. That'll work. Look at this. That'll work.
Fucking loon bags over here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good.
Now, toonies, I would take.
That'll be for the big-breasted women.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Look,
I don't hang out with any of those, but
look at the toonies on that fucking loony. Try that one. That'll work.
Yo, by the way, Jimmy, this happened to me the other day, and I was kicking myself. I had this random lady give me shit, and I didn't fucking give a shit about what she said, but I missed the opportunity to go, sir. I don't need your shit right now, and walk away.
Don't swear. You don't want to swear. You want to just keep it real clean.
Myself about it though. I was so angry.
I think sir is good, but I really like Mister. Like I really find like, you know what, Mister, I'm not in the mood for this today.
Not today, Mister.
Yeah, just and then you know what they do every time they go. They touch their face because they're worried about their facial hair.
Yeah, I should have brought it out too. I had during this 5-hour marathon show, I even had a random Asian woman knock on my door and asked to see my washing machine hookups as well. That was another interesting thing.
So funny, JP's, you mentioning the loonies. I was back in Vancouver and all these CDs. I still have a CD player, my 2005 Corolla, and I brought back the loonies, man. I brought back a bunch of old CDs. So respect.
Wait,
to
is that really how you spell loonies?
No, that's not. That's a hip hop crew, man. Shit.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, oh my God, I didn't know that.
Man, shit. Nut Flush Allen in the house. Roy Belmas ready to get to work. Okay, I gotta get action. Thank you, Nuki. Great to see you, Mr. Peasy. Thank you all. Jose, bless our action. I've got to make bets.
Yeah, let's do it, guys. I've got a lot of shit to do. Dogs to deliver, sheets to pick up, birthday presents to go pick up as well because I'm a horrible friend. But, of course, and most importantly, let's leche los bookmakers. Milk those motherfuckers.